woke with dust on my tongue, from a room with the curtains gone. No grand sign in the sky, just a cup and a crack of dawn. I washed my face in the sink, watched the water split and run. Saw my hands, saw my age, saw the ache of who I'd been. Then it clicked, then it fell like a stone through quiet air. I don't need to be saved, I just need to stay right here. I'm awake, I'm awake, light in my bones. I'm awake, I'm awake, walking me home. I let it go, I let it flow, I let the old name break. I'm awake, and nothing feels fake. I sat cross-legged on the floor, with the dog by the open door. He just breathed, I just breathed, and the whole damn room got more. No heaven in a silver frame, no guru on a mountain high, just a pulse under my skin, just a yes that wouldn't lie. Then it clicked, then it fell like a stone through quiet air. I don't need to be saved, I just need to stay right here. I'm awake, light in my bones. I'm awake, walking me home. I let it go, I let it flow, I let the old name break. I'm awake, nothing feels fake. If the mirror shakes, let it shake. If the fear talks, let it talk. I can carry both hands full and still learn how to walk. I'm awake, light in my bones. I'm awake, walking me home. I let it go, I let it flow, I let the old name break. I'm awake, and nothing feels fake.
welcome to Dreamland.
This is a pre-recorded, previously broadcast program.
In the human experience, not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Good evening, everybody. It's Sunday evening. Welcome to another Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. And there's a bunch of news to catch you up on and a couple of programming notes, and we'll launch as usual with Linda Howe this evening, parked in Denver, Colorado. First, though, I would like to welcome to the Dreamland group, KTUC AM in Tucson, Arizona. KTUC, one of the regular affiliates on the syndicated program, now joining Dreamland. Welcome, Tucson. And the person who had most to do with that, I guess, Mike Gabrielson, who is the program director at KTUC. Good to be in Tucson now with Dreamland. Also, WAIV-FM, the station manager there, Richard Parker in Peru, Illinois. So, Richard, thank you for getting us on in Peru, Illinois. Welcome to those two affiliates. Now totaling 75 as Dreamland continues to grow, racing toward kind of a catch-up, I guess, in the number of affiliates with our regular syndicated program. Now, I guess, moving away from our usual topic for just a moment, for those of you that have not heard it, I would like to announce there has been an apparent agreement of some sort with regard to Haiti. Colin Powell, Jimmy Carter, and Sam Nunn, as you know, were in Haiti trying some last-minute bargaining with the military dictators there. This has apparently been successful, and an invasion which actually had already been ordered with airplanes in the air and all the rest of it, averted at the last minute. U.S. troops will enter Haiti tomorrow at about noontime under the auspices of UN Resolution 940, and hopefully there will be a peaceful entry into Haiti. Now, that is problematic. The dictators have agreed to step down, but apparently do not necessarily, though they may, leave Haiti. If there is to be violence in Haiti, there may be violence at the announcement of the dictators giving up power. So all of this is news. We will continue to monitor, but there will not be an immediate invasion. There will rather be an orderly entry, they say, of U.S. troops into Haiti later on tomorrow, beginning at about noontime. Most of the national news will be covering that event. That would be noontime, I suppose, East Coast time. So that is the status of Haiti. We will not be going on live at the 11 o'clock hour because of this, and we will be catching you up on it on the regular syndicated program tomorrow. That is breaking news, and I wanted all of you to get it. Now, for Dreamland, let us go all the way to Denver, Colorado. Actually, not as far as we usually go, to find Linda Howe, who's doing who knows what in Denver, but has a report for us. So, Linda Howe, good evening to you.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm glad to hear that a nonviolent solution appears to be in the works for Haiti. That is good news.
So it would seem, Linda, yes.
And I am in Colorado, where I spoke at the International Forum on New Science in Fort Collins this weekend. Subjects range from healing and free energy research to unexplained phenomena, including crop circles, animal mutilations, and the human abduction syndrome. Many people were talking about the question, what evidence is there that human abduction involves physical non-human entities from some unknown origin instead of mental hallucinations? And the fact is, and has been reported by several human abduction research in the last 2 or 3 years, is that 1 out of 4 people in the abduction syndrome remember full conscious encounters with non-human beings. One such abductee is a Colorado woman that I interviewed today who has seen non-human creatures in her apartment. She desires to remain anonymous, but has agreed to share her experience with our Dreamland listeners, and I'd like to play an excerpt from that interview now.
About 1993, it was in spring, March or April. I was getting ready to go to bed, turn out all the lights except for one. I always live in the foyer right by the entrance to my apartment. Lay down, and from where my bed is, I can see into the living room and to the light comes through. And I was startled because right as I looked up, there was these three real short little beings. There was a door to my bedroom that was open, and these beings were so small, the top of their heads just went to like the door handle.
About 3 feet.
If that. They looked like babies. And I'm thinking, my God, these look like little white babies. And I didn't see the eyes of the face. The minute I saw them, I couldn't move. You know, I keep the gun by my bed and everything. I couldn't even put my arm outside the bed to grab it. I mean, I was just startled. If my mom had appeared in my bedroom, I still would have been startled that time of night. And I remember I couldn't move, and I was telling myself, you will remember, you will remember. And I was looking at their torso, and I was trying like, okay, I cannot move, but I'm going to remember everything about you or whoever you are. And their skin was like onion skin. I mean, it's almost like if you see someone's fingerprint, you can see the lines in there. You could actually see the texture, and their skin seemed so thin, but it reminded me like a fingerprint or onion skin. And it was so white. It was almost like there was a light inside them. It was so bright from the three. And that's all I remembered at all.
They must have gotten close to you for you to see something like this pattern.
Oh, they were coming straight towards me. When I saw them at the door, and I could see their height right there, I mean, they just kept coming. And when I was shocked when I saw them, I tried to move to grab my gun because I was startled, like, what is this or who's in my room? And immediately, as I had visual contact, I immediately could not move. And that's why I told myself, okay, you've done something to me where I can't move. But it's kind of like trying to remember someone who's mugging you, trying to get a good description. Except I didn't look up and saw the eyes or the face. I only could concentrate on their torso because it was just a matter of seconds. They were coming so fast. And I remember their little, tiny, thin, long arms.
Now, to listeners listening to this, they may think this is a scary story, but you're still here. Now, what would you say to the listeners now? You've had multiple encounters with something that you would consider to be non-human, right?
Right, definitely.
And it's happened since you were a child, and you are still here. What is your sort of residue now from a life of interaction with something we're all trying to understand that's not human? What do you feel that they want from you?
I feel like I'm being studied by not one but several different groups. It's almost like, okay, what did this group do? Let's go see. And I feel like, at times, like a lab mouse with no say-so, no clear answers. But some groups, it seems like they're more interested in human emotions, how people react to certain situations. Some it's physical and physical examination.
Do you think that this is anything to be actually afraid of?
I guess it's a human thing. It must be because spiritually I feel like I'm tied into God and things like that, but each time you're abducted, you don't get self-assured. It's not like, okay, I've been abducted several times, I'm coming back, I'm going to be okay. Each time they take you, you wonder if you're ever coming back. Because there's nothing in guarantee. They don't talk to you. They don't tell you it's okay, we're just taking you for this and this, and we'll bring you back. It's the most isolated, loneliest feeling any person can experience because you're in an environment that is somewhere else that you can't do anything about. You don't even know where you're at or how it works. You just know 1 minute you see something, they're taking you through the doors, taking you through the walls, through the windows. You feel relief when you return, but you're traumatized when you return.
Usually with missing time, right?
Not always. Not always. It depends if you're looking at a clock or what, if you can keep track of it.
Now, in terms of people who are hearing about the abduction syndrome and conferences in which there are discussions with abductees and with researchers and investigators, if you were personally, from the basis of multiple interactions with this, whatever this non-human intelligence or non-human intelligences are, were to just speculate on how things might unfold in the future, about whether we're going to have some kind of public interaction, what would you speculate?
I think this is going to continue to increase.
Leading up to?
I think one day they will make themselves known. I think one day you're going to look outside and the sky's going to be filled with craft.
And one of the values, Art, of conferences like this is being able to talk with people, as this woman has described a conscious encounter, and others feel that they can discuss encounters like this with investigators totally off the record and confidence. And then all of us are gaining, I think, more insights to the fact that this is not simply a mental experience. There are too many people who are reporting absolutely concrete something that they're interacting with, and that is part of, I think, why we all continue to try to monitor the abduction syndrome, because if she's right, if someday the skies are going to be filled with discs, as many abductees have said, the world better be a little more up to speed than it is now on the fact that we're not alone in the universe.
Well, it seems as though most UFO investigators are now beginning to follow the abductions as the best path to trying to figure out what's going on here.
Right. And I thought that she was especially honest and especially summarizing in so many of the other people's experiences that I've had conversations with, that so many people, even anonymously, they still don't want to discuss anything in public.
Sure. Linda, where will you be next week?
Next weekend, I should be back in Philadelphia.
Ah, back home finally.
Right.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you for the report. She was emotional. She did sound very straight to me, Linda. It was a good report. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and next week we'll go on to some other topics, and I'm sure glad we're not going into some military situation in Haiti.
Cross our fingers. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Art.
Take care. I don't know that we're not going into, quote, a situation. We are going into one, but it is not going to be, as at least at the very moment they hit the shores, as contentious as it might have been. So we'll be examining this whole question of what's going on with Haiti over the next 24 hours, and no doubt talking about it on the syndicated program. In a moment, David Scott, I think you'll find him a fascinating guy. We'll be talking about life after death. I think Mike Rigby is David's mentor and helped bring him here, and I think you're going to enjoy it, and we'll get to David Scott in just a moment. I want all of you to listen to me very closely. If you've got any savings, money kicking around, extra money, a sense of humor and perspective are what is needed to get through this life, according to David. He's a musician, songwriter, author, philosopher, student of quantum physics, and seeker after spiritual truth. All these things and more are parts that make David who and what he is, a human being like any other, trying to get through life and make some sense out of it all besides. Author of the soon-to-be-released book, Way of the Ultimate Warrior, David stresses the importance of creating a solid spiritual foundation in one's life as a way to battle many obstacles and challenges that one faces as they sojourn upon the earth. Understanding the varying degrees of spirituality and beliefs of others, David focuses on principles that will surely assist anyone desiring to create their own heaven on earth, while all around them there is chaos. David has studied all his adult life the many and varied religious beliefs of the world in his search for the truth. He has learned there is a common link between all of them, the reality of the spirit of man. He has learned, too, that spirituality and science are now beginning to merge together in quantum physics. His studies in the field have confirmed his belief the universe is not an accident, that there is an intelligent design behind it. His studies at Brigham Young University were heavy on music, philosophy, and religion. Not content with the rigid environment found within a university setting, David set off on his own to explore this life, to discover the truth to be found in it. He was not disappointed in his search. He said, quote, "I haven't found or learned all there is to know and learned concerning the spirit and its relationship to eternity. But I have learned for sure that we continue to live after this life, and that this life really isn't what it appears to be. There is definitely something going on bigger than we can possibly imagine." Because of David's understanding regarding the spiritual nature of life, Mike Rigby, publisher of the popular book Life in the Unseen World, and a guest here, asked that he share the story behind his newest release, Heavenly Ways of Earth's Graduates, the true story of 3 Allied soldiers killed in World War I who were actually permitted to return and report their experiences and share their insights. Wow. As to most of those living still on Earth. He says it's an exciting opportunity. I'm sure it is. There's a lot to find out about a man named David Scott, so let's go find it out, shall we? David, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art. I'm happy to be here.
That's quite an introduction. I'm glad you sent that to me. I was kind of curious about what approach you were going to take, David. You are convinced, are you not, there is a life that follows this one, some sort of consciousness?
Oh, yes. There's most certainly a life after this existence here on Earth. Most certainly.
Well, I know that you concur with others that I have interviewed that the life after this one will occur in spiritual planes. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. See, what happens, Art, is that we come to this Earth to learn as much as we can, pretty much to understand how to live by faith, how to create, how to use our thought and everything like that. Depending on what we do in this life will determine the quality of life that we have after we leave this life.
Interesting. David, did you see a movie called Defending Your Life?
Isn't that a wonderful movie?
A wonderful movie. Is it anything like that, do you suppose?
Well, Defending Your Life, Albert Brooks was great in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
That movie, Albert Brooks is killed, and he is brought to Judgment City, and he is forced to sit there in what he felt was a judgment session, reviewing areas of his life. And in that movie, he was seeing something like 9 or 10 hours of his life, or days of his life, where they determined the amount of fear that he just demonstrated throughout his life.
That's right.
And in the course of the movie, certain principles came out that much in your life has to do with how you relate to fear, how you react to certain situations, and what you do to overcome that fear. And that, in a certain way, is true. In other ways, there are other things in there that are purely theatrical.
Of course. But, I mean, you could almost describe where he was in that movie as a spiritual plane or a middle ground of some kind, and is that what you feature we will go to?
Well, we go to, it all depends, Art. When you die, you'll, for instance, I guess everyone's now familiar with Betty Eadie's book, Embraced by the Light.
Absolutely.
And she experienced the opportunity to go to a plane of existence that is far higher than what others have described in their experiences. She says she actually met Christ and was permitted to tour around the universe, so to speak, and see all the creations of God. And in that setting there, she was able to, as she called it, a life review, where and this is the interesting thing that I thought was fascinating, because it's just not her that was relating this story about the life review. It was many others, where she said that not only did she have the opportunity to see her life, but she had the opportunity to view it from the perspective of the individual that she was relating with at the time. For instance, if you hurt someone's feelings, not only were you able to see you hurting that person's feelings, but you were also able to feel how that person felt when their feelings were hurt.
So we will be exposed to ourselves. That is, it's going to be some sort of mirror of review of what we have done.
We're going to see, it's going to be called to our attention everything we've ever said, everything we've ever thought, everything we ever did in life. There are no secrets hidden.
Wow. All right, David, we're at the bottom of the hour, so rest for a moment. We'll come back and get much deeper into this.
Okay.
All right, David Scott is my guest from, I believe, I guess up in the Salt Lake City area. And we're talking about life after death, what it's going to be like, what's up there, what we can expect.
This is a pre-recorded, previously broadcast program.
You're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It certainly is. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Engrossed right up until program time here. It was a little confusing with the situation going on in Haiti, but again, there is a tentative, perhaps tentative is the wrong word to use, an agreement with regard to what's going on in Haiti. Back now to David Scott, and David, I would say that life after death, or the possibility of it, has been an abiding, deep interest of mine. It's one of the things that provoked this program, and I would ask you how you know. You apparently know, so how do you know? What proof would you cite, the best proof that exists, that there is life after death, that there are these planes of existence, that we do come back again?
Well, you know, aside from the fact of the many accounts, for instance, Dr. Raymond Moody's in-depth studies in his book Life After Life and More Life After Life, and other credible people such as Dr. George Ritchie, who in his book Return from Tomorrow, my own personal experiences, not that I have to say right at the beginning, I myself have never had a near-death experience, but I've had many experiences dealing with the spirit. Personal experiences of the nature of you can't deny them. And as for myself, I know that there is a life after death, that there is something far more greater waiting for the human being than people can ever possibly imagine in their hearts or mind.
In the movie we mentioned a little while ago, one of the questions he asked was, is there a hell? And the answer was, no, not really, but L.A. is getting pretty close. That's and so I would ask you very much the same sort of question. Is there, in your view, a hell?
Well, you know, as you're probably well aware, there are millions of people throughout the world who believe that there is, and that they believe that if you don't do certain things in this life, you won't go to heaven, but you'll go to hell. Now, I personally believe, after countless years of and hours of study on the subject, yes, there is a hell, but let me explain that. There are different spheres of existence in the spiritual realm. Mm-hmm. Many people have said that, who have gone there and seen them, suggest that there are 7 spheres of existence. There are 3 below and 4 up higher. And the lower spheres, or the darker realms, constitute what is hell. Now, I just finished reading a book called Wanderer in Spirit Lands. It's briefly, it's an account of an individual from Italy who died and was permitted to return, and he had a hell experience.
Yes, they're not very widely publicized, David, but I was going to bring that up. There are a number of people who have had NDEs and claim quietly, as you can imagine they would, they went instead to a hell.
Yes. I just completed a book a friend of mine suggested to me. It's called To Hell and Back by a man who actually died and went to hell, called Dr. Maurice S. Rawlings. In his book, I wouldn't really highly recommend it because it doesn't go into the depth that you would think it would. It has an agenda to it, and his agenda in the book is to literally scare the hell out of you. But he described several instances in where people died, and instead of waking up in a brilliant paradise pasture, they were in hell. And their experience so terrified them that they wouldn't talk about it. When they got back in their bodies, there was one instance in there where on the operating table the guy was resuscitated, and he begged the doctors, "Don't let me die. Don't let me die. I am in hell." And, you know, that sort of experience lets you understand that what we do here is so much the more important.
Well, it does put that slant on it, yes. What is the best description you've heard of what hell may be? I mean, surely people have told us, have they not?
Well, from what I've been able to gather was that hell is a very dark land, and there's, just as there are several levels of the upper realms, there are several levels of the darker realms.
Darker realms. Mm.
And the book I just mentioned, Wanderer in Spirit Lands, he describes having gone to the darker realms, but there were still realms below him. And he said that there was literally a ring of fire around the lowest realm.
Fire.
Now, this isn't the traditional lake of fire and brimstone he's referring to. It's a barrier where ones from higher realms can pass through to it, but those on the other side of it can't pass beyond that barrier.
All right. Where do spirits fit into this? And by that I mean spirits, for example, I've got some photographs, David, of what I believe to be ghosts.
Right.
Now, where do ghosts fit in? Are ghosts people that simply have not gone to any spirit realm at all and are somehow trapped here, or is in fact this earth a spirit realm?
Yes, that's very true. This earth itself is a spirit realm. You see, as it's described, if you remember when Mike was on your radio show, he talked about Life in the World Unseen, where Hugh Benson described that in concentric circles around the earth are realms of spirituality.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And that the ones closest to the earth were the darker realms. People who have seen ghosts, yes, I believe that there are spirits trapped here on earth, and what traps them here is their unwillingness to give up the temporal cravings, the appetites that we are all endowed with, that they are still attached to the things of this earth.
Okay, well, that implies some kind of choice.
Yes.
And a lot of ghost stories and spirit stories seem connected to people who die violently, or people who die at a very bad moment and have unrequited love, or some tremendously emotionally important thing that was going on when they died.
Right. And this is very true. Many people who do die of a violent nature, let's say they were murdered, they're so full of rage that someone would actually take their life, that their entire being is filled with revenge. And they will do whatever. And let me say here, Art, it's very possible for a spirit to interfere with your life. A spirit from the darker realms is quite capable of interfering with your life.
Without your ongoing knowledge that that is occurring? I mean, you're just sitting there saying, God, I've really had some bad luck here in life.
And it's very possible. Now, you see, again, though, I have to say here that if you are being challenged by a spirit from a dark realm, it's because of your choices that you've made. If you're so focused on spiritual matters, and if you pursue a spiritual path, you're protected from these things yourself by your own will, you see. And but most people, they seem to live their lives in such a way as to negate any possibility of a hereafter or a life after death or any consequences thereafter or any blessings thereafter. And we merrily go along with the flow.
David, let me ask you about the nature of the soul, since it is apparently the thing that traverses from one existence to another, I guess. Is it?
Yes.
Yes, it is. There were some very early studies that I just can't shake from my mind, David, regarding people who died and were actually measured with regard to weight and actually were measured to have had their weight change at the very moment of death.
Right.
And there was no other explanation anybody could give other than, that it was the soul.
Yes. The spirit, people have, it's essential to understand that spirit is matter. It's a refined form of matter, but matter nevertheless.
Is matter in the sense it is energy?
Well, energy is matter, matter is energy,
Yes.
But the thing is that the soul, the spirit, is actually a refined matter, and it vibrates at a higher frequency than your physical body. If you consider everything around you is one huge vibration. Everything in the universe vibrates at some sort of level. And as I've discovered, and as are related in Life in the World Unseen and Heavenly Ways of Earth's Graduates, they talk a great deal about the vibrational level of an individual. And so, yes, when a spirit leaves the body, you're actually losing matter from the body. So, yes, I would say it could be measured.
That's remarkable. Hold that thought, David. I'll come right back to you. That's 1-8. Back now to David Scott. And we were discussing the nature of the soul, and you're saying it is matter, in effect, and it vibrates.
Oh, yeah.
At what frequency, David?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be talking to you right now.
Well, there you are. I was going to say, like Dan Rather, people are going to be stopping you on the street saying, "What's the frequency?"
This is true.
So we don't really know, but you believe that at some level it vibrates at a frequency.
Well, you see, what happens is that when you come here to Earth, you come here with a certain agenda. It's personal for each individual who's ever lived, who is living now, who will live in the future. You come here with a certain agenda, and that agenda primarily is to create your own spirituality, to progress spiritually. And as you progress spiritually, you raise your vibrational level just a little bit, and just a little bit more, and just a little bit more. And then eventually, you're going to be able to see around you the spirits that are tied to this earth, or you're going to be able to receive direct communication from your spiritual servers or your Heavenly Father, and you're going to be a clear conduit in that regard. Yes, everything vibrates that way.
Huh. So it is possible then, as you progress, to actually talk to the spirits that have gone before.
Oh, yes, yes. There are countless instances of that ever since recorded history. Of course, many people put it down as myth.
Well, they sure do. One way it's done, it is said, is with Ouija.
Yeah, I do believe that the Ouija board can receive communication from spirits, but you got to understand, what spirits are you talking with?
Well, I don't know if it's a Ouija board or just the fact that people are sitting down and actually trying to communicate with spirits.
Right.
And so you think they do?
Well, maybe it all depends. Is it through the course of their own will? Are they moving that little triangle around the board? Or is it to such a degree that a spirit is actually communicating through? I can tell you this, my own personal belief is that anybody communicating through a Ouija board isn't something that you would want to listen to anyway.
Well, a lot of people say that such an attempt to communicate is inherently dangerous, that you might call up things you might not be so happy about. Do you agree with that?
It's very possible. Part of the thing that you need to understand is that the spirits that live nearer the earth in the darker realms are constantly roaming the earth, roaming around in their own misery, and they want everyone else to be miserable, and they will attempt to influence you to, think in a certain way.
Well, I would think then that somebody sitting down and playing about with a Ouija board would be just inviting these spirits who are kind of looking for trouble anyway.
Well, I would think so too, yes.
Yeah, to come in and cause trouble. So you would say to anybody considering playing in such areas, don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. You see, the thing is, you got to remember that if a spirit is tied to this earth, his vibrational rate is just a little bit higher than yours, and which means it's easier to bridge the gap. When you're trying to communicate or when you're trying to receive revelation from a higher source, their vibrational rate or their spiritual plane is so much higher that they have to lower their vibrational rate to talk to you. It's a lot more difficult, specifically when you're kind of caught up in the everyday goings-on of life. You don't listen.
All right. Well, what you're telling us about what happens after we die, David, is markedly different than is described, or most people would say, is described in the Bible. How do you reconcile these differences?
Well, I truly believe the Bible to be an inspired work of our Father in heaven. There's no question about it. But think about this for a moment. The Bible is only a couple of thousand pages long, and much has been written after the fact, and much has been left out, and there has been much taken out, for instance, the Apocrypha. And so there's much spiritual truth that is out there that isn't dealing with the Bible, which isn't dealt with in the Bible. Now, also, too, the Bible was specifically written for one purpose, and that was to teach the gospel of Jesus Christ.
That's right.
You see. And the Bible is specifically designed to put people on this path of spirituality and to find the truth themselves. Anything I'm telling you, Art, you can find out for yourself. There's nothing I'm saying that you can't go out and find out for yourself.
Would you describe what you believe and the avenues you pursue as kind of a new wavy sort of thing?
A new age type of thing?
New age, yeah.
Geez, I have a real problem with that. Yes, new age philosophy and new age thought is truly the popular thing now. Specifically, it's popular for people who want to justify, I'm trying to say this in a nice way, trying to justify their current lifestyle. Instead of calling on their Heavenly Father, they call on the universal intelligence. And instead of following after one perfect man, they say, you create your own reality, and everyone, there are great teachers throughout the world, Buddha, Gandhi, you know, all these things. So
it's interesting. Then you accept some New Age philosophy, but you don't embrace it to the exclusion of more traditional beliefs. You mix them together, sort of.
Well, see, the thing is that New Age philosophy, there is some truth in New Age philosophy. There's no question about it. There is a life after death. There is spiritual planes of existence. Of all those avenues, there are people on this earth that can communicate with spirit who have passed on. And there's active communication going on between the spirit world and people. There's thousands, if not millions, of people throughout the world who have had some spiritual experience with someone from beyond our current existence. I'll tell you what I believe right now, so there's absolutely no confusion in the minds of anyone.
The God is the God of the Bible.
That's right, and Jesus is the Christ, the only way to the Father.
All right. Well, then back to the mechanics, because that's what I find absolutely fascinating, these different spiritual planes. Is there any way that a person can know what spiritual plane they are destined for, or anything about their next life, or for that matter, their past lives, before they die?
Well, yes, and I don't know. Yes, you can know what you can expect when you die. And you can know at this very instant. What are your thoughts right now? What's your true desire in your heart this very moment? And if you know what that is, then you pretty much have a good idea of what kind of plane of existence you can experience if you were to die at this moment.
Well, I don't know, David. If I do that, I'm going to be honest with you, I've done things in my life that I'm not proud of, that I worry may be held against me in some Judgment City-like place. If I'm forced to even review all of my own actions, I'm not so sure. You know, I have my doubts. I've been okay, but then again, maybe I haven't.
Well, did you learn from your experiences? Did they make you a better person? That's the question that needs to be asked. Also, too, and this is something that I find absolutely astonishing to me, people seem to think that Father's sitting up there with a baseball bat, just waiting for Art to screw up one time, and he's going to bop you one, bud.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, and they worship Father not because they love him, but because they fear what's going to happen if they don't. And the thing is here is that everything that happens in this life, every minor detail, is for your own benefit. You see, Father doesn't see the sin. He sees what the benefit of the sin is going to create. You see, he also sees that there is going to be an opportunity for you to grow from it. Everything is good in the sense that you're going to learn from it eventually and progress higher. When you put your hand on a hot stove, that was a bonehead thing to do, but you're never going to do it again.
Well, right. But you say this on the one hand, but on the other hand, you say, well, there are planes that equate to hell.
Right.
So it's as though, on the one hand, there's forgiveness, but maybe there isn't. I mean, maybe in a sense, if you've not been good, you're headed to a lower plane.
But what if I told you Father had absolutely nothing to do with that choice?
Well, then I'd wonder, David. I really would, because I would think that would be the realm of, the person that does see over those things. The wonderful thing is that he's given us free choice. He's given us the right to choose whatever it is we want to do with our lives here. If we choose to do, unwise things, if we choose to be a mass murderer, or to live in an immoral way of life, we essentially will become such a person that will only feel comfortable and only be able to exist in a certain realm. On the other hand, if we live our life in forgiveness and we continually strive to serve and we continually seek to know the truth, then that we're going to be in an entirely different existence, solely based on what the desires of our heart is. Well, there are a lot of people who would say that what you're doing, the areas you're investigating, you should not be investigating. The things you're looking into, you should not be looking into. Oh, absolutely. I've gotten that a lot. I'm sure you have. Specifically around where I live. So how do you answer that? It's my choice. I want to know the truth.
I'm unwilling to accept any man's word for anything.
I, too, am a big believer in the pursuit of truth, and so we go ahead, David, perhaps at our own peril. Who knows? Stay right where you are. We're at the top of the hour, and we'll be back. David Scott is my guest, and we're exploring the unknown. We'll be back.
That's even a remote possibility.
All right.
One, you have to recognize that when one gets started searching for something, you run into, for example, mountain ranges. I searched for 35 years, and I went to geologists, I went to all kinds of people to get some kind of an indication of what caused mountain ranges. God caused mountain ranges.
That's the answer you got?
Yeah. Okay?
Okay.
Now, fine. Okay, then who is God? All right? If you want to go that route, that's wonderful. The unfortunate thing about that type of thing is there's a long history in our past where misinformation has become born. And that's what I've become concerned about.
All right. Well, I'm a big boy. I can face up to facts the way they really are. And you tell me, I mean, you don't believe in the Big Bang. You, in essence, tell me that everything always has and always will be here, and the only constant is change. That's a very difficult concept for most people, me included. Always has been and always will be.
Okay, let's take one more step into what we mean by there's no by change.
All right.
All right. We know for a fact now the Hubble.
Kingdom of Nye. We continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
From Provo, Utah, my guest is David H. Scott, and he's here talking about The World Unseen, I guess. It's another book title, but indeed it is The World Unseen, but I guess you can know about it, and we're talking about it, and we'll talk more about it with David in just a moment. First, 800. Going back now to our guest, David Scott, and I think, David, you will be interested in this facts that just arrived for the two of us. A statement for you and Mr. Scott. This comes from Eric in San Francisco. My mother recently passed away with cancer, and she was definitely conscious right up until the last minute, was not on any medications, and she kept saying, quote, "They're trying to get me to come across the ridge." And she would say, quote, "But I'm not ready yet," end quote. She left this world so peacefully with a smile on her face that I definitely believe she saw something much better beyond our plane of reality. What do you think of that one, David?
Well, you know, that is something that happens quite often. Let me tell you a short story of what happened to me last year. My very closest friend I have ever had on Earth passed away last year.
Sorry.
He, you know, was the epitome of a Greek god, the picture of hell.
Mm-hmm.
And he graduated BYU in exercise physiology, had the body to prove it, you know, all that stuff.
Sure.
Well, he was diagnosed not only with one form of cancer, renal carcinoma, but when they did the MRI, they discovered that it spread to his lymph system and his bones.
Oh, boy.
And he lingered on for about 7 months after the diagnosis. Well, towards the end, I was sitting in his room, and I was holding his hand, and his father was in the room with us, and and he opened his eyes and looked up in the corner of the room. He says, "Dad, they're here."
They're here?
Yeah, Dad, they're here. And his dad would say, "Who's here, Roger? Who's there?" And all Roger would say is, "They're there. They're here now." And he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. And shortly thereafter, he died. So yes, I do know that, see, as one becomes closer to dissolution or to death, the thinner the veil becomes. And the more that you're going to be able to, you see, your spirit is partly here and it's partly there.
Mm-hmm.
And sooner or later, it's just going to just float out of the body and be taken on to wherever it goes after it's died or after death.
Let's explore for a second near-death experiences, because, which I guess we're doing. But there was a show on that I can't shake from my mind, and now I can't even recall what program it was. It may have been 60 Minutes or, 2020 or a program like that.
Uh-huh.
And they interviewed a doctor who had for years been getting near-death experiences in the operating room.
Right.
I don't know whether you saw this program or not, but
the Angels program with Patty Duke?
No, I don't know. At any rate, this doctor took a neon sign and put it up above the operating room on a high cabinet where nobody could see it except somebody who would actually literally float up to the ceiling, as so many people have said they do. And I forget, the neon sign could be programmed to say different things, and it said something stupid like when the popsicles bloom in August or something or another. I can't remember what it was, but something that only somebody who had been up to the ceiling in the operating room would be able to see. Nobody has ever come back able to describe what that sign says.
I saw the program that you're referring to.
Good.
I have no answer for you. On the one hand, you could say, well, maybe nothing happened. Maybe they didn't flow out of their bodies. On the other hand, maybe they did flow out of their bodies and came back, and it was such an interesting experience to them, or such a scary experience to them, they didn't want to say anything to anybody.
Well, maybe. The other thing that was very important, I thought, in that program was a doctor who said, look, what these people see when they die is to be expected. If you look at the way the brain dies, it dies from the outside moving inward. They see a bright light that gets brighter. That would be expected as the neurons in the brain stop firing and they continue firing inside. The bright center, the bright light, and all the rest of it, it's a normal physical reaction.
Right, and that's what some doctors say. Then, on the other hand, in that same program, they interviewed doctors of the same field, psychiatrists, who have died themselves, who have experienced that near-death experience and refute that. They said that was the most real experience they've ever had in their entire lives.
It is true.
It could have been a hallucination of a dying brain. So we're back to square one. On the one hand, you have people saying, well, yes, this is a true event. On the other hand, you have physicians, doctors, people in society we highly respect saying, well, this is a hallucination of the brain.
That's right.
And so I guess it boils all down to, if it happens, it has to happen to you for you to really know for sure, or you live your life by faith. I choose to live my life by faith.
Yes, but I choose, and you apparently do as well, to try to pursue the truth. And I wonder, what do you think will be the best avenue, David, to try to prove, though we may never be able to, that there is an existence beyond this one? If you were to choose a single avenue, or even multiple avenues of research, to try to decide for sure whether or not it's true, how would you pursue it?
Well, as I have pursued it, which is empirical, relating everything to myself. Of course, you have to gather evidence from other people's experience, but then you have to compare it with what your experience has been in life. If you choose to live your life in such a way as to be open to the possibility that there is a spiritual level of mankind, evidence will be presented to you throughout your lifetime that you are a spiritual being. On the other hand, if you don't believe those things, you're not going to find evidence for it. Sort of like when a physicist tries to determine whether or not light is a wave or a particle. They have experiments that show that light is both a wave and a particle. But now what they're discovering is that when you go into the experiment, you'll find precisely what it is that you're looking for. So one scientist who feels it's a wave will prove that it's a wave.
Mm-hmm.
And one scientist who thinks it's a particle will prove that it's a particle. You see. It's just a matter of what you are going into with your personal prejudices or your personal bias. That's the best I can do.
All right. Let's go to the telephone, if you wouldn't mind, David, and let's begin to take some questions. This is, if anything, certainly a fascinating, absolutely a fascinating topic. So you up for that?
I'm ready.
All right, David, here it comes. On the toll-free line, good evening. You're on the air with David Scott. Hello there.
Hi.
Hi. You're on the air, sir. Turn your radio off.
Okay. Yeah, hi. I just tuned in from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
I caught a little bit of the show before. Just making sure you're talking about spiritual things, basically.
Yes, we are.
Right. I've been a Christian for 7 years, and I found that Jesus is the only one who claimed, I am the truth. And he said, I am the way and the truth. And I heard a message today which was very interesting. The pastor spoke about how Satan, the god of this age, has blinded the eyes of unbelievers. And he said that in Scripture, he took a third, according to Scripture, he took a third of the demons with him. And that also that a third of Jesus' ministry was dealing with the demonic realm. And so the demonic realm is a very much reality, and the Bible says there's powers and principalities which influence our lives.
All right, let's address that. The demonic realm, the devil. Mm-hmm. There is, in essence, a kind of hell. You said, is
right.
This a domain?
Yes, it is actually. The domain of the dark realms are presided over by spirits who possess great forces of will or thought, and able to subject lesser beings to their will. The information that was just provided to us concerning the host of heaven, the third of the host of heaven, these beings that were cast out of heaven were at one time angels of light, and they chose to rebel against our Father in heaven and His plan of salvation, and they were cast down to the earth, where they will remain to this day, will remain to the end of the time.
That would imply that after death, David, free will or some form of free will in the spirit realm continues? Yes,
absolutely. See, we will never, ever be denied our free will or our free choice. That is one of the absolute truths that our Father in heaven has laid down. Even after Christ returns to the earth again and cleanses the earth and all that stuff, men and women will still have a choice as to whether or not to choose to follow after Christ or choose to follow after their own path. People will always have an opportunity to choose wherever they're at.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Yes, sir. I just have one question. I'm calling from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Fairbanks, Alaska. All right.
And I sort of believe the way he does, but I have a question that's bothered me for eons that I need the answer to. And that is, if this is true about we have after life and that we come here to learn, how is it that today there is more people alive on Earth than there was 500 years ago?
All right, that's a very good question. Thank you. It's one everybody asks, and I should have asked it myself. The population continues to grow, David. The forecasts are that shortly after the turn of the century, the Earth's population will double.
Right.
How can this be?
Well, you have to understand, Father has a lot of children. There's a lot of people still waiting to come down to this earth for their immortal probation and their time here to grow. it will be thus even more so as the time draws nearer to the second coming of Christ.
Well, are these, in essence, fresh souls? I don't know if that's the right term or not, but...
Well, are you referring to reincarnation? There's a lot of debate to that.
Well, in effect, you have been referring to reincarnation, or if not by that name, then a rose that smells just like it. You have been talking about coming back and proceeding with one's spiritual life and becoming more perfect, and that is, in fact, reincarnation, is it not?
Well, I guess from one perspective it is. My definition of reincarnation is where a spirit has lived a life on this earth before, who has died before, and who has been brought back in a rebirth in another body on this earth.
Reincarnation sounds like it to me.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too. As far as reincarnation is concerned, now there.
Well, I want to circle back to the Fairbanks man's question. In other words, if that is the ensuing process, and you seem to confirm that it is, then are these, in essence, fresh souls that have not been on the earth plane previously?
Well, you know, I hesitate to answer that question specifically, but I'll attempt to do so in a way that will satisfy the cause interest. I have a personal belief that we have opportunities to continue to experience life to the degree where we have accomplished what we came here for. The books that I've mentioned, Life in the World Unseen, Heavenly Ways of Earth's Graduates, they both say that reincarnation is in fact a legitimate way of growth, that we do have multiple opportunities to come back here, but it's through the grace of God to determine whether or not that spirit will have the opportunity to do so. For instance, if they were deprived of their full existence here in a murder or a bad accident or whatever.
All right. Okay, well, that says we come back. It doesn't address the question of the ballooning population. In other words, are these new souls? Are these souls that have been elsewhere, been on standby, been in other lives, other civilizations prior to this one? Where are they all coming from is the question.
Well, we all have existed before we even came to this earth, long before this earth was even created. We have existed with our Heavenly Father in His kingdom long before this earth was created. So, yes, there are souls still waiting to come to this earth. Some have been reserved to come to this earth in this day and time because they are such powerful spirits, and that they will be used to guide others to the truth.
All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Good evening.
How you doing? Amazed I got through in some ways, but then again, it didn't. My name is Michael, and I'm calling because I could be Jesus Christ reincarnated, but I'm not putting the world on my shoulders, people. It's your responsibility. Basically, anything you want to ask, the guy put it very, very good to you, you know, on your show. That was excellent. A1+ for that. But through God, okay, and the understanding of Jesus Christ and you know, His beliefs, everlasting life. You can go anywhere in the universe you want.
Do you have a specific question, sir?
Basically, I don't have any kind of question, but your talker tonight is right in there.
All right, glad you're enjoying it. His name is David Scott. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello, where are you?
I'm in San Diego.
Okay.
My name's Scott.
Hi, Scott.
And I'm sorry, I forgot the fellow's name.
David Scott.
David Scott. Okay. David, the question you just got posed to you.
Yes, Scott.
I think when I think about that, I think that perhaps we have concurrent. You know, because if it keeps going like it is, there'll basically be unlimited number of souls on the planet. I think there's concurrent lives here.
Well, one right after the other.
No, he said concurrent.
Concurrent. Like when I meet somebody, like it could be a male, could be a female, could be another race. We have a lot in common. I think people get married to each other like that, and they don't even know the fact that they're having the same soul in different bodies.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Well, it does make sense. I'm not convinced that that's a true doctrine.
Yeah.
Then again, though, let me say this: I don't know everything there is to know. I know a little bit of the truth, but there is a whole mess of truth out there to learn.
Yeah.
And anyone who says with finality that one thing or another is true or not true, well,
then you know they're wrong since they say that.
Well, they demonstrate a great deal of arrogance in thinking that there is that they know everything. The Father has a whole mess of mysteries out there for people to learn and understand, and this is one of them that I confess that I'm in the dark on.
Well, I'm enthralled. Another good show, Art.
All right, thank you. Well, I am too, David, but I continue to explore, and as I said earlier, a lot of people get angry about that. They say you shouldn't be exploring anything. It is all written in that book, and while I don't want to turn this into a religious show on this topic, it's impossible not to brush up against religion.
Right.
And they get angry. They get frustrated. They say you're going into areas you shouldn't be going into.
Mm-hmm.
You should stay away from this for your own good. But nevertheless, David, here we are, and we'll do more of it in a moment. Stay right there.
Pre-recorded, previously broadcast program.
You're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call to 618-855. 1-800-618-8255. First time calling, area code 702-727-1225. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
It is. Good evening. I'm Art Bell. My guest is David Scott, and we're talking about life after death, if there is one, kind of exploring what it might be like and what it's really all about. And it's one of the central questions, I guess, most humans strive to answer. And we are going to get back to David in just a moment, and I've got outside the body and exactly what it is. North American Trading sells gold.
Progression. Some people have the gift of being able to leave their body consciously and explore on their own the temporal realms of existence, going from place to place on Earth in the flicker of a thought.
Well, what realm are we in when we so travel? I mean, I've heard people talk about traveling in space, traveling away from the Earth. Shirley MacLaine, others have described that kind of travel.
Right. When you leave your body in this life, you're still in this sphere of spiritual existence. Now, in the scriptures, in the Bible, there are many instances where Paul discusses leaving his body and being caught up to the third heaven and such like that. And that does happen, too, where you are lifted out of your body by the Spirit of God and taken to a higher spiritual plane for whatever reason. When you leave your body here, I'm under the impression and the belief, and I have the belief that you experience things on this level of existence still.
So it's in this, in other words, it's confined to this, what we call this spiritual realm.
Right. Now, there is an interesting story of trying to remember the book I read on it, about a man who learned how to leave his body and explore different spiritual realms, but his wanderings were limited to just the first 3 or 4 spheres and nothing more.
Is this, in your view, a dangerous thing to do, or is it a good idea?
Well, I would kind of say that exercise caution if this is a pursuit that you're endeavoring to pursue.
All right. Let me go back to the phones. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
From Los Angeles. Hi, Art.
Hello.
David.
Hi.
I spent a little time in this experience, and it seems like whoever created us put us in a realm of either having faith or living in fear, or gradations thereof. And the other one was truth or dishonesty or denial. And I think we're experiencing a society today who lives very much in denial and dishonesty. And we have to make some choices as to which direction we're going to go, because we have some very bad problems on our hands. Now, I used to have my doubts, and, Art was talking about previous experiences. Well, St. Augustine, I guess, had some pretty bad experiences, and he came out of that life and changed it. But one of the scripture writings that I kind of was confused about was Christ said not to pour new wine into old wine sacks, pour new wine into new wine sacks, because the old one, before the fermentation process was over, would crack and you'd lose it. And I often wondered, what the heck does this mean?
Well, what the Lord is speaking of when he refers to that is that if you're going to receive new truth into your life, if you're going to receive higher ordinances of the gospel of Jesus Christ, you yourself have to become a new vessel. You have to become purified in your own existence as you are now. You have to re-alter the way that you think, the way that you look at life, the way that you happen to judge things in your life. And in essence, you have to become a person to receive that new truth. If you were to try to understand much of what the Lord tried to teach us and remain at the level of spirituality that you're at now, you would not be able to understand nor contain the truth that the Lord is trying to give to you. So when he says you can't pour new wine into old wine skins lest they burst, he's referring to you being the wine skin. You have to become a new wine skin to receive the new truth that he's trying to teach you.
More or less saying that you can teach an old dog new tricks?
Well, well, I don't know.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. On the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Yes, sir. Mr. Scott, how are you doing tonight?
Fine, thank you.
Jody in Albuquerque.
Hi, Jody.
I've got two questions, and I hate to dwell on religion.
Okay.
But just exactly, who is Jesus? Was he an insurrectionist? Was he a teacher, a philosopher, or was he really God? Also, how exactly do you live your life to stay out of hell? Sounds like a scary place.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Well, let me address who Jesus was and is. Jesus came to this earth for a specific reason, and that is to show the way to all people who have ever lived on this earth, the way back to the Father, the way back to our Father in heaven. Not only did he have to endure every trial and every temptation that we have endured, but he had to overcome them in such a way as to have never have succumbed to those temptations. So not only was he a man, but he was also a perfect man who lived on this earth. His teachings have been only to point to the Father in a way of understanding what we need to do to get back to our Father. So he is the Savior of the world in that sense. When you say Savior, he is the only one by which you can reach the Father.
All right. I want to return to these different spheres of existence or levels of spirit existence.
Okay.
What can you tell me about them? Do we know anything about them? In other words, what's where?
Well, we do know that there are different levels of existence. The highest level being where our Father lives.
Yes.
The lowest one being where there is no light, that there is it's just a dark realm.
Yes, well, I think most of us imagine that we're going to fit into something in between those two, and so that's where my curiosity is piqued. What kind of existence is a spirit, our spirit, going to have in one of these middle levels? What do we have to look forward to?
Well, again, like I said earlier, it all depends on what you to do with your life in this world. And if you choose to do what everything the Savior told you to do, to point out the right path, you'll end up in the higher realms. If you choose to follow after your own lust, your own greed, your own desire for power at the expense of other people, you're going to find yourself in a dark realm.
Well, okay, Again, I guess I should be more specific about what I'm asking, David.
I'm not answering your question.
No, you're not. What I'm asking is actually what's there. Let's say we go to one of these middle realms.
Okay.
What's there?
I gotcha now. I understand. Yeah, what has been described in Heavenly Ways of Earth's Graduates, and again in a wonderful accounting of this in Life in the World Unseen, is pretty much a realm. Let's just take a realm in the middle spheres, okay?
All right.
That realm is pretty much described as one that has halls of learning. It is a realm of light. It's sort of like, let's say you live in this world here, but it's continual light. Everything is in perfect order. There is no sadness. There is no despair. There's no depression. You're free to choose the path of learning that you want to learn. The halls of learning are fascinating to me. Where Betty Eadie describes them a little bit in her book. Mannion Brinkley, in his book Saved by the Light, describes them a little bit. And what you find is that it's pretty much the same way here, only it's perfection. It's continual summertime. Does that get close to answering your question?
It sounds a little like you're going to a very warm, light library.
You're going to a realm of existence where everything is set in order and you have all of eternity to progress. Your whole life is centered around your progression there, to serve others as best you can, to learn the higher ordinances, to reach higher spheres. That's what the halls of learning are for.
Is it individualized, David, do you think? Look, I understand you may not be able to answer some of these questions, but, you know, heaven for David Scott and heaven for Art Bell might be, if we were to try and describe them right now, very different sorts of things.
Right.
I'm not altogether sure that I would be happy going to a place of light where I could learn. For me, heaven might be an entirely different concept, in fact is, and so what do you say about that?
I agree with that. I agree that this is the fascinating thing about it, and I'll answer that by posing a question in this way. What if your beliefs or your thoughts literally create what you receive in this life and the life after? What if that literally your thoughts create your heaven or your hell?
Well, yeah, I mean, we can play all kinds of what-if games. I'm very interested in what actually is. Now, I understand you have no way of knowing that.
Well, you see, the thing is, the point I was just making there is that your thoughts, your beliefs, everything that is you is what will create, what will make up what you receive in the next life. Do you follow my meaning?
Yes.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Who you are, what you're comfortable with, what your thoughts are concerning life after death, will determine what you do in this life. Will determine what you endeavor to accomplish.
So, in effect, we are all busily on this earth creating our own heaven or hell.
That's correct. Yes.
On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi, where are you calling from, please?
This is Fritz from Phoenix.
Hi, Fritz.
As man progresses in his evolution and grows up, it becomes now easier and easier to grasp the old question, David. Who am I? Where do I come from? And where do I go? David, it is shows like this that educates the public. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And Art, to you too.
Thanks, Fritz, and have a good evening. Just a little praise there, David. On the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. Bob in Vegas. I have a bad signal on 780, but at least I can barely get to you.
Well, glad you're hearing it, Bob.
And I had a very strong experience when I was 12. Later found out I had the experience of the white light, which was really a spiritual experience I had to go through, finding later in life. Then I found through good death and then through a thing called Subud. David, have you ever heard of Subud? S-U-B-U-D.
Can you repeat your question, please?
S-U-B-U-D.
S-U-B-U-D, Subud. It's a Sushili Buddhi Dharma, a man from Indonesia, it's a spontaneous spiritual letting go or initiation.
I don't know. I'm sorry, Bob. I don't understand what you mean.
I'm having trouble grasping what you're asking me.
What are you asking, Bob?
Well, I wanted to be heard of Subud because we found Subud in England and brought it all over the world.
Okay,
and
apparently
it's a simple way of letting people experience the union with life force or spirit.
All right, well, I guess we both don't know what you mean. Sorry, Bob. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Colin from Eugene. 1120 KPNW.
Yes, sir.
And I kind of had a point, I guess, to make about, well, this is what I was thinking about when the caller asked about the past lives, about the population explosion.
Yes.
I kind of think that everyone that was ever around for all time is kind of coming back now. Or I think he said something about when they're coming to the second Christ gets closer, more people will be coming. And I kind of believe that everybody that was ever around is coming back to this plane now for whatever people talk about, Armageddon or whatever you want to call it. I kind of think maybe that might be an idea.
All right.
It's certainly a possibility.
That they're going to get everybody back in the pool for the big event?
Yeah, it's certainly a possibility, but that's, again, out of my realm of understanding.
Mm-hmm. All right, David, fair enough. First-time caller line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Yeah, Art, this is Bob in Everett, Washington.
Hello, Bob.
We have a problem up here.
Oh?
KVI is not carrying Dreamland.
Oh, what are they doing?
They have somebody else on.
I see.
You know what the story is?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm listening to you on, I think, 1120.
That'd be KPNW.
Is that Spokane?
No, 1120 would be KPNW, Eugene, Oregon.
Oh, it's coming in pretty good, but it's not like having you here with us.
I understand.
So there's no life after Art Bell in KVI land tonight.
Okay, well, these things occur from time to time.
And I had a great time in Vegas.
I'm glad.
Okay, thank you.
Right, bye-bye. And on the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Peter from Quincy, California.
Hello, Peter.
Got a couple of simple ones here. Well, actually, not really simple. Since we're diving in and out of the Bible, I'm not real familiar with nitpicking out of the Bible, but I do know that there's one passage in the Bible that says that even those who do not find Christ will still be able to find the way. And I wonder how David can sit there and say that Christ is the only way. Mm-hmm. And what about those of us, and this is where this comes out of, I was born a telepath, empath, high-level psychic abilities, and I've always been that way. And most of the Christian religions have made me very leery of any religion, so I don't get in with any of them. I am walking my own path in the spiritual levels and stuff like that.
No, that's a very good question. Do those who, in effect, walk their own path,
right,
can they find the correct path?
Absolutely. You see, it's similar to having many tributaries and many streams flowing into a great river. For each individual that's on Earth, there's a separate path one must walk to find the one true path. There's only one way to the Father, and that's through Jesus Christ. Now, whether you have to find your way to Christ your own way, that's your life. That's the way you need to travel. For someone to come to an individual and say, listen, either you believe the way I believe or you're going to hell, is not of God. That is someone who doesn't understand the gospel of Jesus Christ.
All right, good enough. Let's keep moving on the wild card line. You're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Yes, my name is Robert. I'm calling from St. Louis.
Okay, Robin, speak up good and loud. You're kind of hard to hear.
All right. Yes, this is something that happened to me and my brothers, I guess about 15 years ago, back when we were about 13 or 14 years old.
I can barely hear you, my friend.
All right, I'll try to speak up. Is that a little better?
Yeah.
All right, I said this is something that happened to me and my brothers about 15 years ago, back when we were about 13 years old. But at two separate instances, my two younger brothers were sleeping in the same room together, and me and my older brother, we had a room together. And on both occasions, something appeared in the room, and like I said, only one of us in each room seen it, and the other one that was there sleeping more or less couldn't be woken up at the time. And the two that did see it said that this thing was as tall as the room, probably 8.5 feet tall. They said that it was huge, muscular, that it was so much darker than the regular, what you would consider, dark, at night, say 2 in the morning, that you could see it, like, plain as day. And my two brothers said that it was huge, muscular, and it was, pitch black, and the only thing on it that wasn't incredibly dark was the eyes. They said that the eyes were a glowing red, and it, had a big black bald head. It didn't have any horns or anything like that. But they both assumed, obviously, that it was some kind of demon. And that it stood there, like the foot of the bed staring at him for probably an hour or two. And like I said, I was in the room at, in one instance, and I remember my brother pushing me, to wake me up. And as soon as I woke up and went to, roll over and look, it's like I fell out dead asleep.
All right, thank you for that story. And, David, what about these creatures? Now, there's a whole area here we can explore, but offhand, what he just described, what would you think he encountered?
Well, there are people who are coming into this earth right now who are very powerful spiritual beings that the adversary truly would like to destroy. The work that they came to do would be the direct opposite of the work that the adversaries want to have happen. And so it wouldn't surprise me a bit that the adversary would destroy this individual or in some way intimidate him, scare him, or in some way cause him to fear. Because fear is the direct opposite of faith. It's the direct opposite of power.
Mm-hmm. That's like a discussion we were having a little while ago about choices that you must make, and faith is one, and I guess fear is the result of not making the first choice.
That's correct.
All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Hi, this is Darren from Santa Barbara and Diane from Reamstown.
Yes.
Is your guest saying that you have to be a Christian in order to go to heaven?
That's a good question. Is that what you're saying, David?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that at all. There are many people, thousands, if not millions of people who have lived on this earth who have never known or accepted Christ as their personal Savior. Now, I know that there's many fundamentalists out there who would disagree with me on this.
Oh, yes.
But you see, the thing is, Art, is simply this. Our Father in heaven loves all his children.
Like an atheist or a theosophist?
It doesn't matter. If that person lived his life in such a way on this earth as to warrant a certain kingdom or a certain inheritance in this life, he will receive that inheritance no matter what he believes. Now, let me say this. There are certain ordinances and things like that will only people who receive those ordinances will receive the highest kingdom or the highest sphere. But that's beyond the scope of this conversation right now.
One other thing, I had a Ouija board, right?
All right, sir, I'm sorry. We're not going to have time for that. We did cover Ouija, but, David, we're right up at the top of the hour, so hang loose a few moments. We'll be back to you.
Okay.
This is CBC. To her with regard to any Dreamland topic. And she's got a documentary called A Strange Harvest back in 1993 that is available for $35. Glimpses of Other Realities, which is a tremendous book with very careful graphic documentation, which costs $45. If you would like to correspond with her or order one of those books, you can write to her, Linda Moulton Howe, Howe, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon, that's Huntingdon, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. That's Linda Moulton Howe, Post Office Box 538, Huntingdon Valley, Pennsylvania, zip code 19006. Let me talk for a second about fax machines, because They are very much the center of the information superhighway that everybody keeps talking about. You'll hear me get faxes all the time. Many of them now are sent by the new Sanyo fax machine that we've been selling for, I don't know, a couple of months, I guess it is. This is more than just a fax machine. It will send and receive faxes on the phone line you've got right now. You don't need to order a second line for it. It will copy any material, a picture, a photograph, cartoons, newspaper articles, or typewritten pages. At the push of a button, you put them in, push a button, it copies them. So it's a combination, really, fax machine, copy machine. The copy mode, by the way, has got enlargement and reduction functions. It's got all the goodies on it you would expect and more. We did as we always do with products. We went out and tried to find the best we could find. That's how we settled on Sanyo. If we find something better or at a better price, we will carry that and show Sanyo to the door. But right now, if you want the best, this is what we adjudge it to be for the price. The price is $349.95. So if you're ready to get into the age of fax, here's the machine to do it with, and C. Crane is the company to supply it. If you'll call them at 7:30 in the morning, they're in fairly short supply right now. You can get one on the way, and they will, by the way, hand it to you for that price. That includes shipping and handling. The fax machine, the Sanyo, from the C. Crane Company, 1-800-522-8863. That's 1-800-522-8863. The C. Crane Company. Do you remember the time when you could take a penny to the corner grocery store and be able to buy a nice piece of candy or maybe even a postcard? Well, of course, today, the convenience stores keep a bowl of pennies on the counter with a sign that says, take one if you need one. Can the dollar be far behind? You really can't buy anything for a penny anymore. In fact, a dollar bill will only buy what a dime would just a few years ago. It's true. The only form of money that still buys everything it used to is gold. Over 100 years ago, an ounce of gold traded for $20. And with it, you could buy a really nice new suit. Today, you can cash in an ounce of gold almost anywhere in the world, and nearly $400 is put in your pocket. It still buys a fine wool suit. Maybe that's why wise conservative people with well-thought-out financial plans are moving back to the money that has a 6,000-year success record, gold. No other financial holding offers the safety, security, and privacy of genuine gold. My friends at North American Trading will be happy to show you how you can own gold in privacy and safety. It's simpler than you might think. Call 1-800-877-9799 today and ask for their free information. Investors have always turned to gold during times of inflation and economic uncertainty. Don't wait till it may be too late. Call 1-800-877-9799. You don't have to be rich to own gold, just smart. Back now to R.W. Whitfield. R.W. says civilizations have come and gone. There has been another one in which flying machines or flight was attained. And R.W., what I wanted to ask you was, that may be so, and I don't rule out that possibility, but if that is so, where's any evidence of it? Any evidence of prior flying machines other than the pyramids? You talked about those. But in a large technological civilization, surely even with 800-mile-an-hour winds and a polar shift, there would be some evidence.
There is. Let me clarify one thing, a couple of things. We're on 800.
From the Kingdom of Nine, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now, toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222, or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
I'm Art Bell. This is Dreamland. We're discussing what may come next, what may lie beyond. And as sort of a necessary part of that discussion, there is some religion without apologies. It is there. It mixes. It's part of the mix, and so you will continue to hear that. Just smart. Back now to my guest, David Scott. And David, one of the other things that we track carefully on this show is UFOs, aliens, all that sort of thing. As with what you've been telling us, in that field, there's an awful lot of evidence that something is here visiting. Mm-hmm. Something has been here, something is on Earth and continues to visit Earth.
Right.
Somebody just sent me a fax which asks the following. Were aliens also created by God, or is man God's own unique creation?
Oh, no. Father has created worlds unnumbered. We can't even begin to count the number of worlds he's created. And there are other civilizations outside of this world that Father created. Now, Abraham was told that there are other civilizations, but he was only given an accounting of this world because it was this world that only pertained to him and us. Yes, there are advanced civilizations. What they're composed of or what their purpose is, I don't know.
All right. This is from Murray. Ask David, though we may die and live again, what will happen to the Earth? Will the Earth live again? And what will the Earth become as it progresses through its own path to perfection? Does the Earth, in fact, go through a cycle as man does?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yes, everything that Father has created, he created spiritually first. Everything that you can ever imagine has always been created spiritually first. The Earth is in itself going through its own probationary existence. When it has finished with this particular existence, it will then become cleansed and purified and become the home of all the people who inherit the highest realm. This, in essence, will become the highest realm for those spirits who inherit that at the final time.
Let me see if I'm getting this right. Are you suggesting that matter has its own spirituality?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. That's something new. And then its own vibration, as does our soul, you said.
That's correct. When you consider that everything is composed of matter, including us, each particle of matter inherits automatically the light of Christ or the light of our Heavenly Father.
But I always thought there was a difference between biological matter, which is a vessel for the soul, and matter, you know, the rock, the death.
Absolutely. I understand what you're asking. It is quite a stretch, I guess, for most people to believe that matter, such as a rock, has a spirituality to it. So let me say this. It doesn't have the spirituality of a sentient being like you and I, but it is composed of spiritual matter. Does that make sense?
Well, it does. It may take me a while to grasp it, and I'm going to think about that. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi. Hello there.
Yes, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my question is, you know, the free will and predestination. I grew up believing in that also, but now the way technology is, we're learning that we're comprised of electrons and chemicals, and like an overabundance of testosterone can make us violent and aggressive. You know, so chemicals really can, I think we're going to find out in the years to come, the chemicals are sort of pushing us towards our own character. And if that's the case, for instance, like in another thing, the environment, like if someone was badly abused or neglected as a child, they're going to grow up in a certain manner and possibly tend to be abusive to others and may be violent.
Right.
So where is our free will in this?
Okay, well, you still have your free will, but I have to be very careful on how I address this question, because when you're speaking to someone who has been violently abused in their lives in some way or another, and to place the expectation of living their life in a normal manner as though they were raised in a perfect environment is unreasonable. On the other hand, though, that individual, whoever they may be, came into this world to learn a certain thing, and that thing may have been that the only way they can learn it is by going through such an experience. And if they grasp the principle or grasp the understanding of their existence here on Earth, they can turn every negative into a positive in their life, and so they have a choice to make.
I still don't see where the choice is. You just got finished saying they're brought into this world to learn a certain lesson.
Yeah, I have the same.
Therefore, they're programmed.
I have the same exact problem. On the one hand, you're saying everything is predestined and they're going to have to learn this lesson.
No.
That's the one hand. But the other hand, you're saying there's free choice and they don't have to do it that way.
No. There is absolutely no predestination at all. You have certain weaknesses, certain characteristics that you're inherently born with, certain things that you need to learn and understand. Those things certain incidences in your life may be permitted to occur in order for you to have a greater understanding or learn a greater lesson. It's not like you come to this earth and it's already planned out, every experience, everything that's going to happen, as though that it was set in motion, and that's astrology.
Well, how about the chemical imbalance and so forth? Like they've tested if you have a high dosage of testosterone, that you do become violent and aggressive. Right. And, if we're all comprised of chemicals, and I don't believe we're all the same, you have varying degrees from one spectrum to the other, that some people come into this world with violence already embedded in them.
Oh, absolutely. And
And then where is their free choice?
All right, where are you calling from, ma'am?
St. Louis.
St. Louis, all right, great. So where is their free choice? They are chemically predestined.
Well, we're starting to get into a realm where I haven't the wisdom to address that question.
I appreciate your saying that. Surely we cannot know it all, but it is a very good question, isn't it?
It's a great question. It's one that the individual who's experiencing that has to find the answer for themselves.
All right, David. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Thank you very much, Daz. David from Ogden, Utah.
Yes.
Same state, just up the road a ways.
Yes.
Been reading an interesting book by another local author by the name of James L. Thompson. It's called Aliens and UFOs, Messengers or Deceivers, and you've touched on a couple of the issues regarding UFOs and the relationship to the spiritual world. My personal opinion, I don't deny the fact that we may have visitors from other places in the universe visiting us. But I think where you see a lot of the things with abductions and some of the things interfering with free will, I think you may be seeing manifestations of what you've been calling some of the darker realms, maybe.
Could be.
I think Paul mentioned Satan as the prince of the power of the air in the book of Ephesians.
Mm-hmm.
And James Thompson in the book here talks about a Dr. Frank Salisbury who wrote the Utah UFO Display.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about an incident that happened back in 1967 in the eastern part of the state where a fourth-grade boy announced to his family that a UFO was going to appear over the school the following day at a specific time, and when they asked him how he had found that out, it was through a Ouija board they had been playing with.
Mm.
So...
I'm curious, sir, did it appear?
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did. I've had my own personal experiences with death in the family and so forth, and I believe, as your guest does, that spirit is matter. It's more refined, but it can manipulate matter. I've definitely seen that. My father passed away, and we had some real strange things happen afterwards. I was about 16 at the time, and just things that no one could explain as far as physical things in the house breaking, and he did die unexpectedly at a rather young age, so those may have been some manifestations of some anger or, some rage, like you say.
All right.
Anyway, thanks for your guest. It's been an interesting show tonight.
Oh, yes, indeed it has. Thank you. And while we can't answer all questions, we are here to explore, and we certainly are getting that done anyway. On the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, Art. This is Martin up in Anchorage.
Hi, Martin, Anchorage, Alaska.
Yeah. This is a real good show. You're touching a lot of different subjects, and all of them I'm interested in. First off, we've talked a lot of times. I'm writing a book on UFOs. I'm a theologian.
Oh, yes.
I've studied the Bible and other religions, and so we have a lot in common. I also had a near-death experience. I don't know if I've described that to you, Art, but
No, you're not. Go right ahead if you'd like.
Sure. It was about 15 years ago, and I won't get into the details, but I was gone for several minutes. My wife called the ambulance, the neighbors came, and I was out of my body looking down on them at the time, and watched my body turn ghost white, and them frantically trying to revive me. And the ambulance pulled up in the front. I could hear the ambulance drivers talking as they came up the steps, and I was up hovering, I would say about 10 feet above my body, around the ceiling. That was my vantage point. To answer your question about why they didn't see the light that the doctor put up, the neon sign?
Yes.
I would say it was because you're not focused on material things like that, Art. You've entered into a spiritual realm.
That's a very good answer.
Yeah, you're seeing a light that's so much brighter than any neon sign. That would be...
And yet, though, sir, people have described the operating room, the revival efforts.
Those are things all focused on what's happening, the people, and what's significant. I believe these experiences happen for a reason. The divine creator is doing all of this and wants us to be enlightened as much as we're able to. These little experiments that we do to try to break it down and figure it out intellectually are really insignificant, and he wants us to focus on the spiritual things.
All right, that's a very good answer. A very good answer, and it's simply because... Do you accept that, David, as an answer, a reason why people might not see a neon sign? It is simply insignificant and not relevant to what the person is experiencing?
Well, I wish I had thought of it.
Yeah, very, very good answer. On the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've gotten the wrong number.
All right. Very good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, ma'am. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Okay. I've been listening to your program. I've listened a couple of times before, but I'm not a regular listener. I think earlier in the show you were talking about is the only way to find God or whatever is through Jesus Christ. I would like to just say that my own, I found answers that satisfied me through the exhortative readings, which was that Jesus was the man and that Christ is the power. And the power can be reached through any belief, any faith, whether it be Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, whatever.
That's a very good point. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Central Point.
Central Point, Oregon. All right. KOPE. Yes, David, the same... I guess that is, in a way, the way I feel. In other words, as you pointed out, there may be many paths, and spirituality is a path, and it need not be as precisely described in the Bible, but I certainly have a belief in a larger being, and I'm satisfied in my own mind and comfortable with my belief, and hopefully that'll get me where I want to go.
Well, it will eventually get you to where you want to go, as your caller stated. There are many, many paths to the one straight and narrow path that's referred to. And each individual is traveling their own path to enlightenment and understanding. And they're the only ones that could find that path for themselves.
So those of us who keep our own counsel with regard to our spirituality are not necessarily going down the wrong path, only a different road to the eventual same destination. Is that about right?
That's correct. Or to the eventual same conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, good. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Hi, David. Hi, Art.
Hi.
I had a problem with some of the things that David was saying about Father, always associating with Father. I know that's a very Christian concept in terms of certain theologies, but there is a concept of Mother as being sacred.
Oh, yes, and you're absolutely correct.
Or God without gender association. In fact, higher creative forces really are beyond gender identification.
Well, I don't agree with that. But you see, that's the wonderful thing. I don't have to be right. I'm just interested in the truth. And
but that doesn't make me wrong. I feel that there is gender, and there is that which is beyond gender.
Right.
When you deal with those forces that create universes, galaxies, dimensions, and the infinitesimally small beings that exist on this planet and many planets, and the larger beings as well. It's an enormous project. I think dividing it by gender and alienating and identifying only with one gender
well, you see,
limited.
Well, I fully understand and appreciate what you're saying. I think, though, that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, too. Why does it matter?
Yeah.
Father is just a term that you're using.
I'm referring to my God as my Father. Yes.
And somehow or another, if this entity is what we all think it's cracked up to be, she wouldn't mind.
Absolutely. And you're going to discover that things that you once believed aren't true and things that you believed were true are not. You're going to come to you're going to understand, you're going to know everything eventually, and it doesn't matter if you know it all at one time.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with David Scott. Good evening.
Yes, I'm Paul, calling from Salt Lake City.
Hello, Paul.
Yes, I was just wondering, David, are you getting any of your ideas from Mormon theology?
Yes, I get a lot of my ideas from Mormon theology, but I also get a lot of my ideas from studying the works of Nietzsche, and I've read the works, some of the works and teachings of Buddha. I've read the Quran.
Okay. I'm wondering have you identified yourself as a Mormon on this broadcast? I just tuned in.
No, he hasn't, but you're welcome to if you would like to. Are you Mormon, Dave?
I am Mormon.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The point being is that what I'm telling you now is hopefully for the purpose of furthering enlightening the individual person. I'm not here to push any particular religion.
I understand.
Or dogma. Because the spiritual experience goes beyond religion.
How though, as a matter of curiosity, do you think the Mormon Church would react to what you're saying? That answers it very well, David. Stand by. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. You're listening to Dreamland on the CBC Radio Network. We're talking about what may or may not come after. David Scott says he thinks he knows, and he's been telling us about it, and we'll continue that process. I'm Art Bell. Stay right where you are.
Radio Network.
It is. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dreamland. And I'm about to read a fax in a moment. I can do that because I have a fax machine. that follows, right? Again, that number is 1-800-522-8-AWESOME, which follows up on something I said earlier, David. Art, I'll be trying to get through on the wildcard line, but in the event I can't, I'd like to give you some specifics on the experiment you alluded to with regard to weight loss at the time of death. Although I remain pragmatic and skeptical on the subject, I continue to keep an open mind for my own insight. It is interesting that you referenced unexplained weight loss, as I'm quite familiar with the specifics of this alleged phenomenon. The experiment reportedly was conducted at Massachusetts General Hospital sometime in the 30s or 40s. I'm unable to recall exactly. Nevertheless, the procedure was reported, I believe, in a book called The Third Eye. A terminally ill patient was placed on a balanced beam scale which weighed the bed, mattress, clothing, and bed liner against an opposing weight that kept the assembly in perfect balance throughout the dying process. In this manner, any fluid losses and or weight of expelled air could be accounted for at the moment of clinical death. At that precise time, the actual weight loss was calculated at 3/4 of an ounce. In 1960, I called Massachusetts General. They would neither confirm nor deny the report. Additionally, there have been numerous reports by nurses who reportedly have observed the appearance of some sort of astral body leaving the physical one at the time of death. That's the facts. And, David, is that familiar to you?
Yes, that's the experiment I was aware of.
Fascinating. 3/4 of an ounce, a non-trivial amount of weight.
Well, yeah, that's significant, which can't be accounted for, in my opinion, in any other way.
Would you like to see experiments of the same sort repeated if it could be done in this modern day?
Well, you know, Art, I look at that, and it would be wonderful if you could actually prove through scientific methods the existence of a spirit. But it wouldn't really matter anyway, because people are going to believe what they want to believe.
Well, that's true. Back to the phones. A lot of people want to talk to you. Toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi, where are you calling from, please?
Hello, this is Todd from Seattle.
Hi, Todd.
Hi, I wasn't sure if I was getting online. I think they bumped you back an hour in Seattle for the president's speech.
I see. Yes, I guess that's what's happened in Seattle. He went on the air, I believe, at about 6:30 or so.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, so I might be an hour late in what I'm calling about.
That's quite all right, my friend.
I was calling about your understanding that all religions were leading to the same path. And I was just calling to say that if you can believe that if you want, but then you have to strip out biblical Christianity from that, because it's inconsistent with all the other paths being equal to it.
It's true. It's true. It does argue with it. It says it just isn't so, doesn't it? And, David, how do you deal with that?
Well, not all paths are equal, and that isn't what I said. They all lead to a specific path, or they can lead to a specific path. There's only one way. I think the specific scripture says is narrow is the gate and straight is the way, something of that nature, that leads them to eternal life. And if you're not on the right path, in my opinion, there's only one way to the Father, and that's through Jesus Christ. However, does that mean everyone who happens to believe in a Buddha or another sort of God, are they going to go to hell because they don't happen to believe in Jesus Christ?
Well, what I believe we're judged on is that which we know. If they've been told of the gospel and they've refused Jesus Christ and believe in the other and exclude Jesus Christ, then yes, they will. If they've heard the truth and denied it, but Jesus says no one gets to the Father but through me. And if they haven't heard that, I don't know what the answer is. Well, they'll go to hell or not.
What you're saying is that if a missionary went to China and taught people the gospel of Jesus Christ, and they refused to believe that and cling to their own belief system at that moment, then they've had their chance. Right. I come from the perspective that
they have to have a testimony that what they're being taught is true to receive that sort of condemnation. If they receive the testimony of the Holy Spirit that the gospel of Jesus Christ is true, then they have no argument against having been taught the gospel. On the other hand, if they don't receive the testimony of the Spirit, I don't see how they can be held accountable for something that they truly didn't believe was true.
All right. On the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Yes, this question is for Mr. Scott.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Scott, the spiritual planes or realms that you're referring to, do you think of them as the same as parallel dimensions?
No. Well, yeah, that's a good question because they do exist on different vibrational levels or in different dimensions.
Do you get circles within circles on this? I'm trying to define your concept.
Okay. Imagine the Earth.
Right.
Okay. Now imagine concentric circles around the Earth.
That's what I thought, the concentric circles. All right.
Right. One above the other.
All right, ma'am, where are you?
This is Alaska.
Alaska. All right, very good. Thank you. And so then concentric circles, different levels of spiritual existence that go outward from Earth?
That's correct. The lowest ones being nearer the Earth, the highest spheres being further from the Earth.
All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Oh, hi, Art. Yeah, this is Lee in Fresno.
Fresno, yes.
Yeah, listen, David, I hate to tell you, but, you know, Jesus said that he is the way. He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes to the Father except by me.
Yes, he's confirmed that, caller. I'm listening to this program, too, and I've heard him confirm that a number of ways. He simply said that people on other paths will come to the same point eventually, or that they can come to the same point eventually through a different path.
Well, hopefully they'll be still living when that happens, though.
Well, that's not altogether certain. An individual... Well, an individual will have the opportunity to accept the gospel of Jesus Christ. If he doesn't, after all, when Christ did die on the cross, he did go to the spirit world and taught his gospel there. And so those spirits who lived before Christ lived on the earth never had the opportunity in this life to receive the gospel. And so he not only organized his gospel here on this earth, he also organized it in the spirit world, which tells me that if you don't have the opportunity here, you will have the opportunity there.
Well, you know, as for myself, and I believe that most other Christians, though, I think that we're just going to take the safe way and believe him now.
Well, that's fine. Nobody has said that you should not, sir, and whatever you're comfortable with is a fine path to be on, and if you're on the straight and narrow, that described in the Bible, I don't think anybody, certainly David, has no problem with that, do you, David?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, this is the place to do it. This is the place to perfect yourself. It's a lot easier here than it is in the spirit world, I'll tell you.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Hi. My name is Deanna, and I'm calling from Truckee, California.
Hi there.
Hi there. I want to share with you my experience of when my mother passed away.
Please.
And she was very ill for about 11 months. She was dying of cancer. She was in the hospital the last few months, and she was in a coma. And the day of her death, all the family was around. I was to the side of her bed, holding her hand. And I started to say a prayer to myself, which I didn't normally do. And as I looked up through the ceiling, and I saw my grandmother that had passed away the year before she had, and a man, but I have no idea who he was. And as my grandmother and this man came through the ceiling, my grandmother said to my mother, "Come on, Elling, we have to go." That was her name, my mother.
Right.
And my mother said, she didn't respond at that time. And I'm talking about telepathically, I guess. Because my grandmother again said, "Come on, Elling, we have to go."
You think that was telepathic communication?
Spirit. But then I heard my mother say, "I'm hurrying as fast as I can." Not only did I see my grandmother and whoever this other man was, but I also saw my mother's spirit come from the toes through her body, up through and left through, I guess what you call the third eye, and the three went off into the ceiling.
Boy, that must have been very comforting for you.
It was wonderful.
And I would also imagine, ma'am, I'm sorry, David, that it must have changed your life ever since.
It has. It has tremendously.
All right. Thank you very much.
You know, Art, that's a fascinating story, and there's thousands, if not millions, of people all over the world who have had these kind of experiences. At the end of the program, if it's okay, I'd like to give out an address for people with these kind of stories to contact me with, because I would love to hear from them.
You're more than welcome to, David. I think that this is very much like the UFO business that we follow. You get story after story after story to the point that it's just impossible to deny that it may be so, David. And maybe we're just hearing things that we want to hear. I don't know, but there are so many stories, so specific, like that lady that was just on, that sound so real that I don't think it can be denied.
Right. To me, it's just a reaffirmation of what I've already believed for many years.
Well, that's what I say when I say we may be just sort of stoking up our own beliefs here, but I really think there's something to it. That's why I do this program, David. I think it's an important interchange. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott.
How you doing?
Okay, where are you, sir?
Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita, yes, sir.
I just want to give you, I'm a born-again Christian, so I get a little perspective. The one thing I just want to make a couple quick points. One, Hebrews 9:27, since it says that it's committed to men once to die, then to judgment. So you can only accept Christ here on this earth. And after you die, your fate is determined. And once you die, the Bible says that either your spirit goes into eternal Hades or eternal waiting place for the final judgment, or it goes to be with the Lord in heaven.
But as far as you're concerned, no negotiating in the spirit world, huh?
No, because Hebrews 9:27 says, once to die, then the judgment, then your spirit waits for judgment in either heaven or hell.
All right, thank you. Well, there you are, David. Here it is again. Somebody's saying, look, you're not going to do any negotiating, or you're not going to be able to modify or change your behavior. Once you leave this earth, everything then is already determined.
Well, of course, I've said it many times earlier that I know that that's not so. I think many times people interpret the scriptures to a way that they want it to mean, and it discounts a loving and gracious Heavenly Father, or Mother, for that matter. Father loves all his children, and he wants all his children to return back to him, and he will provide them every opportunity to do so, in however long it may take.
Even in the spirit world?
Even in the spirit world.
All right, on the wild card line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Mr. Scott.
Hi.
Like the manipulation of vibration is like the quintessence of musicianship. So do you think that maybe this could lead to a heightened, like an acute ability to hear things in the spiritual and physical realm that others can't?
Absolutely.
Put another way, are musicians closer to God?
Well, yeah, well, I'm a musician, so obviously that's true. I'm just kidding. But here's the thing. Musicians, I don't know if occupation or artistic talent make any difference, but I do know that an individual who has the ability to raise their vibrational level will hear and see things that normal people or people on a lower vibrational level cannot.
Yeah. Well, do you have a favorite pre-20th century composer?
A pre-20th century composer?
Oh, like before the turn of the century?
I love Debussy.
Oh, that is so cool. And could I ask you, if you had any comments on the infinite nature of the Overtone series, I'd be glad to hear them. Thank you.
All right.
That's something I never studied for except for this program tonight.
Listen, all right, while we're on the topic, or still near the topic of near-death experiences, you said you would like to hear from some people that have had them.
Yes, I would.
How would they contact you, David?
They can contact me at P.O. Box 10, Provo, Utah, 84603, or they can call our book line number at 1-800-846-2233.
I'm sorry, what were the last four?
846-2233.
2233.
And that's if they'd like to order any of the two books I was talking about, Life in the World Unseen and Heavenly Ways of Earth's Graduates.
And that is your book, Heavenly Ways of Earth?
The book that I've written is called The Way of the Ultimate Warrior.
The Way of the Ultimate Warrior.
That's correct.
All right. On the toll-free line, you're on the air with David Scott. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am. Turn your radio off for us, please. And tell us where you're calling from.
South Carolina.
South Carolina. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to... I've been comforted by some of the things that have been said tonight because I'm a Baptist preacher's daughter, quote-unquote, born again, but I've been through hell through trying to live by the Bible word for word, literally, because that's what I was taught to do. And finally I just took leave of the whole thing and decided that I really have no control over what I believe, truly believe. And that's, I just can't accept all that I was taught. And as a result, I don't know exactly what I do believe. All I know is I believe that there is another being, and I'm doing the very best I can. I feel very much in tune. I feel like I'm on the right way. I can't condemn other believers who are on these other paths for believing what they believe. And then the gender thing, that is so silly, because God is a spirit, and what in the world does he need to be a man or a woman for anyway?
I quite agree. And so the casual use of the phrase father or mother or whatever is, what is the difference?
Yeah.
What difference does it make?
I'm a creator, or I understand some of the Orthodox Jews refer to the master of the universe. I like that.
Or the great I am.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that some of the things that you were saying, every man or woman on this planet can know the truth for themselves, and I would highly encourage them to seek the truth on their own, and to never ever accept one man or woman's word for it. You can go to your father or mother or the great I am and find the truth for yourself. The Spirit of the Lord will reveal to you anything that you want to know.
Well, I found myself standing on the beach in California once and writing in the sand, I am.
Mm-hmm.
And then just, yes, I am. And I was referring to my own existence, and then I looked at it and I thought, oh my God, what have I written?
There's a great significance to that, which we can't cover on this program.
I saw one at the gate, in the rain on my sleeve, quiet as a candle, still it looked at me. Paper cup in the gutter, broken bread on the curb, and the cold in my hands started to unlearn. If heaven has a door, it opens like this, on a wounded street, a trembling kiss. Angels, angels, stay near. Angels, angels, I hear your feather hands lifting my fear. Angels, angels, stay near. At my grandmother's chair, by the bowl of pears, I felt something warm moving through the air. When the phone went silent and the night went long, I was held by a light that would not be gone. If heaven has a door, it opens like this, on a wounded street with a trembling kiss. Angels, angels, stay near. Angels, angels, I hear your feather hands lifting my fear. Angels, angels, stay near. Come closer when I'm worn thin. Come closer and begin again. I believe what the scared ones say. Love still walks through the ordinary day. Angels, angels, stay near. Angels, angels, I hear your feather hands lifting my fear. Angels, angels, stay near. Angels, angels, stay near.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. This indeed is Sunday evening, and Dreamland underway once again. Hi, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here on a Sunday evening. As you know, one of my favorite areas of investigation, without question. A little bit of a difference this evening. Linda Moulton Howe is not with us. Actually, we have no idea where she is. Not in touch.
So in a moment, we'll be going to our main topic with John Ronner way back in Tennessee. And we're going to be talking about angels. Angels are absolutely all the rage, and a remarkable number of people, almost 70% of the American public, believe in angels. Isn't that a shocking stat? Actually, it's, I believe, 69% believe in angels. And in a moment, John Ronner, he knows, he's written about angels. All right, about John Ronner. John has been writing for a publication since age 15, when an article of his appeared in a National Astronomy magazine. After receiving his journalism degree in 1973, John worked as a reporter and an editor for newspapers in Florida, Georgia, and Alabama, covering primarily the police and court beats. He repeatedly won awards for his news writing from the Associated Press and other news organizations. John has written several books on the subject of angels. I believe his first was, Do You Have a Guardian Angel? His latest is The Angels of Cokeville. And there have been more and more and more reported encounters across our nation with angels. So let's go find out about it. Here from, I believe, Tennessee. No, wait a minute. Let me put him over here. Here from Tennessee is John Ronner. John, are you there?
I sure am, Art.
Wonderful. You are in Tennessee, aren't you?
Oh, yes, very much so.
Okay.
Right in the middle of it, near Nashville.
It's been, what, John, about a year since we've had you on the program?
Oh, I think it was about a year ago in April, yes.
It's almost hard to know where to start, but I guess we could start with the survey. When was that survey taken, John, the one that showed almost 70% of America believes in angels?
That was taken in December of '93. Time magazine, as some of the listeners may remember, did a cover story back in December of '93 on the phenomenon of angels. The country was just beginning to wake up to the significance of the subject. We still had most of the major television network specials lying in the future at that point, but people were beginning to realize that this was a topic worth looking at. In that particular survey, the 69% raised a lot of eyebrows that that large a slice of the population believed in the existence of angels. But also in that survey, 46% of the respondents, and this was a scientific poll, of course, that could be extrapolated out to the whole population, 46%, almost half, felt that they had a personal spiritual guardian. So you're talking about, well, my goodness, I mean, 40% of the American population, we got 260 million people in this country, so that's over 100 million there. And just over 30% felt that they had interactions with this guardian spirit, whatever it was. Now,
in other words, a close encounter with an angel of the third kind.
Yeah, and of course, unfortunately, the poll didn't go into detail as to what kind of encounter that was, but other polls have. And they range from seeing a luminous being, you might think of that as the angel in its native glory appearing, hearing a voice coming out of thin air, warning you at an important moment to do something, or just comforting you, having an overpowering hunch to do something that seems against all logic at the moment, but later is the right thing to do, physical intervention, hearing celestial music, incredible coincidences that some people feel were made in heaven. There's an entire category of stories in which people feel that angels disguise themselves as mortals in order to intervene, and the list goes on and on. So we don't know exactly how that breaks down from that poll, but other polls give us a clue. There's a lot going on out
Why don't
there.
we begin with what is going to be a very hard question, but very important.
All right.
What's an angel?
Well, actually, there is a strict definition that comes down to us from the medieval philosophers, and of course, this was their opinion. The philosophers felt that an angel is a superior spiritual being. And I guess for best results, we probably should just break that down. Superior, we're talking about something above us on the evolutionary scale. Of course, in medieval philosophy, evolution was not a concept yet. So to them, it would be something, they would probably have said higher in the cosmic order.
Okay, so I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. This is not a former human spirit.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that up because there's a lot of confusion about that. In the strict definition, you're talking about a non-human, superior being, a higher order of being. And you're talking about something in spirit form, not flesh. So, as I said, there is a case in which people feel that angels sometimes temporarily take on human form, disguise themselves as mortals in order to intervene, but that's a special case category. So, according to the strict definition, an angel is a superior spiritual being. However, the term angel, when you get out there in the real world and start asking people about their guardian angel, quote unquote, that they'll come back with a lot of different types of experiences, and experiences with dead loved ones often get lumped into this angel encounter subject matter. So that they may say, "Hey, John, let me tell you about my guardian angel," and I start listening to the story, and it turns out they're talking about a departed loved one that is looking after them, they feel. But although strictly speaking, that's not an angel, if you want to approach it loosely, you could say that might be a de facto guardian angel, if not a de jure guardian angel, not one according to the strict definition.
Here's something that might interest you. I, of course, interview a number of people, experts in the field of UFOs and so forth and so on. And a couple of them that I've interviewed recently, John, have suddenly, inexplicably, begun to talk about angels.
Yeah.
And I kind of wonder if there's beginning to be a crossover in the field.
Well, there's always been kind of a linkage there. I often get asked about that. Some parapsychological observers, I guess for want of a better term, have constructed the term EHE, exceptional human experience, as kind of a blanket term to cover all sorts of paranormal experiences, everything from angel encounters to UFO contactee cases and so on. I think what they're trying to get at is that the spiritual reality that is larger than our physical world encompasses a lot of possibilities out there, and as you said at the beginning of your program, it's not always easy to wrap all this stuff up into neat little packages. Sometimes there's a crossover.
Well, what about the perception of the person having the experience? In other words, if we have a fairly heavily religious person who has an experience with an entity, are they not likely to, in their own mind, say, this is angelic or this is from God?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, obviously, versus somebody, maybe even a UFO buff, who will see something and say, aha, an E.T.
It's perfectly human to frame experience in one's own frame of reference. I mean, in the near-death experience, for example, religious figures are often viewed, and especially when the being of light, this superior spiritual being that is very much angel-like, it's overwhelmingly loving, profoundly wise. It can appear at the time of, say, a life review, where you see every tiny action of your life played out in front of you for purposes of moral or spiritual evaluation. And a person may come back having experienced this awesome being of light as a superior spiritual being, and they may put labels on it according to their own beliefs. They may say, well, I saw Jesus, I saw God. Or they may just say, I saw an angel. If they're a secular person, they may say, I saw a being of light. Hindus who have had near-death experiences have often reported that they saw Yama, the judge of the dead, and so on. So the labels may vary. But the thing that's interesting is, at least with the appearance of the luminous being as a component of the near-death experience, they very often report, they seem to be describing the same thing, which is kind of intriguing.
Intriguing and comforting, in a way.
Yeah, well, you know,
everybody's searching for some sort of proof that there is a life that extends beyond this one. And by the way, in all the studies you've done, John, how sure are you that there is a life after this one?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say this. Personally, I'm convinced of it. I don't want to sound like a true believer. I don't want to sound like an ideologue, because I'm none of those things. In fact, I'm opposed to being that sort of thing. I'm not a fundamentalist in any stretch of by any stretch of the imagination, whether in the religious or the non-religious realms. But I personally, yes, am convinced. I've seen enough to satisfy myself. I would agree with the skeptics out there that there is no scientific proof that a spiritual realm exists, in the sense that we've shown it beyond a reasonable doubt, as the lawyers like to say. But I would feel that, again, to use a legal term, there is a preponderance of the evidence in favor of a spiritual realm, and that anyone who takes a little bit of time to investigate it on his own will, I think, come to the same conclusion. What we have out there is not proof, but circumstantial evidence. And, there's a difference between proof and evidence. We don't have, in other words, we don't have a smoking gun. No proof.
All right, if I were to ask you
telltale signs.
Right, if I were to ask you for a guess and say, John, do you think if proof ever comes, it will come in the scientific area, or it will come from an exploration of our own mind, in other words, some turn inward?
Mm-hmm.
Or we just may simply never, ever prove it one way or the other.
Yeah, that's possible. I think that if proof comes, it could come either way, and there are indications that it is coming both ways. I mean, there are developments in science itself that are seriously undermining the materialist philosophy, the idea that the physical is all there is. And by the way, I call it a philosophy. I didn't call it a science.
Yes, sir.
This idea that the physical is all there is, the skeptics often get that confused with science. It has nothing to do with science. It's sort of a religion that has attached itself to science over the last 2 centuries. What I'm referring to when I say scientific developments, I'm talking about things like quantum physics, that branch of physics that deals with dimensions smaller than the atoms. It's shown us that the external universe out there needs our consciousness to be real. Those subatomic particles are not discrete little BBs that are independent of us. If a scientist doesn't observe them, they literally have no existence. And while this may seem strange and bizarre to somebody not familiar with this, there's no dispute about it among physicists. We have to look at them in order for them to be real. And depending on how we look at them, they can change their nature. If we look at a photon, if a scientist conducts a certain type of observational experiment on a photon, looks at it one way, to put it in plain English, it will act like a little particle. Einstein did that at the early part of this century.
Right.
If another scientist looks at it a completely different way, it'll act like a light wave. And if it's not looked at, it has no existence in and of itself. This is quite shocking. And Niels Bohr, the great mind in physics in the 20th century, he had this in mind when he said that anyone who is not shocked by what quantum physics has to say about the world has not understood it. And this one little development here has shaken materialism at its root. And you've got the Gaia hypothesis, which indicates that some sort of planetary intelligence may be in effect guiding and causing the systems of the Earth to interact with one another to maintain conditions suitable for life. You've got the anthropic principle coming out of astrophysics, which suggests that we appear to be living in a designer universe suitable for human life against incredible odds. And any one of these things we can go into later if there's more time.
Oh, there's time.
All right, fine.
Radio has a luxury of time. Let me hold you right there for just a moment, take care of a little bit of business. My guest is John Ronner, and John will be back in just a moment. North and back now to John Ronner. John. John, I'm not sure how to approach this. There is something that I call the quickening. Maybe it's real, maybe it's not. I've been doing talk radio for about 10 years now.
Have you?
And I have never, this show, as a matter of fact, for 10 years.
Oh, really?
Broadcasting for more like 30. But in the last 2 or 3 years, I've begun to notice what I call a quickening of events. More earthquakes, more bad weather, more wars in scattered places, more of just about everything you can name, political events, social upheaval, all of it. Everything that's going on seems to be accelerating. And so I just call it the quickening. It's just, a word. But I wonder if it might fit into those who would somehow or another end up helping us.
End up what?
Helping us. Angels.
Yeah. I think, what came to my mind when you were talking about that was the fact that I think that our world is in flux, and we clearly see signs of that. I think even the materialists would concede that. You've got a technological revolution. We've gone from Kitty Hawk to Voyager in about 70 or 80 years.
Exactly.
To me, humankind is in a stormy adolescence right now. We've had a long childhood stretching out for thousands, even you might argue hundreds of thousands of years. We're in a stormy adolescence, and I think we're headed toward a more mellow adulthood shortly. And we shouldn't be too discouraged by the. I think Shakti Gawain pointed out that you can look at all this turbulence one way. You can be distressed by it and say, oh, this is terrible. The world's going to hell in a handbasket, and that's the usual way that people look at it.
Sure.
Or you can take the positive look and say that, well, we're kind of we're kind of working out our problems, and you don't do that without a little bit of dislocation. As far as angels, the way to relate angels to this, I would say that one of the ways that our society is in tremendous flux is that materialism as a philosophy, this idea that the physical is all there is rapidly fading as the major, the dominant belief of the intellectual elite of our culture. They're rapidly shedding this for reasons we just went into in the last segment. A lot of people are coming around to the idea that, well, just take a look at the climate today.
Couldn't it also, John, have a lot to do with the graying of America now? As you get older, you tend to realize your own mortality more, and so you think about it more. And
I think there's a tendency for most of us who develop normally to become more spiritual as we get older. The process is called maturing. I think this is happening in the culture at large. I think the intellectual elite is changing its mind about the basic nature of reality, and I think you see signs of this change of mind. You see it in the media, for example. Last year, we had a whole raft of specials on angel encounters in which the spiritual and the metaphysical is given the best. I would say that the spiritual and metaphysical subjects are getting the best press today than they ever have in my lifetime, and I have a clear memory going back to the early '60s, and I can remember in the '60s as a teenager sitting on the front porch of my duplex in Alabama, reading the newspapers or whatever. If anybody dared to express a metaphysical experience, heaven help them, because they were immediately surrounded by they were immediately followed in the print report or the broadcast by an expert saying they had seen the planet Venus or the.
John, I could tell you so many stories. John, we're at the bottom of the hour. Hold on. We'll be right back to you. Believe me, doing a standard 5-hour per night talk show on regular subjects during the week and then doing this on the weekend gives everybody in the world an opportunity to take a cheap shot at me. I'm used to it. We'll be right back.
This hour of Art Bell was recorded for rebroadcast at this time. Please do not call.
From the Kingdom of Nye, we continue with your calls on Dreamland with Art Bell. Call Art now toll-free at 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-TALK. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. 727-1295 in the 702 area code. Now again, here's Art Bell.
Now again, here I am. Hi, everybody. Back to John Runner in just one moment. And, John, we're back on again. As I was saying, I've done this for 10 years, John, and I find that I'm going to continue to examine the kinds of areas that I have been for years now with shows like this one, because I think whether it's extraterrestrial visitors, and the question is whether there is life elsewhere, which to me has always seemed probable, or we're talking about life after death, these are probably two of the most important questions mankind strives for as long as he is alive to answer. I mean, they really are, and so I'll keep examining them, and I'm sure that you've had plenty of people come after you, too, in your time, kind of chuckling and laughing, and it's an easy, cheap shot.
Well, the existential questions are always going to be with us, and we've really got a choice of universes here. If the materialists are right, then we live in a meaningless, accidental universe, and all of our spiritual lessons, which we have learned at great cost over our lifespans, are for naught. It makes no difference at all.
That's right.
If they're right, then the universe is essentially meaningless. Now, I know the existentialists, they argue that you can still put your own meaning into life, and that's true up to a point, but to me it's small potatoes, it's thin gruel to compensate me for the fact that my whole universe is meaningless. And it also, I want to get back to what we were talking about a while ago. The heartening thing about this is there is some circumstantial evidence out there to suggest that a spiritual realm actually exists. You don't have to be credulous. You don't have to be empty-headed, as some skeptics often suggest, in order to believe in all of this. Let's take the near-death experience, for example. This is one of the things that impressed me so much as a young man. I couldn't. One of the first things I noticed during all of the hoopla about the near-death experience in the mid-1970s, which caught us all by surprise. Very few of us at that time had ever heard of it. I certainly hadn't. Of course, you have the initial stage of the out-of-body experience, and then the journey through the tunnel, which is kind of like a halfway zone between the physical plane and the spiritual realm. Then the person having the near-death experience emerges into the world of light. There they interact with departed loved ones who preceded them in death, and sometimes this superior being of light, this angel-like being of light that we talked about earlier, which sometimes is described as angelic, sometimes as a divine figure. You have the life review, where you see every tiny action of your life in all of its many small details, almost like a morality play, a theater in the round, completely surrounding you in Technicolor. You're right in the middle of it.
For many of us, that is a terrifying prospect.
It can be terrifying, it can be exhilarating, it can be a combination of both, because you suddenly, for the first time, get into the heads and the hearts of everybody around you, and you see the implications of everything you've done, good and bad. And of course, the people who have had this life review experience have often come back saying that the one thing that struck them the most about it was that all of the things that we consider so important and so big tend to be very trivial and unimportant during the life review when you're looking at it from a higher consciousness. And some of the things that were seemingly trivial, like a little act of kindness or a kind word to somebody in need, suddenly take on tremendous proportions in the life review. It's almost like your priorities are turned upside down. And to get back to what I was going to say, though, is we're familiar with some of the stages of the near-death experience, and evidentially what impresses me about it is that somebody can be lying flat on their back for 15 to 20 minutes with no vital signs, clinically dead, the brain's not working, the electroencephalograph is flatlining, and all of a sudden they come back and they say, the story is, well, I was floating around the room, I was looking down on all of this, I saw the doctor over there doing this, the nurse was crying because I was the same age she was, that's what she was thinking, she didn't say that, and it goes on into 101 different details about what happened while the person was clinically dead, while he had no vital signs, and sometimes they even pass through walls moving into other rooms. My question is this. I've heard the standard explanations from the materialists. Okay, your brain is flooded with feel-good neurochemicals like serotonin and endorphins and whatnot.
That's right, yes.
To try to ease your transition into oblivion because your body wants to resist the idea that it's all over.
Right.
I've heard, the problem with all of these explanations is they're non-explanations.
And then don't forget
none of them explain where you get this knowledge from.
Don't forget the brain cells dying from the outside, moving inward. Accounting for what some doctors say is this center core of light. Right?
They've come up with that one for the light. Well, all of these theories sound good on paper, so to speak, but if you look a little bit deeper, they don't explain where this knowledge comes from. Experiments have actually been conducted to this effect. Michael Sabum, an Atlanta cardiologist. Well, let me back up just a couple of steps. The skeptics have been confronted with the fact that these people have all of this knowledge about what went on while they were clinically dead. And I want to emphasize this again, at the risk of beating a dead horse, that while the brain is not working according to the EEG, where do they get this knowledge from? And also, where do they get this perspective from? Because very often they describe looking down on it all from a corner, an upper corner of the room. And they could not have had that perspective if they were lying flat on their back on a hospital bed hallucinating the whole thing. So the skeptics have come back and said, well, they're just good guessers. They're old hands in the hospital. They've been through the routine, and they kind of know what's going to happen anyway. Michael Sabum, Atlanta cardiologist, was one of the researchers who followed Raymond Moody. Raymond Moody came out with his book on the near-death experience in the mid-1970s and woke the whole country up to the near-death experience. But Moody was not actually doing scientific research. He was just collecting anecdotes, and he put it all together into the different stages of the near-death experience so that people would have a handle on what was going on. And he was followed by researchers like Sabum and Kenneth Ring, the Connecticut psychologist, and Bruce Grayson and so on, who did scientific research. Now, Sabum addressed the good guesser theory, the idea that they're just good guessers, they're old hands in the hospital. That's how come they know what's going on. He got himself two groups, a control group and experimental group. Control group had no recollection whatsoever while they were clinically dead of anything that went on, no recollection of an NDE. The experimental group claimed to have been out of body watching the whole thing. Both groups were given questionnaires to fill out before they had a chance to be briefed, after they were resuscitated, to describe what had happened. And, of course, the experimental group that claimed to have witnessed all of this stuff out of body was largely successful in describing what had happened, and the control group that had no recollection, well, they fumbled miserably. They couldn't begin to describe what had happened. So we're back to what we said earlier. There's no scientific proof for any of this, but there's a lot of tantalizing telltale signs that something's really going on out there.
All right,
I've seen enough.
Let me stop and ask you a question. I don't know whether you happened to catch the 60 Minutes episode or not. It was on a few weeks ago.
No, I missed it, but tell me about it. I'd like to hear this.
Okay, well, it covered this poor lady had a brain aneurysm, a big one. In other words, a big bulbous expansion of, a blood vessel or whatever in her brain.
Yeah.
And there was no way to operate on this lady other than to literally kill her. Now, they reduced her body temperature.
Wow.
Way down. They drained all of the blood from her body, which, of course, allowed them, the aneurysm at that point, without blood pressure, shriveled, and they were able to operate on it, excise it, and everything. But in the process of doing this, it was the only way it could be done. Otherwise, they would have killed her. They lowered her body temperature. She went flat, all the way flat, no brain waves, nothing, for the better part of an hour, I say. They heated her blood, and as they put the blood back in her body, John, she revived. They didn't have to do anything, no electric shock, nothing. As they put the warmed blood back in, back comes the lady. Now, this is actually, though rare, a fairly common procedure. Where, John, did that lady go?
Well, that's the question. That's the philosophical question.
It sure is.
My feeling, my opinion, is that it's entirely possible that people do experience the phases of the near-death experience, but may not have any conscious recollection of it once they come back, and that some do and some don't recall it. I mean, I can't prove that, but it would seem more logical to me that everyone has a near-death experience when they're out.
There was one other 16... I'll stay with this for a second. It covers what you just talked about. It was an operating room, and, frequently they would have these NDEs that would occur, and the doctors would be told about it. And so they took a neon sign and put it up on top of some equipment in the operating room where nobody would be able to see it except somebody
who was out of body.
Who was out of body on the ceiling.
Yes.
And nobody to date, John, has come back and revealed what that sign says.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you were out of body and you were looking down, in all probability, the sign is the last thing you'd read.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, there are instances where people have reported objects out of sight, so I don't know. I would say that the neon sign definitively disproves the near-death experience. I mean, there was a case in which, one of Moody's cases, in which somebody came back and had allegedly been on an out-of-body flight and had gone out. I think he was hovering outside one of the windows of the hospital, many stories up from the ground. He saw a sneaker sitting out on the window ledge. He came back into his body and mentioned it to the medical personnel, and they checked, and sure enough, there was the sneaker.
Wow.
I interviewed Sandy Rogers for one of my books. She lives in Lebanon, Illinois, and she was popping in and out of her body during life-saving surgery being performed on her after she tried to commit suicide. And she picked up a lot of information about her relatives in other rooms and so on. And so while the neon sign to date has not been deciphered by anybody, there have been other instances in which people have seen things that were beyond their range of vision if they were just lying on the gurney.
I'll stay with this for a second. It covers what you just talked about. It was an operating room, and, frequently they would have these NDEs that would occur, and the doctors would be told about it. And so they took a neon sign and put it up on top of some equipment in the operating room where nobody would be able to see it except somebody
who was out of body.
Who was out of body on the ceiling.
Yes.
And nobody to date, John, has come back and revealed what that sign says.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you were out of body and you were looking down, in all probability, the sign is the last thing you'd read.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, there are instances where people have reported objects out of sight. So I don't know. I would say that the neon sign definitively disproves the near-death experience. I mean, there was a case in which one of Moody's cases in which somebody came back and had allegedly been on an out-of-body flight and had gone out. I think he was hovering outside the one of the windows of the hospital, many stories up from the ground. He saw a sneaker sitting out on the window ledge. He came back into his body and mentioned it to the medical personnel, and they checked, and sure enough, there was the sneaker.
Wow.
I interviewed Sandy Rogers for one of my books. She lives in Lebanon, Illinois, and she was popping in and out of her body during life-saving surgery being performed on her after she tried to commit suicide. And she picked up a lot of information about her relatives in other rooms and so on. And so while the neon sign to date has not been deciphered by anybody, there have been other instances in which people have seen things that were beyond their range of vision if they were just lying on the gurney. So
you've examined lots and lots and lots of cases of apparent intervention by angels or angelic figures or beings of light. If I were to ask you, which I will in a second, to recount to us in some detail the very best one or the best proof you've ever heard to date, I wonder what you would say. And in a moment, we'll find out what he says. We'll be right back. 03. All right, back now to John Ronner, subject angels. John, what would you say is the best case?
Well, I tried to list a few candidates here. I took this particular story for the new book. In fact, I titled the book "The Angels of Cokeville" after this. Cokeville is a small town in Wyoming, a ranching community. Back in 1986, a psychotic genius by the name of David Gary Young, he had an IQ of about 180. To give you an idea of what we're talking about here in terms of intellect, an IQ of 130 is 1 in 100, an IQ of 140 is 1 in 1,000. And Young had an IQ of 180, but unfortunately he was a warped genius. He built a bomb that took up an entire shopping cart, rolled it into an elementary school in Cokeville, and took the entire school hostage, about 150 kids plus about 10 or 15 adults.
My goodness.
And he said he wanted a rap session with Reagan. He wanted $2 million per hostage. But an examination of his diaries after the incident revealed that he secretly intended, no matter what happened, to take the ransom and blow all the kids up, including himself. He had this crazy idea that he was going to reincarnate in a new dimension called the Brave New World, and he'd be like a resurrected Pharaoh. You know
this man's story. As a crane operator, I got into a situation where my crane would have tipped over if a dangerous situation was not brought to my attention. My crane had an extreme load on the hook, and one of my outriggers was sinking into the pavement. When an outrigger loses its stability, the crane tips over and can cause loss of life, or at the very least, damage to property. In this case, 4 men could have lost their lives. I noticed nothing wrong since my crane was swinging the heavy load to the men. Somebody, now listen to this, somebody wearing carpenter whites and no hard hat, he's got that underlined, no hard hat, called my name, pointed to the ground and said, "You're outrigger." I saw that my crane was about to go, and I was very busy swinging the heavy load away from the lives in jeopardy and was able to keep it from tipping. Later, I tried to find the man that saved the crane and those guys' lives. I couldn't find him. I described him to the other guys. They didn't know him. He was dressed as a carpenter, and the level of the building he was on had only laborers. He had no hard hat on. That would have meant immediate termination. I later thought about it. Now, I believe an angel was sent to save these men's lives. Again, from an anonymous author and location. That was for you, John. What do you think?
Oh, I think it's a classic story. I really appreciate the fact that he took the time to send it in. This is an example of the angel in disguise, or what many people feel would be the angel in disguise, and certainly that's the facts. The man who faxed that's his opinion. In this kind of category of experience, the angel looks like a human being, acts like a human being, but there are so many uncanny little details surrounding the incident, that by the time it's over, as in the case with this crane operator, the person is convinced that this could not have been a human being after all, despite the fact that it looked to be that way.
Wouldn't it almost be necessary, on occasion, they would disguise themselves in a form that we would understand so as not to totally throw the person off?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to touch on that. Right, what the crane operator feels was an angel, in this case, disguised himself as a carpenter in whites, and yet there was no hard hat on his head, and oftentimes there are anomalous little things like this. In a typical angel in disguise story, you might find yourself broken down on a deserted road. The helper tends to appear out of nowhere at a critical moment. You didn't notice him coming, and then disappear again at another critical moment. When your attention is diverted, once the assistance is rendered. Another little key feature of this, which happened in this incident, is that other people never see the helper, just the person who needs to see him. It's a widespread. It's reported on a widespread level there, and the skeptics have a hard time with this one, but it's pretty common out there, and I guess to get a handle on this, it reminds me of the old TV series Highway to Heaven with the late actor Michael Landon playing the angel Jonathan Smith, who looked like a human being, but tended to hang back and let people solve their own problems. He would be the catalyst for change, but would not take drastic action himself.
All right, here's another fact. This might be a skeptic from Honolulu.
Okay.
Jeffrey, he says, John said that we have to look at, quote, them, end quote, to be real. I don't see you on the radio, and yet I believe you are real. If angels are so real, why hide? I would like to get some help. I need help, and they hide from me. That's from Jeffrey.
That's a good point. I want to point out, and I'm going to get into that, one of the things that we have a danger of losing sight of when we talk about these spectacular experiences is that there's some kind of spiritual elite out there having all the experiences, and the rest of us are just kind of sitting on our hands looking around waiting for something to happen. I don't think that's the case. I think we're all surrounded by spiritual forces. We're immersed in it, and we are touched by the heavenly and by the angelic. The challenge for us is just to pay more attention to what's happening to all of us. I think we're all affected by it. I don't think Jeffrey's left out, or I am left out, or anybody else. My sister has had lots of dramatic experiences over the years, and I've had relatively few, and those that I've had have been subtle. But I consider myself a part of all this also. We're not sitting on the bleachers. We're all in the playing field. And the more you pay attention to this phenomenon, the more it comes into your life. I think, first of all, we're all affected by meaningful coincidence or synchronicity. That's probably the most common way that the other side touches us in our day-to-day life. You know, William Temple said, when I pray, coincidences happen, and when I cease to pray, they stop happening. And people who have kept diaries of synchronicities in their life have noticed that they have increased in frequency and in intensity. And what were you going to say, Arthur?
Well, I was going to say is what I would generally call intuition, or a very strong intuitive feeling that if I do this, I'm a dead duck.
That's another good example. Yes.
Is that an example?
I think intuition, the hunches that we have, are another very, very common way that we are all affected by this phenomenon. Probably the most dramatic example of a hunch type of experience that comes to my mind immediately was a lady in Wisconsin who, let's see, how did that go? Her two sons were out on a joyride, and all of a sudden she was seized with this horrible feeling of dread that they were in mortal danger, and without really understanding why, she found herself bursting into tears. She flopped on her bed and started crying and praying for their lives. She had no logical reason to do any of this. A short time later, the two boys come in. Their faces are pale, and the story is that their car had been surrounded. Their car had stalled on a street and was surrounded by an armed, hostile gang, armed with baseball bats and guns, banging on the windows of the station wagon with a full force pounding of baseball bats on these windows for 2 minutes. One kid was in the back seat with his head right close to the window, just inside, of course, and as he happened to kind of glance outward, he saw the head of a baseball bat come down with full force on the outside of that window, and it hit the window. The window didn't crack. The window didn't spider, but the baseball bat cracked in two when it hit the window. something the kids felt was keeping the windows from cracking or spidering or even shattering.
Protecting.
Now, we can argue, back and forth about, gee, maybe that's a little far-fetched, John. Are you trying to say that the angels turned that car into an armored presidential limousine? Well, we can't prove that happened, but we do know that their mother, on some level, was keenly aware of the danger that they were in and prayed for them, and perhaps that prayer had an effect on saving their lives. Eventually, they got the car started and they got out of there, got away from the gang.
Hey, John, have you heard any stories about angelic appearances with reference to the big explosion in Oklahoma City?
Well, you know what? I heard, I caught just a passing reference in just a garden variety news report. There was so much mega information coming out of there. Somebody had mentioned an individual who claimed that an angel had led him out of the wreckage through some kind of corridor or whatever. I don't know if anybody else out there in Radio Land heard the same account. I was intrigued by that. I've had people ask me whether or not I thought that a lot of spiritual experiences occurred in that disaster, and all I can say is, well, I have no way of knowing, but usually in times of great disaster, all sorts of paranormal activity occur. If nothing else, a lot of people are aware on a subconscious level of the disaster and steer clear of it. David Booth, Cincinnati office worker, had terrible nightmares 10 nights in a row. This is back in the mid-'80s, and we see how that went. After 3 or 4 nights of this, well, what he would dream is he dreamed that he saw an American Airlines. It was a American Airlines DC-10. He saw that much in his dream, a jumbo jet, taking off in a slow ascent from an airport, and then he watched an engine break off from the wing. Then he saw the plane flip over and come upside down back to the ground. There was a huge orange fireball, and he'd wake up crying. If this happened 2 or 3 nights in a row, he couldn't stand it any longer. He got the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, and they didn't treat him like a nut. They took him seriously, and they interviewed him, trying to figure out what in the world, where was this flight? When is it happening?
Right, sure.
And unfortunately, these visions are right brain phenomena. The intuition comes in through the right side of our brain and doesn't give us a lot of facts, figures, and details. He had a lot of visual detail, but not a lot of numbers and names to put on it. He didn't know it was American Airlines, and he didn't know it was a DC-10. Anyway, American Airlines had too many flights. It just couldn't pinpoint it. So the nightmares went on 10 nights in a row. On the 10th night, Booth had his last nightmare. The next day, Lindsay Wagner, the actress, and her mother were about to get on board American Airlines Flight 191, taking off from Chicago's O'Hare Airport.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Ms. Wagner, who was known for her intuition, was seized with this overpowering feeling that she should not get on this flight. And she, for reasons she couldn't explain, but she trusted her intuition, she just walked away from the plane with her mother. A few minutes later, this Flight 191 took off, and an engine broke off. The plane flipped over, came down inverted. Orange fireball went up, just exactly as Booth had seen it in the dream. And unfortunately, all 273 passengers on board were killed. It was the worst aviation disaster in North America up to that point.
That's incredible. And Lindsay Wagner walked away from that?
She walked away from it. And to get back to what you were saying, though, originally, and what I was saying, I feel we're all affected by this phenomenon. With most of us, it's a subtle thing.
Well, okay, let me stop you, John. That's the problem. I'm a kind of a halfway white-knuckle flyer,
Oh, really?
Yeah, in other words, when I get on a plane, and I think this is most people, it occurs to you, this thing could crash. Anytime you fly, what goes up could come down.
And you could end up like Apollo 13 out there halfway to the moon and nowhere to go.
Yeah, well, that's more or less right. And so I always worry about it, and I have a sort of thought, and I try to trust my intuition, and I always go those little flicks, and you're never really sure. In other words, it should be, before you walk away from that flight, and I've thought about it a few times, it should be a true, overpowering feeling. Is that right? Not just sort of a gentle worry.
Well, the people who have powerful intuitive experiences will usually report that that there's no doubt in their mind about it.
I've had one.
It's not a vacillating.
That's right, John. I've had one. I've had one, and it came at me like ocean waves so strongly I could not ignore it. So it was the only one. And it was really strong. I've got another fax for you in just a moment. John Ronner is my guest. He'll be right back. 0. All right, we're going to get to calls shortly, but this is from Diane in Southern California. Dear Art and John, in the fall of 1983, after my father and brother died, I had my first experience with a guardian angel, Flora. So this one has a name. During the hour and a half she spent with me, I got a lot of questions answered. I no longer need scientific proof of angels, as the many things Flora told me proved out true over the next few months. The one question, though, I did not ask her is the one I would like to ask John tonight. Here it is. Are those little flashes of astral-like blue-white light that one sees sometimes an indication that an angel is near? John?
I think I know what Diane's talking about. If I understand that correctly, it can either, I've seen instances where those were taken to be an indication of the presence of a departed loved one or a superior spiritual being, and possibly something else, but usually one or the other.
Huh. I've heard people talk of them, blue-white flashes.
Mm-hmm. Or speckled light, or sometimes balls of light, and so on, that will appear.
Exactly.
It's one way the other side can make its presence known. Usually when somebody encounters an angel as a superior being, they'll see kind of they may see a shimmering column of rainbow light. They may see balls of light. They may see a human form against a kind of a very bright halo. It can take a lot of different forms.
Do you believe in ghosts, John?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I was beginning to think that was what Diane was leading up to when you first started. And it's an important topic to be discussed within the larger context of angels, because a lot of people out there feel that departed loved ones look after them, as I said earlier in the program, like de facto angels. The term guardian angel gets used, even though technically speaking we're talking about a guardian spirit, because, a ghost would not be a higher order of being. It would simply be a human being who had died and, continues to be essentially human, just in another dimension. Usually, the contact between the living and the dead is very fleeting. It's momentary. It occurs around the moment of death. It's usually a chance for people who have been suddenly separated to take care of unresolved affairs. Maybe the husband tell the wife, "Gee, I'm sorry, I never told you I loved you. It's just the way I was raised. I couldn't do any better. I'm sorry. I want you to know now that I love you, and I'll see you again sometime. Goodbye." It's also a chance, these moment of death contacts are also a chance for us to answer for our loved ones the two great questions. Does life go on after death, which addresses the fear of oblivion. That's one of the two great fears in our culture. And the other fear, of course, is the fear of hellfire. So we get the fear of oblivion from one end of the spectrum, and we get the fear of hellfire from the other end of the spectrum.
Hellfire. So
in other words, the person, the dead appear, and they say, "Look, I'm alive. Look at me. Life goes on. There's no oblivion, and also I'm not in pain. Everything's fine. You don't have to worry about me, and I love you. I'll see you again sometime." And that's the end of it. However, in a minority of cases, people feel that a relationship forms and continues, sometimes indefinitely, and sometimes for a few years, sometimes just for a few months after death, in which there's repeated contact and sometimes a sort of guardianship that begins. I spoke with a widow in Florida who felt that her late husband continued to make repairs around the house in the same way he had made them when she was alive. I talked to another lady who felt that her husband rescued her in the middle of traffic one day when a car pulled in front of her, and she froze up and was unable to take any evasive action, and her late husband materialized in the car and jerked the wheel so that it went into a ditch and so on. But whatever kind of form it takes, Art, this thing is very common. I mean, Andrew Greeley, the famous Roman Catholic priest and sociologist, most of us know him through his novels. He asked 1,467 Americans in 1973 if they had ever felt that they were in touch with someone who died. And 27% said, well, yeah. So that was 1 in 4 saying yes, they felt they had been in contact with the dead. And among widows and widowers, it was even more startling. 51% said yes, a majority. That's 1 in 2. And Greeley went back 10 years later and did the same survey with another scientifically selected group, and the numbers were even higher. They went up into the 30s overall, and into the 60s among widows and widowers.
All right, John, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be back. Yes, we're about to begin take 9. Back now to John Runner. John, you heard me talking about the photograph that we've got. Are there any photographs of angels?
There are. I'm not aware of angels having been photographed per se. Well, sometimes I've run across people who feel that they've seen patterns of angels in clouds and whatnot that they photographed. I'm sure it's happening. Just because I don't know about it doesn't mean it's not happening.
No one's ever sent you one.
Excuse me?
No, nobody's ever sent you one.
No, I haven't run across it, but it's probably happening out there. Spirit photography, of course, has a long and colorful, checkered history, and I don't dismiss it. I do think that that overall it's valid. Of course, there's been a lot of problems with fraud and so on, but still, I think in some it's a valid thing.
All right, I want to go to the phones, John. Let's take some calls. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Where are you calling from, please?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. Well, first I was going to mention...
Okay, hon, I can barely hear you. Talk into the phone good and loud for us.
Okay, can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay, first I was going to mention the Alpine... the advertisement that you have.
Yes.
I have some of the Alpine 150s in my house.
Yes.
And I was just going to tell the people out there that they really are neat because, like, if you have, like, a little doggy accident or a baby accident or whatever kind of accident and it makes, like, the cat smell or the floor smell, you can just aim that thing right at it. And
I know. I've got one too. So anyway.
Anyway, I was going to ask him, do angels, people that see angels, they're not with these craft and flying saucers and everything like that, are they?
Well, Pete, that's a good question. In other words, where are all these angel encounters coming from? What types of people are having the experiences?
Yes.
That's a really good question. We haven't even touched on it at all tonight. This phenomenon crosses the board. You have people who are traditionally religious. You have people who are secular. You have metaphysically oriented people, all sorts of people having these experiences. And what has really surprised even me is that this interest in angels and the experience of them is almost becoming a global phenomenon. One of my books, Know Your Angels, was recently translated into Japanese, and I would never have thought that the Japanese would be interested in this, but I suppose they have their own Buddhist traditions. I know that you have the Bodhisattva in Buddhism, which is a mortal who has broken the wheel of karma and yet chooses to remain on Earth. It's very much angel-like in order to help others with their evolution. So it is interesting that certainly within our neck of the woods, all sorts of people are interested in this phenomenon.
All right, this one, another fax. Would you ask your guest, Art, about angelic appearances on the battlefield and the appearance of the war witch in odd moments during combat? Never heard of the war witch.
Well, that's an interesting expression. The war witch is probably colloquial just for, any kind of spiritual event that occurs on the battlefield. Oh, yes. Battlefields are places of great stress. And whenever you have a lot of stress, you often have metaphysical experiences because, now the skeptics say, well, you have metaphysical experiences in times of stress because the mind's snapping. But I suspect that what's really happening is that stress puts the mind spontaneously into an altered state of consciousness, which enables us to perceive other realities that our normal waking consciousness doesn't make available to us. So battlefields are places of great stress, and so you have a lot of experiences. In World War I, many of the soldiers along the Allied war front were claiming to have seen angels and saints and whatnot during an Allied retreat from Mons, Belgium. That became a very famous series of incidents, and many of the older generations still remember that to this day. Closer to our time, Raymond Moody, the near-death researcher, interviewed a gentleman who, during World War II, was being approached by a strafing warplane, and as the bullets, headed straight toward him, kicking up the dust, he was, feeling a terrible fear, feeling that he would die, and all of a sudden he was within the aura of something beyond himself, a very pleasant, calming aura, and he suddenly felt totally at peace and wonderful. And he heard a voice speaking to him out of thin air, and it said, "I'm here with you, Reed. Your time has not yet come." So the battlefield is because I think of the stress factor, is a place where very commonly you have an interface between the physical world and the spiritual world.
All right, before we go to more calls, every line's ringing, but I want to ask this, because everybody wants to know. I sure do. You probably won't have an answer. And you have all these great stories about people that have been saved by angels.
Oh, yeah. I know it's coming.
Yeah, sure you do. But there are so many children in Oklahoma City children across the nation, innocents, wonderful people, killed, no intervention. They're just killed.
Yeah. Just like the plane crash we just talked about a while ago. I mean, Lindsay Wagner walked away from the plane, but where were the angels of the other 200 plus passengers?
Yep, that's the question. That is it.
Why do angels go on vacation? You know, why is my angel working, but yours is out to lunch?
That's good. Why?
In the book of Acts, you have Stephen is stoned, but a couple of chapters down, Peter is freed by an angel. I think, first of all, as you said, there isn't really no answer to this. It's been asked for thousands of years, and I've never come across anybody that had a completely satisfactory answer. I'll throw a few things out, and with no hope of it really totally satisfying.
Right.
Some people have pointed out, well, first of all, a lot of bad things that happen in this world are of our own making. Let's not start blaming God and angels for World War II. World War II, for example, got started because nationalism ran wild and racial hatred ran wild and infected millions of people. And you ended up with trillions of dollars worth of damage and millions of lives lost, all man-made. Secondly, people have pointed out that there's a very popular metaphysical theory that we come into this world deliberately with a choice, by choice, that we have our life roughly sketched out or mapped. We have a life plan. We choose to have certain experiences before we incarnate. Now, this is, I'm not saying yay or nay to this theory. I'm just throwing it out for discussion. And that we may choose to experience tragedy, maybe a long wasting away from cancer to teach us what it's like to be helpless and to have others love us and care for us, or vice versa, to learn how to care for others who we love. Some people have argued, Emerson, for example, talked about the law of compensation. The Hindus call it karma. The old-timers just say what goes around comes around. This is another idea. This is the idea that what we put out into the world, that the world is our mirror, and what we put out into it is reflected back to us by whatever we put out in word or deed comes back to us.
Kind of an elegant way of saying God's will.
Yeah, well, it's the idea that we create a lot of the misfortune that comes to us is a reflection of what we have put out into the world. Unfortunately, this sometimes degenerates into blaming the victim. So without further ado, let me just wrap it up by saying that there are a lot of theories out there. I don't find any one of them totally satisfactory. I wouldn't trot them out in front of somebody who had just lost a child or just had some kind of terrible tragedy occur to them. I would say this one final thing. A lot of people, when they ask this question, are really asking, why did it happen to me? It's not a broad philosophical question for them. It's just a personal thing. Is God mad at me? Do the angels hate me or whatever? And I just have to say, I can't, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot believe that we live in the kind of universe that would deliberately visit negative things on people.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you calling from?
San Diego.
San Diego. Okay.
Yes. What brought you to studying angels, and what is your belief in a supreme being?
All right.
That's a great question. I started out as an agnostic. I thought the physical was all there was, that the universe was an accidental machine. I guess I was kind of a child of that materialist thinking of the 50s and the 60s, which was so rampant, so strong, the idea that there's a logical, mechanical explanation for everything if you just look slightly beneath the surface.
Mm-hmm.
But as a young man, I began to come to the conclusion that that's true if you look superficially at things. There do seem to be mechanical explanations for many things. But if you look deeper, some of those mechanical explanations start falling apart. And we touched on a few things earlier in the program where I think materialism is running into trouble. The near-death experience flies in the face of the materialist mindset. Developments in science fly in the face of it. I guess the near-death experience probably had the greatest effect on me in changing my own mind. I couldn't understand. I remember as a young man, I couldn't understand how people with wildly differing ideas about what the afterlife was supposed to be like could be having essentially the same experiences. And this was all in the 1970s, long before there was massive publicity about the near-death experience. Most people were like me. They didn't have a clue about that in the 70s. So there was not any chance of contamination of people, saying, well, I've heard so much about the tunnel, I'm going to talk about the tunnel, or I've heard so much about the figure of light, I'll say I experienced that.
Sure.
So I was very impressed by that.
Okay, back to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Hi.
Yeah, John.
Hey.
I have a little experience I'd like to relate to you.
Okay.
This happened when I was around 16 years old.
Uh-huh.
I dropped out of high school, and I was kind of at my wit's end, and this was back quite some time, and this was on the East Coast, and I was going to this store every night that had bay windows and had a big turntable in one of the windows and had a bunch of guns on there. And I kept eyeing them, and I came to the conclusion that I was going to break the window and steal a gun, and I was going to do some robberies.
Yeah.
And I came up that night, and I had a brick in my hand, and I raised it up, and I was ready to throw it through the bay window. And those little doors that they have for loading up the showcase, there was a policeman there in full regalia with his hat and his badge on his hat, on his chest, his badge. And he was just looking at me. He didn't say anything, he just looked at me. And I dropped the brick and I left. A year later, I went in the military, and I got out of the military. I went back and got my high school. I went and got a degree in engineering. I work in high tech today.
Yeah.
I've done an awful lot of things that contributed to the science of the world.
You've come a long way.
And a very cutting edge of technology. And I believe, I didn't realize it at that time. About a decade later, I realized that that was indeed a possible guardian angel.
Oh, that's an incredible story. Where are you calling from, please?
Albuquerque.
Thank you. That's an incredible story.
And it was a pivotal time in his life, and just turned him around completely. If you want to talk about being at a crossroads, where the road forks, and you can go one way or the other. That story certainly exemplifies that, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Was that policeman an angel? It's entirely possible.
Well, it certainly had about the same effect.
And you could either be the mysterious stranger type incident, it could be a meaningful coincidence, it could have been an actual policeman there. Who knows? But certainly his life was changed.
All right, John, hold on. We'll be right back to John Ronner. He's our guest. You know the numbers. Get on the phone. You may think you're home 033. John, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here comes somebody else.
Okay.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, my friend... fellow Gemini.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have a question, a statement, and a quickie little story. Question is the Bible, for those that read, clearly states that God says not to get involved, do not seek, look for, or try to contact spirits or the dead.
All right.
It is.
How do you respond to that, John? Basically, he's saying the Bible says don't do what you're doing.
Well, I think some of the biblical writers were of that opinion, but the ancients had different opinions about that both ways. Contact. First of all, there are some people who are troubled by the idea that you might want to try to summon the dead. I think Saul got into trouble in the Old Testament for going to the witch of Endor to conjure the Judge Samuel, and then he was rebuked by Samuel as a result. That may be as much because Saul defied the will.
I'll give a quick statement because I know you're limited on time. You're talking about intuitive.
Yeah.
I've led my life that way, and sometimes even take it for granted as something that I have seemed to have either learned or acquired early in life. I ride motorcycle, so you got to be very conscious, but I take it in every form of life activity. I would be on the road and I think, no, I'm not going to pass this vehicle. No, I'm not going to change lanes. It was just like a mental game or a gut feeling, I guess, for lack of better words. And sure enough, had I have done what most people or you commonly see people do, or maybe done yourself, yes, there would have been an oncoming obstruction of some form or another in the road. Another quick story here. I probably shouldn't mention the person's name because they're no longer living to defend what I'm saying, so you just have to take it at face value. This happened many years ago with a famous short man, black entertainer.
Got to be quick, sir.
We were at a dinner club. A blonde gentleman come up to the table and said, "Sir, God loves you." And this person was so moved by it, he did his best to get a hold of the head waiter and the people of the club and said, "I want to thank that blonde man for saying that." Yes, sir, we have no blonde waiters.
All right, well, we'll hold it there, and I'll extend that. There are all these stories going around, John, about the hitchhiker.
Mm-hmm.
Gabriel's horn.
the millennialist hitchhiker.
Yeah,
that's
the
right. End is near.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
Some of these things are categorized as urban legends in that I personally have never personally interviewed somebody who has experienced that. I'm not saying it hasn't happened, but the buzz that I get is that people are having trouble actually pinning down these stories to find out, to actually get a name of somebody that you can speak with who says they had that type of experience. But I'm not necessarily throwing cold water on it. I just have not personally interviewed anybody myself, nor do I know of anyone who has interviewed somebody personally who has had that story.
I have.
Have you?
I've had I've had calls, John. That's why I asked. All right, east of the you would have been west of the Rockies. You're on the air with John Ronner.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey.
This is Nancy in Seattle.
Hi.
I had a couple of questions. One of which was, I hear a lot about angels, and I've never been particularly religious or non-religious. I guess agnostic is where I fall. But
this hour of Art was recorded for rebroadcast at this time. Please do not call.
From the Kingdom of Nine, you're hearing Dreamland with Art Bell. To participate in the program, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers, area code 702-727-1222. Or the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. This is the CBC Radio Network.
Yes, it is. And I want to remind people I'm getting faxes asking me the Richard Hoagland program that was on the regular syndicated weeknight show this last Friday night, Saturday morning, may be ordered. You may get a copy of the latest Richard Hoagland show. A lot of just packed full of new information. Or you can get a copy of the program you're hearing right now, or any other Dreamland program, or one more or you can get a subscription to our newsletter, which is $29.95 a year, and is now coming out with color photographs, I might add, of our Orient trip in the next issue if you get it ordered now. The number to call for all of this is 1-800-917-4278. Now, that line's open now or 24 hours a day. Write it down, please. 1-800-917-4278. John, here's one for you. A missionary deep in the South American jungle had been trying for some time to convert a local tribe to Christ. No success. The chief finally had enough of these trespassers and brought a full division of warriors down on the missionary and his family. They spent the night in prayer, ready for deliverance or death. Unexpectedly, the warriors just left without harming them in any way. Later, when on more friendly terms, the missionary asked why he didn't attack. Well, the chief said that he was outnumbered by his army. The missionary was puzzled, but the chief assured him the hut was surrounded by an army in bright white robes holding flaming swords. Have you heard that one?
Yeah, there's a whole class of stories, Art, just like that. I think Billy Graham in his particular book was talking about John G. Payton in the Pacific Ocean's New Hebrides island chain.
Yes.
Had a similar experience like that. Very often, missionaries have reported that they were under duress or whatever, and that when attacked by hostile forces in their area, they received angelic help that was not visible to them, but what they found out later was visible to the attackers. There's a whole class of stories just like that.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Oklahoma, and I'm listening to KFH in Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita, Kansas, all right.
I wanted to tell a story about my mother. She had a premonition or a dream the night before my grandfather was in a mining accident. His men had gone down and set a charge the day before, and the charge didn't go off, so he went down to check it himself. Well, anyway, in her dream, she dreamed that he was in an explosion and that he was hurt badly. Well, she went to take his lunch to him and begged him to come home, and he wouldn't come home. She told him what, she had dreamed, and he didn't come home. And they went on, she and my grandmother went to Pittsburgh, Kansas, and they had to come find them because he had been blown up in an explosion in the mine. He lost his eyesight, and his body was all blue where the shot went into his body. And he almost died. A little Catholic nun took care of him and kept him alive for 6 months. But then, when he was 81 years old, she told me I was pregnant with my son and had to go back to Wichita and couldn't stay with her while she was taking care of him at home. And she said, I had a dream that Grandpa was going to die on my birthday, and he died on her birthday. It was really a strange experience.
I think we're all there's evidence that when tragedy is about to strike, that we may be aware on a subconscious level, or there may be a spiritual prompting from the other side about this, however you want to interpret it. The parapsychologist at the University of Virginia, Ian Stevenson, did a famous study on coincidences and premonitions surrounding the sinking of the Titanic that became a classic. Very often people seem to be aware through dreams or through hunches that something is about to happen. W.E. Cox, a researcher in the 1950s, conducted a study of railroad accidents, and he discovered that there was a statistically significant drop-off in ridership on trains that were doomed to crash on the days that they actually did crash. And there was a further drop-off in ridership in the cars that suffered the worst damage. He called this phenomenon accident avoidance, and his theory was that people were aware subconsciously that the accident was about to occur, and probably in most cases without any conscious knowledge, they simply stayed away. Maybe they lingered over breakfast a little bit longer and were late, like the members of the Westside Baptist Church that we talked about earlier. I think in most cases, when we experience something like this, it often does occur subconsciously.
Let me ask you for a second about the dark side. We talk about near death. We talk about angelic appearances.
Yeah.
But there is the dark side, John. There are people publishing books relating stories told with much more hesitantly about going to hell.
Yeah. There was a lot of criticism, Art, of the near-death experience some years back. It became kind of all the rage. You might have even treated the subject on your own program. The criticism was, well, the near-death experience is just too warm and fuzzy. Everybody's having a wonderful time. Isn't anybody having a bad time in the afterlife? And there was a lot of examination about that issue in different programs. I think what has happened. Well, first of all, let me say this. What's so bad about the overwhelming or the great majority of average people who are neither Al Capone nor Mother Teresa having a rather pleasant time of it in the afterlife? If we live in a sane universe, wouldn't you expect that?
Nothing's wrong with that, John.
No, of course not.
I'm very encouraged by it. But the other may be there.
Sure, yeah, and I was coming to that. Nevertheless, there is some justification in raising the point. Doesn't anybody have a negative experience? And the answer is yes. I think what's been happening is that in the early stages of near-death investigation, most of the people who were being interviewed were rather typical average people, as I said, neither saints nor horrible sinners. Now, upon closer examination, we find that people who are above average wrongdoers very often do report rather negative experiences. Jack London told the story of a gentleman who was in solitary confinement at San Quentin and had a metaphysical out-of-body experience and near-death experience during that time, and in which he experienced the life review that we talked about early in the program, so all the tiny actions of his life. And as you alluded to earlier in the program, he was aware of all the negative consequences, and it was a painful experience for him. I can just imagine what it would be like if you were, say, Saddam Hussein, who had started the Gulf War and cost 100,000 Iraqis their lives. We're not talking about about the injured now. We're just talking about all killed. People who were buried alive in those berms when Schwarzkopf's tanks went over there, and remember that we read in the paper about how they roll over these barricades and just bury these guys alive.
They did, yes.
And to be Saddam Hussein, this is just speculation, and you're having a life review, and suddenly you are aware on an intimate, empathetic level of every tiny bit of suffering that you have caused to everybody, and you're seeing it, you're feeling it from their heart. That would be quite a hellish experience. As a matter of fact, near-death experiencers going through the tunnel phase, first you have the out-of-body phase, then they tunnel through this dark passageway on their way to the world of light.
Right.
Sometimes they have reported kind of looking to the side of the tunnel, so to speak, and seeing a drab, gray zone around the earth, peopled with numberless spirits kind of shuffling around, looking sad, weighted down, burdened, almost as if each person has his own problem. Some people shell-shocked by a violent death and not realizing they're dead. Others running addictions that they ran in physical life and never dealt with, and maybe alcoholics hanging around a bar trying to vicariously get the pleasure of the alcohol and so on. I remember in particular one instance where a lady who had a near-death experience noticed in this gray zone on her way to the light, she noticed a young businessman kind of walking down the street, and he was in the flesh, alive.
Right.
And hovering over him was the specter of a gray-haired woman who was waving her finger in his face as if trying to lecture him or tell him what to do. And the near-death experiencer said that she got the impression that lady, that spirit, was his mother, still trying to boss him around in death as she had in life, and was unable to let go of that. Of course, in spiritualism, there's a long tradition of belief in the idea that 1 minute after death, we're very much the same as we are 1 minute before death, and that is to say we take all of our virtues with us and also all of our baggage, and if we have enough baggage, too much baggage, we according to this theory, and that's all it is a theory, we remain earthbound, unable to ascend, unable to get to the light. So if you look a little bit deeper, not all the near-death experiences are warm and fuzzy.
All right, John, good. Hold it right there. We'll be right back to John Ronner. I always imagined that. If you can imagine the good, you've got to imagine the other. And if one exists, it seems to me, it argues for the existence of the other. And we'll be right back. 3, back now to John Ronner. John, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, a lot of phone calls, so let's keep going. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Hi, where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from San Francisco, California.
You're on the wrong line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's quite all right. Now we'll go west of the Rockies. You're on the air with John Ronner. Hi.
Hi, Art. You got the Washingtonian Druid up here in this KONA country.
Yes, sir. Tri-Cities, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. I just wanted to call you up there and kind of warn all your listeners about this type of stuff. There are a lot of evil angels out there. And sometimes they like to cause a little bit of mischief now and then. Had some experiences beforehand with this type of thing. So you kind of want to watch out because they do tend to cause a little havoc now.
Well, all right. That's a good point. I remember the old Disney movies where you got the good little guy over here and the bad little guy over here. John, are there any cases you could document of the bad little guy leading people into a disaster instead of the other way around?
Well, I can't think of anything right off the top of my head, but the thought that I did have about what the caller was saying is the principle here is to watch out, be careful that not all spirits are benevolent, and I've thought of the New Testament principle of discerning the spirits, the idea that you should test the validity of the advice you're getting, the validity of the experience itself. And if I think Ignatius of Loyola, the great theologian from the 1600s, the founder of the Jesuits, actually elaborated a system for discerning the spirits or testing whether the experience is bona fide or not. The idea was, first, I think one of the major points was to see what effects the experience is having on you. Are you becoming more spiritual or less so? Is life becoming easier and more clarified for you, or more confusing and more negative? These are some of the issues that crop up.
Huh. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
Albuquerque, George, again.
Again? Oh, you're only allowed to call one time per show, sir.
2 years ago.
Oh, you mean you haven't called in 2 years?
Right.
Oh, well, that's not... What's on your mind, George?
I expected you to remember.
Well, I'm sorry.
I was just thinking you two gentlemen could conduct a grand experiment. Art Bell, you have a tremendous audience, and if you could ask them all to meditate on an improvement of a certain kind that could be verifiable, and Mr. Parr could help you with that?
John Ronner. All right. He's talking about an experiment. Have you ever thought of doing that, John? I've done that. For example, I have taken a little object, I think it was a pen, and balanced it on my table, knowing I've got millions of people out there. And I said, come on, everybody, let's push this pen over. Stupid pen sat right there. Is it like that with angels? I mean...
Well, first of all, we were talking about whether an experiment has been performed, and you could say that an experiment of sorts of that ilk is already underway, and that's the mass meditation that generally occurs around the Christmas season every year for world peace and world stability.
Yes.
Some people have argued that the gradual raising of spiritual consciousness on the part of politicians and the peace that seems to be breaking out all over the world, although some will take issue with me, they'll point to Bosnia and so on, but I'm talking about things like the fall of communism, the formation of the United Nations coalition to police Iraq, and so on. Peace really is breaking out in a lot of countries, and if you follow the international news, for example, Angola just recently ended a long-standing war. Some people have said that all of this meditation is having a subtle effect on the politicians and just on the planet at large.
I suppose it would be bad karma to try and get together and meditate on causing a blood vessel to break in Saddam's head, eh?
Yeah, and that gets back to that you just jogged me on the original point of this whole thing. The idea that I wanted to point out that angels generally are not believed to be capable of manipulation. They're superior beings, so you would not be able to, force angels to do anything. That's been the most common belief. Of course, I'm sure that, as with everything else in metaphysics, there's no unanimity of belief.
So
but yes, I do think it would be bad karma.
Yeah, it's kind of like sitting there and demanding of God that He supply immediate proof of His existence to you, or you're going to stop believing.
Oh, sure, and I think that a lot of the mystery and the challenge of life would be removed. One of the things that we didn't touch on this earlier when we were why you asked the question, why do angels go on vacation? And one point that I didn't make was that a lot of people argue that our existence here is a great adventure. And if any time you're going to have a great adventure, things have to go wrong. If every time you did a show you had a 100% rating, whether it was a great show or a middling show or a bad show, you'd be bored stiff after a few days.
That's true, John. We'll be right back with whatever it is we've got going right now. And it's good. Stay right there. Very angry with a particular angel for taking her brother away from her. I looked the angel's name up in the dictionary, and it was the angel of death. I can't remember the name now. Prior to the accident, my husband was blinded by a ball of bright light. Our explanation is the sun, because he cannot justify anything else. I know better. My son's greatest gift to me, the many people he knew and the family, is the absolute knowledge that death here is not the end, but just the beginning of something else. I hope it helps other parents whose children have left at a young age. Look for the meaning and purpose for that child's life, and look at all the people affected by their short existence. It does help, but the pain never goes away. That's Deborah in Seattle. John, you're back on.
Yes, that was quite a story. In the accident, I was unclear about whether anybody else was hurt when the son was killed.
Well, they don't say the extent of the injuries of the sister. She apparently was okay, I guess, because she was by the bedside of the brother for several days.
Yeah.
Listen, John, before you get started.
Sure.
You haven't done it, so I'm going to make you do it. Look, I've got a fistful of faxes here of stories like these. I've got enough stories just from the show we've done tonight. You could write another book. Now, if people want to contact you and give you stories, or people want to contact you and get your books, I mean, this is the time when you can give out your info, so give it out.
Well, what I'd like to do is, first of all, give an address where they can write me if they would like to. They can write me care of Mamre Press, MAMREPRESS. That's at Post Office Box 3137, and that's in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and that's MURFREESBORO, and the zip is 37130. So that's 3137-37130. As far as one other thing I'd like to do is just point out that I'll be speaking at a couple of places. On August 6th, I'll be speaking at the Unity Church in Franklin, North Carolina. On October 28th, I'll be speaking at an angel conference in Maryland. And for information about that, they can call Greenlee Associates at 301-270-2185. On November 30th, I'll be speaking at the Unity Church on Hillcroft in Houston. On April 22nd next year, I'll be speaking at a meeting of the Canton Metaphysical Society. And on July 23rd of 96, I'll be at a conference at Lilydale, New York.
All right, you don't have a fax number you'd like to give out, do you?
No, I don't. If they're interested in writing care of the publisher, that's probably the best approach.
All right.
The books themselves are probably pretty widely available. They've been in the chains for years. Do You Have a Guardian Angel is the original book. That's the old favorite. It talks about many of the things we've covered in this program. I wrote that way back in...
You can get that in most major bookstores,
and many of the minor ones. It's been a bestseller for some years, and it's got pretty widespread distribution. And I wrote that one first back in '85 when I was a young reporter, and I wanted to do a journalistic treatment of the subject of angels because many of the books were kind of strident religious tracts, so forcefully putting forth this author's viewpoint of that. And I thought, gee, it would be nice to rise above the fray and just provide journalistic, objective information to the extent I could.
I'm sure many criticize you for that, don't they?
Well, I think I'm sort of immune to all of that. I've talked to all kinds of groups, everybody under the sun, all the way from the mainline denominations and to spiritualists and so on. And I think the one thing that immunizes me from criticism is that I don't try to tell people what to think. I want the people to do their own thinking. It's the one thing I wanted to get away from when I wrote Do You Have a Guardian Angel in the first place. If this was going to be a book that didn't tell people what they had to believe. And in fact, the title itself, Do You Have a Guardian Angel, is a question. It's not a flat statement ordering you to believe in angels. And then the next book, Know Your Angels, the Angel Almanac, came out in '93, and that's like a mini encyclopedia of the subject. And the newest one, The Angels of Cokeville, I've encapsulated a few of those stories tonight. That is a collection of what I consider to be the outstanding angel encounter stories that I have ever run across in the last 10 years of talking to hundreds of people about it.
Excellent. All right, back to the phones. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Where are you calling from, please?
El Paso, and I got a low battery on my cell.
El Paso, Texas.
All right.
Kind of in between the Rockies. Anyway, I mean, I'm sure you've heard, I think I heard you mention it once before, but that light theory at the end of the tunnel?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a trick, according to people.
It's true, sir. Thank you. Let me relate this, John. An old friend of mine who is a UFO buff, almost the granddaddy of UFO investigation in this country, John Lear, the son of Bill Lear, the Lear jet guy. Once said that it had been said to him, and he passed on to me, and it has driven me crazy ever since. He said, don't go to the light. It's a trick. Go to the darkness. I have never been bothered so much by a statement in all my life. And it seems so easy. Light is good. Darkness is bad.
Yeah.
It's a trick. Go to the darkness. Any comments?
Well, some people out there have misgivings about the being of light. They feel like it's the devil in disguise tricking them. And there's some mentionings. I think a lot of this comes from some of the New Testament writers mentioned that I think perhaps it was Paul, certainly one of the New Testament writers mentioned that the devil can disguise himself as an angel of light, and I think that's caused a lot of fear and trepidation out there. But I also like to point out that one of the most famous appearances of a being of light in the history of our Christian culture was the appearance of a being of light to Paul of Tarsus, the number 2 man in Christianity, when he was on the road to Damascus to persecute the Christian community there. He was, knocked off his mule, blinded for 3 days, according to the book of Acts, and later interpreted the experience as being Jesus after his death, appearing to him and asking him why he was persecuting him. So I think we come back to what we were saying earlier, and that is it's just a matter of using spiritual discernment, not accepting every metaphysical experience that comes down the pike, but being selective and gauging it by the effect that it has on you. What kind of direction does it put you in?
First-time caller line. You're on the air with John Ronner. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
All right, let me turn my radio off.
Turn it off. That's good. Do that right away. Where are you calling from?
Just a second. I got to reach around the corner and get the radio.
All right.
There, it's off.
All right. Where are you, sir?
I'm in Florence, Oregon.
All right.
I hear you out of Portland.
Okay.
I don't know where to start. I believe in guardian angels because I've had one. My family's had one for years. Whether I have it now or not, I don't know. My wife died in October, and it may have been her guardian angel. Anyway, I got my job through the guardian angel. The guardian angel told my wife where to look for the job, and I got my job. When I retired out of the service, I got my house through a guardian angel. My son passed away with muscular dystrophy in '89, and the day he died, he told my wife that he had somebody holding his left hand. And my wife said, "There's nobody there." She said, "But there's somebody holding my hand, Mom." And apparently there was, because he died that night. And but there was many cases in my family where the guardian angel helped us. Never got us the greatest things, but always kept us right on the verge of disaster. You know what I mean?
Yes, thank you. John, it begs a good question, and that is, he said he thought the guardian angel might have been his wife's. Now, does it seem true to you, John, that guardian angels follow one particular person versus another, and then when that person is gone, and then so is the guardian angel? Would that?
Well, the most common belief, Art, is that each of us gets a guardian angel. This is just the most common belief in our culture. Has been that each of us gets a guardian angel at birth. That angel stays with us until death, at which time there's a separation. Most of the medieval theologians accepted that particular idea. It doesn't make it right. And that everybody gets a guardian angel. It doesn't make any difference, whether, if you're Joseph Stalin or if you're Albert Schweitzer, you're still going to get one.
Okay, so then would you say some of them are lazy? Some of them are no-count guardian angels versus ones that will stop trucks and stop accidents?
In other words, this goes back to the what happened to the other angels, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say that most of the things that we talked about would apply here. And here again, I keep coming up with other little ideas, one of which that we didn't mention earlier is that some people come into this world more just better wired to interface with other realities than the rest of us, and they may be picking up signals that some of the rest of us can't pick up. It may be that the other side is trying to get through, but just can't with some of us and can with others. One thing that the gentleman from Florence brought up that I'd like to address real quick. I know time's running short. He talked about how his son had died in '89 with MS.
Yes.
And the day he died, he was talking about how he felt someone was there with him holding his hand.
Right.
One thing that we haven't touched on in this discussion is the deathbed vision. The idea that there's a genuine medical phenomenon that in their dying moments, dying patients will suddenly perk up and begin oftentimes speaking in an animated way with somebody in the room with them that nobody else can see.
That's right.
And by listening, you know, it's an incredibly startling experience for the onlookers. And for those who listen to one half of the conversation because they can only hear the dying patient talk, it becomes clear that the patient feels that someone is there in the room with them to escort them into the beyond, to take them at the moment of death and lead them on. Sometimes it can be an angel that they may be feeling that they are with. It may be a departed loved one who is there. To give you an example of that, James Moore, the famous tenor, was on his deathbed dying, and all of a sudden he perked up, and he said very excitedly, "Mother, what are you doing here?" His mother had been dead for decades. And then he went on to say, "Oh, wait a minute. You're not coming to me. I'm coming to you." "Well, wait, Mother. Hold on. I'm almost over. I can jump it. Wait." And then a few moments later, he slumped and he died.
John, I'll hold that thought. You know, everybody, when you listen to this, and I hope that you do listen to it, and this is why we do these kinds of programs. You need not automatically believe, but one would hope that you would be open-minded enough to listen and to allow it to enter your brain and rattle around with everything else you've heard. Angels? Huh. Silly? I don't think so. I hope you're listening carefully. We'll be right back.
North American Trading has done a very wise thing. You see, not very long ago, we interviewed Steve Jurich, who is an investment analyst with North American Trading of Scottsdale, Arizona. We talked about every aspect of the economy. We talked about newsletter carries an unconditional money-back guarantee from the publishers. Again, that's 1-800-830-9830.
All right, back to the phones. John, we've got very little time, but east of the Rockies, here's somebody in El Paso, Texas. Hello there.
Hi.
You're on the air, sir.
Okay, thanks. John.
Yes.
Yes, I was listening to your theories about disembodied spirits, and I had a friend of mine in California tell me that he's into radionics. I don't know if you know what that is.
Well, I've heard of it, but you'll have to explain it because I can't pull it off the top of my head.
Radionics is where disembodied spirits will come back into your aura, your magnetic field.
Mm-hmm.
I think we just lost the caller.
We lost him, yeah.
All right, well, let's try and take one more. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with John Ronner. Hello.
Oh, I am, yes. Here in San Francisco, there's a church.
All right, turn your radio off, sir.
I got it off. I just turned it off.
Okay.
Okay. Angelic things happen there. Free Evangelical Church near 14th and Valencia. Have you heard of it?
You're saying angelic things are happening at an evangelical church in San Francisco, right?
Yes. There's been healings.
Actually, yes, I've heard of that. I really have heard the rumors. How long has it been going on?
Oh, it's been going on at least 10 or 12 years.
All right. Well, that begs a question. John, do angelic things tend to happen around churches, or is the incidence of angelic assistance simply widespread?
I would say this, Art. I'd say angelic things tend to happen where the belief in them is strongest, and that the belief is an energy that facilitates these things. Lack of belief is denying it energy, and whatever we put our belief and our attention into tends to expand in our lives, and whatever we withdraw our attention or our belief from tends to contract from our lives. And this is one reason why I think we have such adamant skeptics out there in their universe, in the universe that they have created for themselves with their skeptical consciousness. There are no healings. There are no miracles.
So in other words,
there are no visitations.
Those who say it's a bunch of baloney are liable to experience that reality for them.
If they begin to open their minds, I think it will start coming into their lives. But as long as their minds are closed, I think it will stay away from them, yeah.
All right, maybe one more. First-time caller line, you're on the air with John Ronner.
Art, hi, this is Sanaka in Norman, Oklahoma. I'm really glad to get through to you. I know you've been running short on time, and I'll try and be as quick as I can. I'd like to, if I can hang on, I'd like to give you my phone number because I've been monitoring your show for about a year. here. I'm a college student. I'm 22 and having a really good time living life, enjoying the quickening. I very much agree with your description of it in that term. Recently, I underwent a most profound spiritual awakening within my own self after much dedication and hard work and much pain and much suffering. Mind you, as a child, I experienced much conflict over the apparent contradiction in good angels and bad angels and heaven and hell and eternity and what it all meant.
All right, well, we're way short on time. Do you have a question?
I wanted to ask you what you or your guest knew about the new star.
John? New star?
I'll have to ask you about that, Sanaka. Could you inform me?
There is one new star. The only mention I've heard of it so far has been on the G. Liddy program, and all he did was read the 25-word or less AP wire, which said, basically there was a new star. It took 18.5 million years or something like that for us to see it.
All right. Are you talking about you're not talking about a nova. You're not talking about a nova where a sun goes over.
John, we're out of time.
Okay.
We're out of time. I mean, that really is it. We've got to go. John,
all right.
It has been an absolute pleasure having you here. John, we will have you back again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. John Ronner on Angels, good night. And thank you all very much. I'm sorry, there is never enough time. Don't forget our bulletin board service number, area code 702-727-1709. To get a tape of this program or any other, call 1-800-917-4278. From the high desert, good night.
This has been Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped. Yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. Please join us again next week at this time for Dreamland.
greetings from the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the cosmos. I'm Art Bell, and this is that program covering all those time zones called Coast to Coast AM Weekend Version. It's great to be here, an honor to be here, actually, and in a moment we're going to do something that I've never done before. Yeah, I just can't resist these things. So I have no idea what we're about to get into. But I get an email like this, and it's irresistible for me. Morgan sends me an email which says, Yo, Art, I'm a blood-drinking, casket-sleeping vampire. It's more fun than you'd imagine. Vampirism has a deadly side as well. Want to talk about it? Well, yes. I just love this kind of email, but you never really know what you're going to be getting into. You just never know. But I have never interviewed a vampire. I know Annie has, but not for this would be a first for me, I think. Anyway, so we'll do that here in a minute, I think. Looking around the world, it doesn't look too good as usual. Guerrillas overwhelmed an Iraqi police station west of Baghdad, meeting little resistance, and they went room to room, shooting police in a bold, very well-organized assault that killed 23 and freed dozens of prisoners. Moreover, the poor police in Baghdad, they're trying to keep them employed. They're paying a good wage for police, but they're getting mowed down. And even at the good wage, you'd have to think twice, I'm sure. Democratic presidential frontrunner John Kerry does it here in Nevada and the District of Columbia, and he would appear well on his way to the nomination. President Bush is sagging in the poll numbers, and the Democrats are pounding away, unrelenting, and things are beginning to get pretty hot in the presidential race. So he's made some about faces, the Iraq War intelligence, his own military service record in question, cooperation with the panel investigating the 9/11 attacks. Just backwards on everything. So politics getting hot. Well, let's see. A Carnival Cruise Line ship returned from a 5-day cruise to Mexico on Saturday with more than 300 people sick. There's been an awful lot of that going on with cruise lines. Have you noticed? Looks like this may be the norovirus, they call it, spread through contaminated food, contact with infected people, poor hygiene, and the whole thing, they say, can be prevented by washing one's hands. In a moment, we will interview a vampire. By the way, next hour we're going to have William Buhlman here. We'll be talking about OBEs, out-body experiences, which are very real. Having had one myself, I know. Anyway, right now, here is somebody we will call, and I guess his associates call him Morgan. Morgan, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art.
Morgan, you understand when I get an email like this, I'm dying of curiosity. I've got a million questions. First of all, I guess, are you really what you say you are? This is not a put on a leg pull or anything like that?
No, this is a vampire lifestyle that we live. We do actually talk the talk and walk the walk.
You do? This is a real thing, then, not just sort of, there are people who claim they're psychic vampires.
No.
You're not that.
No, we have a coven in the state of Kentucky.
A coven? I thought that was for witches, but it's vampires, too?
Mm-hmm.
In Kentucky?
Yes.
Ah, good.
That's where I live.
Ways away.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. I've got a million questions, so where to begin? Let's see, you said... you said vampirism has its fun side.
Mm-hmm.
And why don't we begin there? What's fun about being a vampire?
Well, there's a playful side to vampirism.
Oh.
That is, if you're into going to cemeteries with other people and playing the role and sharing blood, it's very playful.
That's the playful side.
That can be part of it, yes.
Going to cemeteries, socializing, and drinking blood. That's the playful side. Well,
It's a great liberation.
I'm extremely concerned about the deadly side here. Let's see. Well, let me pepper you with a few questions. First of all the myths that we've grown up with about vampires, that are perpetrated by all the movies about vampires, are they basically mostly true, or,
Well, we adopt probably 70% of what you see in the movies into our lifestyle.
You do?
Mm-hmm. For example, I do sleep in a casket.
All right. That's a good one right there. Now, you sleep in a casket. A comfortable casket?
Oh, yes, sir. It's, you make it into a bed, and I sleep in it during the day.
Oh, that's right. That's another thing about vampires. They don't like the sun, or the sun, I guess I've been told, could even conceivably be deadly.
Well, not for me, but I avoid the sunlight.
Do you?
It's not a good thing for me.
You shy away. Steaks have always been probably not, and I don't refer to the ones you grill, they've just been not the favorite thing of vampires through the ages. Is that still true?
That is very true.
Very true. So, and it's also then obviously or apparently true that if you drive a stake through the heart of a vampire, then you have finally and really disposed of that vampire. Is that a true statement?
Only if the head has been detached from the corpse.
Oh.
Otherwise, we reincarnate.
Do you know how many people may have driven in stakes over the years and forgotten the head part? Because I had not heard that. So the head has to go too, huh? All right. Well, is being a vampire, is it just something that you have adopted, it sounds like, from the culture? I was going to ask you if it was genetic, but it sounds like you decided in this life to be a vampire.
Well, pretty much so, but I was born with the bloodlust. And when you have the bloodlust, the first time you taste human blood, it unlocks the higher senses. Can you remember
the very first taste you had?
I can almost remember when I could not.
I mean, it was like when you cut your finger and you went...
No, well, I can remember
what?
that.
I mean, why?
I was born with the bloodlust, and from a very early age, I was drinking blood.
How early?
Oh, I want to say 3 or 4 years old. I was
3 to 4?
Yes, a very strange child.
God, you've barely given up the bottle by then. But there must have been something. I mean, like I said, did you cut your hand and just go... or what?
Early on, so yes. But today we use a method of intravenous needles to withdraw blood and put that into a chalice to drink. Blood from the vein.
Oh, very much like a nurse might withdraw.
And we have a nurse in our group.
You do? Well, I suppose that profession might expose one to blood and bring one to the lust for it, huh?
And in that process, the awakening of the senses through the blood is a wonderful way to experience so many beautiful things in life, such as using it for out-of-body experiences.
To me, it was only just sort of salty and, I don't know, not delicious anyway.
Well, you probably weren't born with the bloodlust.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I'm naturally curious about this. And then, of course, another big question that everybody would have is about the possibility of disease. Anytime you're dealing with blood, certainly in our modern society, you've got to worry about heaven knows what.
Before someone is invited into our circle, they are screened and their blood is tested.
Really?
We make sure that our feeding circle stays pure. And that's very important for us to do.
Safe vampirism, one might say. How is it possible to ask how big your circle or coven is?
At this time, we have over 50 vampires.
Holy smokes!
Yes, and that's all ages. I want to say ages 21 through 50 and 56.
How in the world would, even if you thought maybe you were a vampire or leaning that way, it's not like you can go to the Yellow Pages under V. So you're very hidden, obviously. Is that true? Very secret?
Very true. People are invited to share in the vampire experience with us. And through time and meeting with them and getting to know them, we know if the person is correct to join us.
You know them when you see them?
And sometimes they choose not to.
Are vampires able to recognize each other? I mean, could you be going down the street and say, "Oh, right there"?
And for the most part, yes.
Really? Is it a look? Is it a what? I mean, I'd like to know how to recognize a vampire.
It's more of a spiritual vibe that someone gives off. And when you sense that, you can then draw into that and get to know the person better. And as time goes on, you find out if they would be interested.
In joining, making a donation, all of the above. It's hard for, do you understand it's hard for most probably Americans sitting here listening to believe that there really are vampires? I mean, it really will come as a shock to a lot of people. I mean, it's just sort of the thing of myth and movie. But it's real, huh?
Oh, yes, and this is a worldwide phenomenon, I've so learned. In New York City, there's thousands. In Atlanta, there's several thousand.
I'm sure those people in those cities will be happy to hear this. Thousands.
And they live by night. When most people are working 9 to 5, we're home sleeping.
Well, I don't know if you think of it as many people would think of it as an upside to vampirism, or at least in myth, is that you're basically immortal, that you're the undead, that you can't die. Now,
currently, I am a spirit in a human body.
Yeah.
That is my vampire soul, and it will follow me into the next life.
A vampire in this life, a vampire in the next life. That's probably why then at the age of 3 or whatever it was, the lust hit you.
I believe so.
Are vampires happy people?
Oh, yes, very much so.
So then the old sort of picture that we'll all have from the movies of stalking around in the dead of the night with the very long, sharp teeth, you don't have those, do you?
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, you do?
I have naturally pronounced canine teeth, but...
really?
We find that people who have the bloodlust...
Yes.
...who do not know it are usually more miserable when they discover they have the bloodlust.
Until they find themselves. Yes.
And it really is a new life they walk into at that moment.
How does one come to the self-realization that, well, I'll be damned, I'm a vampire?
Well, it happens around puberty for most people, and it's a lust for blood.
Yeah, you're making that very clear.
I mean, there's no way around that. You desire blood.
No, that just literally stands the hairs on the back of my neck up. I mean, thinking of you with your canine teeth and your lust, I just... Whew.
But we harm no one. Now, a young...
Well, now, how can you say that? If you're putting big old, puncture marks somewhere...
No.
No?
No, we draw blood from the vein, from a willing donor.
So that's the modern vampire world, huh? From a willing donor.
I would be very leery of someone walking in an alley who would want to bite you on the neck.
Well... See, I know I shouldn't be, but I'm even a little leery when the Red Cross would like my blood. But I mean, to get a solicitation from you, for example, I can't imagine how you could talk people, even leaning sort of in your direction to, time to give for the cause.
Well, this is not for everyone. We know that.
Oh.
People who are born to this are the people we invite to our group.
I think concerns me that there really are as many as you're claiming there are. I mean, thousands of you in some cities. Do you think most are as devoted to the lifestyle as you are? I mean, is it a very serious thing once you're in it? That's in it. You're in it.
Yes. Yeah. And especially in Las Vegas near you.
Oh.
Yes, there are vampires.
Could have gone all night long without telling me that. But
they won't hurt you.
Somehow, Las Vegas, now that I think about it.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a wonderful city to be in during the night.
Well, the nice thing here is, out in the desert we have a long way to see you coming. But I suppose you do. Do vampires still prowl the night?
Yes.
And you like cemeteries?
And we have nightclubs that we go to.
Now, do you ever run into situations where, like when 50 people gather at night in a cemetery, for example, or even a fifth of that, it would tend to draw attention to things, and occasionally I'm sure you would have brushes with terrestrial law enforcement.
It's really no problem. We know where to go, and we know where not to go. And we're breaking no laws.
Well...
And we're very careful. If a policeman does show up, then we stop.
I guess it's true. I mean, there's no law against sleeping in a casket. I suppose there's no law against drawing blood in the manner that you've described. I'm not sure about that. There could be some health code things. But basically, it doesn't seem like you're breaking the law. But still, when a bunch of people professing to be vampires gather in a cemetery at night, I would think occasionally there would be, I don't know, a brush with authorities. And have you had any?
Never. It's not a problem. We know where to go.
Okay.
There have been vampires who have gotten in trouble with the law, and that's why we're very careful.
Do vampires more than not have families or not?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. I've married my vampire wife.
Your wife is a vampire?
Yes.
Well, that makes it convenient, I guess. Did you meet at a vampire gathering of some sort, or?
Oh, no, I met her at a club, and I knew from the moment I saw her that I had known her before, and that was, in fact, the case. We had incarnated into this life to meet each other.
It's like you saw her and saw red.
Yes.
Yes. Do you think that, so you then do think that we are mortal beings, that even your vampire lusting body will pass away in the normal human lifespan, or do you think, is there some reason to believe that the ingestion of blood and whatever all will bring some kind of immortality to you, that you will live a longer natural lifespan?
I would like to think so. I know that my human body will die. But why I'm here now, there are certain things that I can aspire to in my vampire mind.
Like what?
Well, for example, in July, I'm going to be trying an experiment.
Oh?
Where I'll be buried in the ground.
Yes.
In my casket.
That sounds serious.
For 3 days and 3 nights. Nothing more.
3 days and 3 nights. Oh, Morgan.
Nothing more than an oxygen tube.
Oh, really?
You
mean they're going to actually dig a hole, throw the dirt on top of your casket with nothing more than a little tube?
3 days and 3 nights.
And what is it that you are going to... I mean, what's the point?
I will be spending that time trying to develop inner abilities inside myself to enlighten my senses. I would someday like to know how to levitate. And that's one method I'm going to try to help achieve that.
Huh.
And human invisibility. I would like to master that.
You would like to be invisible. I can see how a vampire would certainly consider that would have its advantages.
And it is believed that to be in the earth for some time would help to get me to that point.
You've considered the dangers involved. How far down are you going to be buried?
Roughly, we're going to dig a hole that's going to be 5 feet deep.
That's pretty deep. Not the traditional 6, but pretty deep.
And I'll be prepared for that time.
Are you going to take your normal casket with you, or is it going to be a special affair?
No, I'm going to buy a different one.
You're going to buy a special casket for
Yes,
this?
yes. I have 2 caskets in the home, and they're very beautiful, and I wouldn't want to get them dirty.
Oh, that would be one for you and...
One for my wife, yes.
And one for your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, your wife is also a vampire.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Thinking, casket sleeping vampire. And, in the first half hour of talking to Morgan, I began to get the idea that, no, Morgan isn't kidding. He really is this. He's got plans to be buried 5 feet down with a little straw going up to take air so he can really get the feel of the dirt. Anyway, Morgan's a vampire, and we'll be right back with him. Once again, Morgan. All right, Morgan.
Yes.
Well, first of all, before we dive into the phones here, there are a lot of people who have questions for you, obviously.
I'm sure.
Sure. Is there anything about vampirism that we haven't covered that people should know that's important?
I would just advise people to be very careful.
Oh?
When they meet someone who claims to be a vampire. Don't jump into anything.
Well, right, but why do you say that? I mean...
There are a lot of psychotic people in the world that will take advantage of you.
And
you need to be very careful.
That wouldn't be you?
No.
So there's some troubled portion of the vampire world?
Yes, a small segment of teens, mostly teens.
Always. A few bad apples, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But, are you... The one thing I guess I want to know, and really everybody else listening would want to know, you really are claiming that there are thousands of vampires, literally thousands in some cities.
Oh, yes. Yes.
That's pretty hard to buy.
Well, you could look on the Internet, I suppose, if you really wanted to find out more information.
I never thought of that. Go to, Google and Google vampires?
Yes, there are churches in New York City, temples in, there's one in Seattle. We have them. They're growing.
I think I believe you. I really do. I think that it may be so, and that's going to concern a lot of people. All right, a few questions from the audience. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Morgan, the vampire.
Yes, hi. My name's David. I'm calling from New Jersey.
Hey, David.
And I'd like to know, is it true that vampires fear garlic?
Oh, yeah.
I do not like garlic. I don't eat it, and I have nothing to do with it. I will not allow it in my house.
Oh, really?
Okay.
And that's my personal preference. It makes me very ill. I'll break out in a rash.
Oh, do you hear that?
Break out in a rash, yes.
Yeah, he breaks out in a rash.
Also, is there a cure for the bloodlust?
Oh, yeah.
None that I know of. And I don't know that I would want one.
In other words, you're happy.
Yes.
I thought that would be your answer.
You did? Well, so what do you think? Is this a real McCoy we've got here, caller?
Yeah, he sounds genuine.
Yeah.
Well, I am.
He does to me, too. All right. I very much appreciate your call and your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, yeah. I began to realize, you never know, when you get an email like this, whether you're going to get the real McCoy or whether you're going to get, somebody yanking on your leg. But you really do seem...
Yes, there's some people who question the whole thing, but to me it's a lifestyle, it's a way of life. I've become this, and I enjoy it. We all do.
Well, we all, not all of us do.
No, those who are born...
Oh, you mean of vampires?
Yes.
Oh, my God, I did just Google vampire, and the links are absolutely endless.
Mm-hmm.
Endless. I had no idea. I truly had no idea. I never took a look at Google and vampires before. Holy. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Morgan. Hello.
Me?
Yes, you.
First, I want to go by my screen name on the stream link. Is that okay?
Well, sure.
Illuminati Resistance.
Okay.
And I have a question. Have you or any of your...
Is that like a first name and a last name? Illuminati and then Resistance is your last name, or is that just a full handle?
Full handle.
I see. That's a lot to say all at once. All right.
Have you encountered any vampire hunters?
I've been warned of them, and I have heard of them, and I've certainly researched them.
Now, why do you say that, sir? You say that like you might either be or know about vampire hunters.
And can silver actually kill vampires, or is it just like werewolves or any of that?
Would a real vampire hunter ask that? Are you a vampire hunter?
No. I'm
okay.
Illuminati resistant.
Oh, yeah, well, I got that. All right, so silver.
Silver's no problem.
Wasn't there something about a silver bullet? And
that would kill me.
Oh, a silver bullet would, well, probably a lead one would too.
It would kill my human body, but my vampire soul
would live on.
Yes.
But see, that's not altogether different than other people believe. It sounds like, is vampirism a religion? Is it fair to call it a religion?
Yes.
It is. And in that religion, what is worshipped? Is it a deity, or is it...
We worship one another.
Really?
Well, and we worship our undead gods.
Undead gods?
The people, the vampires that have been here before, that have passed on,
yes,
who speak to us and channel to us.
Channeling.
We worship them.
I'm kind of down on channeling. I don't know why. It seems to me that channeling, well, I don't know. Would be so easy to fake it. I was never much of a channel person. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Morgan.
Is that me?
That's you.
Yes, I was wondering why you would have to have an oxygen tube.
To breathe?
Yeah.
Yeah. Morgan?
I couldn't hear the question.
Well, he was asking why you would need an oxygen tube at all. In other words, he's thinking that being the vampire you claim you are, that you wouldn't need oxygen. Is that right, caller?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
I will need oxygen to breathe. I will be slowing my body down while I'm in the ground.
Yes.
So I will not be a rapid heartbeat, and I'll be very meditative.
Well, it's going to be kind of like a sensory deprivation chamber, isn't it? Or something?
Very much so. But it's vital for me to be in the earth.
Is this something that all vampires eventually get to somehow, or is this just something you are doing?
Oh, many do this. Yes. I'm not the only one.
That's amazing. It's really amazing. So there's like this whole world out there that I don't know anything about.
Well, you're learning now.
I guess I am. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Morgan the Vampire.
Hey, this is Kurt in Phoenix. How
Hello.
you doing?
Hi, Kurt.
I'm on one of these stupid cell phones. Sorry.
It's okay. We'll bear with it.
All right. Vampire Man, do you believe in God or Jesus? And what do you think they think about all this?
Or when he said all that, did you just drop the phone?
I'm sorry?
No, I'm talking to Morgan here.
I believe in God.
You believe in God?
Yes, I do.
And the devil. He thinks about you drinking blood and stuff, all this.
He couldn't be that. Well, I don't know. You wouldn't think he'd be that happy about it, though.
Yeah. Do you worry about going to hell?
Oh, yeah, there's another good one.
No, I don't worry about going to hell.
Why not?
I'm not sure that it would be a bad place to be.
Hell?
Yes.
Well?
As defined by the Christian Bible.
Well, really? What do you imagine hell might be, Morgan?
It would not be as in the Christian Bible.
You don't think there'd be,
no.
pitchforks and fire and brimstone and all the traditional hell accoutrements?
No.
Hi there. One more, Morgan, very quickly. You're on the air with Morgan. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello, Mark?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Kenny.
Kenny?
Yeah, and I'm calling from Clarksville, Indiana.
And, Kenny, what's up?
I just want to know if he says he stays in during the day and he's all proud. He prowls through the night, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you live on blood alone?
No. I eat food.
Now, do you take blood or drink blood just as a dietary supplement, or is it a important?
Blood is spiritual, and it's necessary. without it, if I go more than a week, or if any of us go more than a week, we become very irritable.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then that sounds almost like a narcotic where...
Very much so. It could be looked at that way.
Hooked on blood.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
It's a very beautiful thing.
When you have it.
Mm-hmm.
Is blood at times, I mean, does it, sort of dry up? I mean, your connections for blood not be available at the right time, or what?
Yeah, that can happen. And there have been times when vampires have gone and hurt people who didn't want to be involved in this.
Is this the dark side, the deadly side that you also included? When you sent me the email, you talked about a deadly serious side. What is the deadly serious side?
For us, it would be the law.
Yeah, huh? Well, for many.
Mm-hmm. But we really try not to break any laws.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a few sometimes that do.
So,
and we've read about those in the newspaper. They give us all a bad name.
There's always a few bad apples. I guess even with vampirism, huh? All right. Well, it's interesting to see what the reaction of the audience is like. The first-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, I'm friends with Morgan, the vampire.
Oh?
I actually know him, and...
Yeah, your accents sound somewhat similar, actually. So you really know each other?
What is your name?
Jason. I'm friends with Nathan and Adam, your sons.
Hello.
Okay, one thing is turn your radio off.
Turn that radio off,
yes, Kevin. Yes. So you know Morgan, huh?
Yes, I know both of his sons, and I can verify he is a vampire. I have seen the coffins, I have seen the fangs, and all that stuff.
You're not a vampire, though?
No, not a vampire.
Okay, so you know Morgan. Morgan, do you recognize this person?
Oh, yes.
So you're verifying he's a vampire?
Yes.
Did he, tell you this, or did you just realize, holy smokes, Morgan's a vampire?
Well, he's discussed it with me, and I've seen his fangs, and I've seen the coffins by going and visiting my friends, and I've asked them stuff about it. It's kind of interesting and cool.
So you have no problem with it?
No.
Haven't you ever felt like sort of, guarding your neck or something?
No.
When you're around him?
No. Never felt threatened. Never, felt any kind of, threat from Morgan. He's a cool dude. And, I don't think he would, do anything without asking or, like you said, the blood circle and all that stuff,
I appreciate your call, and I'm sure Morgan appreciates the support.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, so there you are, neighbor or close friend of a vampire. Oh, my wildcard line, you're on the air with Morgan the vampire. Hello. Hello. Going once, going twice, gone. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Morgan. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty well, sir.
Hey, hello. Hey, good morning, Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
I was just wondering, this is Jazz Cat in the Yahoo chat room. I was just wondering, Morgan, do you shop at Hot Topic?
No.
What is that, some kind of plug? That's a plug, huh?
No.
Do you have a serious question? Come on, we got a vampire here. You don't get a chance to ask a vampire question every day.
Okay. No, that's it.
That's it, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Just a plug. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Morgan the vampire. Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
This is Fred.
Hey, Fred.
From Centerville. I was just wondering, does it have to be the blood of humans, or can it be blood of animals?
That's a really good question. Maybe a too good a question.
And blood from an animal will suffice with nothing else available, but it will not do the trick ultimately. Once you've had the taste of blood in your system, you need human blood.
Oh, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch that, caller?
Yeah. Okay.
Interested?
Oh, I don't think I am up for any donations.
No, huh? All right, well...
Wait, I have another question.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, what if the person's whose blood you're getting takes, medication, and there's medication in their blood,
bloodstream.
Never thought of that.
Is that affected?
Well, we're very careful, and we screen our donors so to make sure that that is not a problem.
They practice safe vampirism.
Mm-hmm.
He wants that known, all right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, there you are. First-time caller line, you are on the air with Morgan.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. I have a question for Morgan. How you doing, Morgan?
Fine.
I have a friend who's a werewolf, and I'm familiar with some of the circles that you guys run in. And I have a question. First of all, do you ever worry about blood-borne viruses like AIDS? I mean, the Chinese drink duck blood. That's part of their daily diet, and they have the bird flu stuff over there. So do you worry about that, or what?
Yes, we do, and I worry very much about that, and I'm very careful, as I told you earlier, to make sure that would not be a problem.
How do you test the blood?
We have a nurse in our circle,
Okay.
and we screen the blood.
Okay, and this is a common thing, Art. It's been going on for centuries. I mean, vampirism is bigger than you think. Just go on the Internet, and you'll see what I mean.
Well, I did. I went and hit Google with vampire, and it was just unending. So I do admit, I'm actually admitting I'm blown away. And were you the one who said you had a friend who's a what?
Werewolf.
Really?
Yeah, they have what they call, they have role-playing groups all over the country, but a lot of these guys in the role-playing groups are actually vampires and werewolves. They actually are. They're not just pretending. They really are.
Do vampires find things in common, Morgan, with werewolves and other alternative lifestyles?
Yes, there are some people who we've run across who on a full moon
Yes.
very much feel they become like a werewolf. And we will at times share blood with them.
That's scary. But caller, you're saying it's really right, huh?
I believe it because the guy I know is a mathematician. I won't mention his name. But,
No, thank you. Don't.
But he is a very intelligent guy, and I've never seen him transform, but I really believe it because he believes it. So that's the best I can tell you.
So he claims that kind of in the middle of the night he transforms into a wolf.
Absolutely. There's a whole culture. They have rules. I mean, they have like a whole doctrine surrounding all this stuff.
Yes, and if we can help those people who have that werewolf feeling by donating blood to them to stop them from hurting someone, we'll be more than happy to do that.
Okay. Are you saying that werewolves, from the public's point of view, might be more of a danger than vampires?
I would think so, yes.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Vampirism is becoming very organized and very structured. It's coming together in a very good way.
Well, on the off chance that somebody out there just realized the lust is theirs, I mean, how do they go about it? How would anybody go about finding other vampires? I guess, what? In today's modern world, what am I saying? There's the Internet.
Well, there's nightclubs, and it's just, you know where to go. It's just an inner feeling. If you have it, they will find you.
So, vampires have social lives. They go to nightclubs.
Mm-hmm.
They go up to chicks and give them lines like, well, I don't know. At the critical moment, hey, baby, want to make a donation? What?
No, you might start the conversation by talking about anything.
Well, what about those big teeth of yours?
Well, those that are receptive to me, since I'm married, but someone who would be receptive.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
It's not a problem if they like that, and they're drawn to it.
Morgan, we're out of time. Brother, it has been unusual, and I really appreciate your coming on the air. Thank you. All right. Good night. The author teaches the preparation and techniques of authentic spiritual exploration. It is possible to leave your body. Let me say that again. It is possible to leave your body. I did it once, uninvited, unexpected, maybe even unwelcome, although certain aspects of it were very pleasurable and wonderful, but I don't think I would want to repeat it, and I have certainly never attempted to repeat it. If you're curious what this is, and I imagine a lot of you are. I know that a lot of you know a lot about this particular subject, and a lot of you don't know a darn thing about it. So we'll, of course, cover some of the basics, and then I guess some of the more exotic stuff involving out-of-body experiences coming up. This will seem positively tame compared to interviewing a vampire. William, welcome to the show.
Hello, Art. It's a pleasure to talk to you again.
It's nice to have you back. Can you imagine in your wildest dreams that across the country there are thousands and thousands of vampires and werewolves and things that we think are, myth and movie, right? But really these people who think they're vampires and all the rest of it all across America, do you think that could be true?
I don't doubt anything.
Yeah, I've come to the same point. Yeah, I've come to the same point where, like, nothing shocks me anymore.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
What the heck? It's America. All right, so let's talk about something I do know is real, and that's out-of-body experiences. I guess the best way to begin would be for you... Well, let's see. Describe what it is. What is an out... To most people, they laugh. What are you talking about, out-of-body experience? Yeah, when you die, they think.
Yeah, there's a real misconception out there about what it is. It's really the separation of consciousness from the body. And it happens all the time, all across the world.
Is consciousness our soul?
I think soul is an aspect of consciousness. I think consciousness is a multidimensional continuum that is quite expansive. Soul is part of that.
The soul is part of it. The soul is part of consciousness. So the larger...
In other words, it's the source of consciousness.
Okay.
But not consciousness necessarily thereof.
All right. Then when you do have an out-of-body experience, your soul is not leaving your body.
Generally not. That's one of the biggest misconceptions because we live under a real limited viewpoint of the universe and ourselves. We've kind of bought into this fairy tale that we are made up of two bodies, body and spirit. And of course, those of us who have out-of-body experiences know that the universe is much more complex.
When there's a certain relationship between OBEs or out-of-body experiences and near-death experiences, right?
Oh yeah, there is a direct. An OBE is part of the elements involved in a near-death experience.
It is,
but it's only one element of it.
When somebody has a near-death experience, do you think that more than just the consciousness has left the body temporarily? I mean, you get all the millions of stories of people on the operating room ceiling, that kind of thing. Has the soul, in that case, left the body?
I think it's the mind and the astral body has separated from.
I know I'm asking you terribly hard questions. It's hard to get answers for this stuff, but...
Well, I think it's the real separation is really the astral body, the emotional body has separated. And most people identify with that as being their self. So they just assume that the soul has left the body. But the bottom line is there's a big difference between a near-death experience and an out-of-body experience. Out-of-body experiences are much more prevalent because they occur spontaneously during sleep. And, of course, you don't have to die.
Right. That's a good point, of course. You don't have to die. But still, I'm going to do what I'm forced to do because I have to relate to my own experience. This has happened to me, as you know.
Yeah.
We've talked about it in previous shows. But, boy, I'll tell you what. William, when it happened, I wasn't meditating. I wasn't wishing anything on myself. I wasn't thinking that I'd want to have an out-of-body experience. It was the furthest thing from my mind, and it just happened. Boom! It just happened like that.
I know, it's wild. That's what happens to millions and millions of people around the world every single day. And It's not self-initiated.
That doesn't happen to me every day.
No, but
you're saying it happens to millions?
It happens to millions of people every day. I get incredible feedback from people from all over the world.
Well, that's why this is such a hot topic, because this does happen to people. It really does happen to people. And I would imagine, what percentage of people, William, do you think that this happens to don't have the slightest doggone idea what an OBE is, don't listen to Coast to Coast AM or any other show like it, they have no idea what just happened to them?
Oh, that's the problem, Mark. Most people that have these experiences don't have a clue, and they don't have any accurate information. So they just slough it off.
I mean, a lot of people would think, what? Did I just have a heart attack or a stroke or something like that? Or because it's pretty dramatic when it happens.
It absolutely is. But most people don't have a context to put it in. So they have a hard time. True. I mean, we've talked about this in the past. Some people think it's an alien abduction.
Yeah.
Because that's their frame of reference on this topic. Some people, I've had letters from people that think that the devil is taking them away. And it all depends on your frame of reference. And unfortunately, our society is not well educated on this universal topic. It isn't really into just this last 10 years that people really started to talk about this subject openly.
Well, you're right about one thing. It is universal. It's just so all of us. When did the awareness of OBEs break from the sort of individual observation to people writing books, people beginning to realize, holy smokes, this really can happen. You really can leave your body. When did it? It's still not mainstream, so I can't say when did it go mainstream. But I mean, when did it sort of congeal into the world talking about it?
I think that began with Moody's work that come out, Life After Life, with his near-death work, where he talks about, he actually coined the word out-of-body in that book, which was published, I believe, in 1972.
Dr. Raymond Moody.
Yes, who's a wonderful man, and he did a great service to humanity by breaking the mold and starting to talk about these subjects. And he brought a lot of credibility to the topic because he was a physician, and people started to take this stuff seriously. And then from then on, there was quite a few books, including my own, come out in '96, which thank goodness now it did well and is in 8 languages.
Okay, so this is still though it's a relatively new, recognized phenomena. Is that fair to say?
It is. It's really about 20 to 30 years old. That it's really in the last 10, though, I would say it's really become mainstream, where you see bumper stickers and T-shirts and stuff like that out there. And
do you really?
Oh yeah, they're out there. It's kind of surprising. I was in Vegas doing a workshop, and somebody had a "Don't bother me." They were sitting at the casino playing cards. And I couldn't believe it. On the T-shirt on the back, it said, "Don't bug me. I'm having an OBE. I'll be back in a few minutes."
Yeah. Well, a lot of people leave the bodies temporarily in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's true.
Since will be a lot of people who will not know what we really are talking about. You may have had the beginnings of an OBE, folks, even if you didn't have a full one. You may have had the beginnings. In fact, I think almost everybody has had the beginnings of an OBE. What does it feel like when you start to have one?
Well, that's one of the things I did my survey on. I was fascinated with what were the common phenomena associated with it.
Oh, all right. And, tell them about your survey, I guess. How many people may I ask? For the survey?
Yeah, the survey, I started it. It was, of course, published in my first book, and then I put it on my website, which is linked to yours.
Yes.
And I thought maybe a couple hundred people would respond, and lo and behold, I had over 16,000 people responded in the last few years.
So this is on your website? The survey can be taken on
Yes, I invite all the listeners out there to come come to my website and participate in the survey. It only takes a minute.
Listen, folks, and what you're about to hear, and there's a lot of information you're going to get tonight based on this survey, is from 16,185 people, right?
Oh, absolutely. And actually the number is much greater than that now, but that's what the survey results was based on.
All right. So then let's describe it, and perhaps you can use some of the survey numbers as you describe it. But
absolutely. I think people would be surprised. Number one is, while this is often, OBEs occur often spontaneously during sleep. Let me preface that so people have an idea what we're talking about.
Do they ever occur when you're awake?
They can, but they're much less frequent.
Okay.
They generally, I don't know the exact percentage, but I would say high 90s, certainly 95 to 98% of people, they are asleep or on the verge of sleep.
Well, that was my next question. When you say sleep, do you mean the little twilight zone between this world and that? Whatever the sleep
Generally,
world is?
that's the case. It's called the hypnagogic state.
Right.
Which is that in-between state.
Every now and then, and I'm sure this is true of everybody, as you approach sleep, you can actually feel yourself come in and out of it a couple of times, and then, boom, you're gone.
It's right. No one knows what sleep is. Think about it. Science does not know what a dream is, and we really don't know what sleep. What happens when we sleep for a third of our lives? No one really truly knows.
You're right. We don't.
And think about that. This impacts all the listeners out there.
How much scientific? I know there's been some sleep research, right?
Oh, absolutely. We know there's REM states. We know that there's changes that occur. But the point is, nobody has a video of what occurs to consciousness when we go into this strange altered state, because that's what sleep is. An altered state of consciousness.
It is, yes.
What happens? What is a dream? Is a dream, are we touching some form of reality,
actually,
or is it just made up?
When you're asleep, is it the absence of consciousness? Could it be described as an absence of consciousness?
I think it's a shift of consciousness. That's how I feel today. After all of my research and my experiences with this, we shift our consciousness into another, for lack of another, the word is energy body.
I don't even know how common people are, but I'll tell you something, William. Most nights, this is the truth, from the time I finally hit sleep until I wake up the next morning, there is the great nothing. Nothing. Dead. Nothing. Now, occasionally, of course, I have a dream. I can have nightmares. I've had, but you know what? The majority of the time, it's just like goodbye, and then, it's the next day.
Well, you've went into a very deep state. A lot of people are like that. You asked me a little bit earlier about what do people experience.
Yes.
And I'd like to briefly go over that, because I think your listeners may identify with all of this.
All right. The beginning of an OBE.
Yeah, the beginning of an OBE is number one, is energy sensations. Sleep paralysis is 72% of people in the survey reported sleep paralysis, which I'm sure a large percentage. By that I mean your consciousness is awake or at some point, but you can't move your body.
Right.
And it's quite shocking to people. It's one of the scariest sensations that people can have.
Actually, it is. If you become conscious enough to be aware of the fact that you are frozen, it's frightening, of course.
And that is one that especially scares children, but everyone. Now, you can't control it, and that's one thing that everyone fears, is that sense of having no control, but yet you're fully aware. The other one that's very prevalent, 85% of people reported buzzing, humming, and roaring sounds. Mm-hmm. In other words, an unusual sound while you're asleep.
Yes.
And it can be very metallic sounding. And again, I like to connect this to the alien abduction phenomena. That's the same kind of phenomena that's reported during so-called abductions.
Do you believe they actually are connected in more than just the ways you're describing? I mean, have people hit you with that question?
Oh, I've I get hit with that all the time. I've spoken at, I think 10 UFO conferences. I do an hour-and-a-half lecture just on that connection. So yes, I think it's a serious connection because it's a multidimensional continuum that we live in, and I think alien experiences and OBEs are multidimensional experiences. So the two tie together. I mean, they're so much in sync with one another. Anyway, getting to the list, the next one that many people experience is a feeling of being lifted or floating or thinking.
Yes.
Very common.
Yep. I've had all these.
And of course, any sensation of being touched or a feeling that someone is in the bed, and I know I get so many letters about this from people. It feels like you swear someone is, let's say you're in bed by yourself, but you feel the presence of someone.
Yes.
That's another phenomena, very common. Hearing voices. I know I've had this on many occasions where I hear it sounds like my mother's voice calling me. Just my name.
Huh.
And I've had, hundreds and hundreds of people have written to me about this in detail. But all these things are very common experiences for people that are, now, just to clarify this is the different kinds of phenomena that are the onset and aftermath that people experience of an OBE.
You could say precursor.
All of this, especially paralysis and buzzing, humming sounds and high energy.
But the great majority of the time, these things, even though a lot of us have experienced them, they don't progress into a real full-fledged OBE, do they?
No, because of fear. People start to freak out.
Yeah, it's the onset of it beginning to happen, and what stops this is you.
Oh, absolutely. People begin, I can relate because these experiences have scared me on more than one occasion, especially when you don't know what's happening.
Yes.
I mean, it's terrifying when you have no knowledge about this, and suddenly you feel like you're totally out of control.
Exactly. And if you think that's something, when a real OBE grabs you and takes hold, and you leave your body, you actually leave your body, well, then it's not so bad. That's the good part, actually, but that stuff that comes just before it, it's like a warning. You would not feel good. You'd not feel comfortable. You'd not like it. You'd say, hey, I want this to stop.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. May recharge by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the Internet, This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
And this is one ride you can take. Now, this is for real, folks. You really can do this. It takes an awful lot of will, and it takes actually courage that I've never developed. I've been right up to the edge, and I had one real one, but I have no control over that one. In terms of allowing it to go and really taking that ride, I have never, ever volunteered. Not yet. I may give it a try, but I never have. If you listen tonight, you'll find out how you can do it, and then when the time comes, if you can muster up the correct body parts, you can do it. You can really take a ride. You can go outside your body. Where? Oh, we'll talk about where you can go. It's absolutely remarkable. I have, of course, a computer at my side, and people can blast me questions from the website, coasttocoastam.com. And, man, that thing is filling up with hundreds already, just literally hundreds of people reporting the things that we're talking about right now. That's how common it is. Every phone line is lit up and singing a song. We'll get to that later, folks, so, mellow out there. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this is so common, so underreported, so universal that when you talk about it, everything starts going berserk. If you do a radio program like this with William Buhlman, so that's how common it is, William. It's incredible. But these first things that you talked about, these vibrations, this paralysis, all the rest of it, the noise that you might experience, all of this is highly unpleasant most of the time. I mean, it's something you don't want anything to do with, and you force yourself awake a lot of times just to stop it, right?
Well, yeah, to a point, until you get used to it. That's one of the things I train people to do in my workshops, is to condition themselves to adapt to it so that they can use the precursor, these sounds, as almost like a launching pad.
Yes.
In other words, they're not really. They're actually very neutral. They're wonderful experiences once you know what they are and you surrender to them. The key is to surrender instead of freaking out.
Well, that's the key, and that's the stumbling block.
It sure is, and that's the block that many people have in this topic. But the bottom line is, everybody listening in your audience is going to have an OBE. There's no escaping. We all will leave our body. So it's about time that we start to learn about it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Are you including death?
Oh, well, what else is death but it's just a permanent OBE?
Right, you are. But, I mean, aside or prior to death, what...
Everybody, Art, has OBEs as they sleep. They just don't remember them. They block them.
Really?
Absolutely. I have seen it enough during out-of-body experiences. Matter of fact, many people, when they sleep, they'll separate and they hover. In other words, it's what many people call their astral body is floating just out of sync with their physical body. I don't mean up at the ceiling or anything, but maybe 3 or 4 inches just floating.
Well, then, how do you figure what happened to me? I hate people who tell old stories, and I've told this before, but there's a big audience that's never heard it. I was in Paris, lying in bed. We were on vacation. I was with my wife. Everything was great, spiffy. I was trying to fall asleep or asleep. I don't know which. I can't even remember now. And it happened in a flash, William, in an unmeasurable amount of time. Nobody could measure the time, and... I was suddenly up out of my body, over the city of Paris, I was in this instant world of the most pleasurable, ecstatic, all-comprehending, wonderful place that I'd ever been in my whole life. It was, words just can't describe what I felt. And then, bang! It ended, and I was back in my body and shocked and waking my wife up and driving nuts saying, oh, you wouldn't believe what just happened to me. And that's the only time it's ever happened.
And you know, that you just described what has happened to millions of people around the world. Because it's just a totally spontaneous event, and bang, you're floating up into the sky or at your ceiling or just floating out of your body somewhere, and most of the people that, according to the survey, most of the people found it to be an incredibly enjoyable experience. Now, not all, but just like you had, it's a remarkable experience, and it changes people's lives, because I've received many a letter from an atheist that has told me that they are no longer an atheist after an OBE. It's like the old foxhole story.
I guess people would have different reactions, right? But that I don't think I came away with some great new understanding of God.
But don't you think you continue now after your body's gone? If you can float up into the sky
and leave your body, and leave your body. But, well,
doesn't that to you provide evidence that you continue beyond the body?
It provides anecdotal evidence for me. If you're asking me, and I'll tell you why. Because to me, it's something that happens, but it's something that happens so far to a living, albeit perhaps sleeping, human body. Living is the key word there, living.
Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, we may have powers of the mind that we just don't even begin to guess about yet. You said it yourself. We don't know anything about sleep. We don't know anything about our brains. Not a damn thing, really. Just very surface stuff. We know so little. So a living human brain, could it do that? Well, yes, maybe. But then does that mean... Does that mean the same thing about death? Of course, then there's all the OBE things out there. So, I don't know.
Well, many people feel that gives them a verification, including myself. I've had hundreds of OBEs, and it's always a constant verification to me of my immortality. But more importantly, it provides answers.
What is it about that gives you absolute verification of immortality? I mean, that's a really strong...
Oh, I know it's strong, because I know that I can consciously direct... Now, I'm talking specifically about self-initiated experiences. Now, the very nature of a spontaneous, because I've had many spontaneous, but as you know, my books and my workshops are devoted to self-initiating the experience. And when you self-initiate the experience, you have much more control, because you're expecting it, you're trained. In other words, you don't flip out. And because of that mindset, you can really, for lack of a better word, take advantage of it and really gain knowledge. You can actually, let's just say, prolong the experience.
Let's say that you learn how to do it competently and at will, almost. Something I'm nowhere near. But if I could get there, and if people in the audience could get there, what could they do? In other words, once you are a practitioner of OBEs on a regular basis, let's say, where can you go? What experiences can you have?
Oh, it's mind-boggling. The big thing is you can obtain answers to the big questions. What are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going? What is your purpose? Those 4 big questions, I think, are number 1.
Those are pretty big questions.
Yes, they are. I mean, in other words, one thing I learned very quickly is that I realized immediately that I had past lives as a German tank commander and that I had died in World War II. And it was very clear to me. It wasn't any theoretical hocus-pocus. I knew for a fact that I was a German officer during World War II, and I died on the Russian front.
You knew all this. You knew all this how?
Because you're interacting. Remember, when you leave your body, you're going inward. We are non-physical beings. Consciousness is non-physical. I think everybody in the audience would agree. Consciousness is not a physical thing.
Yes, I agree.
It's certainly not a 3-pound mass of cells.
Right.
It's something more. But the problem is science can't touch it. They can't analyze it.
Right.
When you have an OBE, you're going inward into the universe and experiencing higher aspects of yourself. And when you do that, you obtain information and knowledge that is really unexplainable by our linear thought. But
well, what if I
obtain insights that you know are true?
Slow up. William, what if I were to ask you to answer? I mean, you're telling me that you can answer those questions. You've obviously asked. I don't know the answer to those questions. Would you like to actually try to answer a few of them based on knowledge gained with OBs?
Well, number one, I know for a fact that I am pure consciousness without a body. I know from prolonging, let me share a little story. As I prolong my OBEs, my humanoid form dissolves away. And I've done this many, many times. In other words, even most of our self-concepts are totally incorrect because we're programmed to believe that we're physical beings.
Do you have, this has always been of interest to me, one can do actual travel while out of the body. You can actually pick your destinations, and right?
Absolutely. Yeah, if you wish, you can absolutely pick a destination, or you can visit people.
Once out of the body, do you feel any physical identity at all? Or is that just all gone?
It depends on your state of consciousness. I'm not trying to sidestep the question. We are multidimensional beings. The universe, one of the things I know from out-of-body exploration is that the universe is multidimensional continuum, and that the physical world is like the epidermis layer. Mm-hmm. When you leave your body, you're actually going inward into the subtle substructure of matter. And, of course, this is where everyone goes when they die. Heaven, this whole term of heaven is nothing more than just a crude biblical phrase denoting this multidimensional continuum. And when no one really dies, they just shed the outer body and move to the inner world. Or with worlds, actually, there's many, many, countless worlds.
So without...
And they're maintained and created by thought.
Okay, well, here's a big one for me then. Are you saying that when we die, our consciousness, as we understand it now, remains intact?
More or less, I'm not saying that the ego, per se, but more the core of our consciousness will continue.
Huh.
And I know that's, for many people, that's shocking.
Well, okay,
but,
let's try and put words to it. Here I sit, right? Table here, radio equipment, tape, machines, that kind of stuff all around me. When I die, will I have that kind of awareness, or can you put words to what there is left?
There'll still be, you will have an awareness of your beingness, your I-ness. You will still be, in your own self-conception, will still be that of your last incarnation. You will still consider yourself Art Bell. Because people continue in the same, it's like when I'm using my own life as an example, but I have thousands of people's letters and I've talked to people over the last 10 years.
Right.
And gathered tremendous feedback from people.
Right.
And many people, one of the first things they do when they have an out-of-body experience is visit a dead loved one. Or a dead loved one will visit them. Mm-hmm. And, of course, if you're not prepared for that, it's a little bit strange. But what happens is your loved one, and I'm using my mother now as an example, who I've met on multiple occasions, she's in her prime when I see her. By see, I mean perceive, because you don't have eyes as we know it.
Mm-hmm.
But the point is, people continue very much the same as they were. They just take on let's just say, the ideal representation of their energy body, because everything is really energy. You know, quantum physics has proven that. Matter really is a misnomer. There is no such thing as solid. Everything is vibrating. Everything is moving.
These are very hard concepts for us to grasp. Other dimensions, for example, are very hard to grasp. And, of course, current theoretical physicists, very well-respected ones, are saying, you bet, we've probably got as many as 11 dimensions. But
absolutely.
But in another dimension, there may not be time, as we understand it, the present, the past, the future,
right.
Linear time, the way we're so fond of measuring it here, that may not even exist. And so I can't relate then to what that means in terms of what kind of consciousness could be in that environment.
Well, it actually is not as radical. For most people, it's not as radical as a change as you may think, because most people will, let's just say, when they make the transition of death, they will find themselves on, and I hate the word astral, but that's
fine.
Such a common phrase.
Got to use a word.
It's what people perceive or the astral plane, which is the next major dimension parallel to the physical. Now, there's what I call the parallel world, which is a small realm, but most people will end up in the astral dimension, living lives in many respects like they've done in the physical. They will still have form. They will still have a body. It will just be made of a different kind of matter, different kinds of vibrations. But it will still, to them, feel... Remember, reality is relative to the observer. Mm-hmm. If you and I were vibrating 100 times faster,
mm-hmm.
and we couldn't tell the difference from, just like two jet planes going Mach 3 next to one another or standing still.
Mm-hmm.
The same applies in here. Everybody continues, and the vast majority, because of their evolution, will continue on different aspects of the astral plane.
But still, I'm sorry to keep coming back to this question. I only have this frame of reference. I can see things about me. I know I am. I know how I trot through linear measured time, and I can't even reference a self-awareness. A continuance would have to include some continuation of identity, if not ego, certain identity of self-awareness, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So
you would continue to be Art Bell into your next incarnation. That's the only way I can put it. You would be Art Bell on the astral plane.
Huh.
And that's the way it appears to be. That's based on many, and I'm not just basing this on my observations, but thousands of people.
If then we assume the astral plane is the other side of the place where one resides prior to another incarnation, then just for grins, what about ghosts?
Ghosts are nothing more than remember, a ghost is nothing more than an energy body, let's just say the astral body that's been slowed down so that you can see it for a brief period of time. That's all it is. There's no ghosts are such it's almost a funny. I write about this. It's almost silly because we're surrounded by people all the time that are vibrating just out of sync with us, so we can't see them.
Put another way, you're saying we're surrounded by...
The astral plane is here and
all
now.
Around us.
It's not separated.
All around us.
The only thing that separates the astral plane from the physical is a vibration rate of it. What the phenomena of ghost is nothing more than an individual on the lower aspects, the dense vibrations of the astral plane, actually, because they're obsessed with matter, they've lowered their vibration rate for a brief period of time to the point of being observed.
So then what we call the dead are all around us. They really are all around us.
Everything is here and now. Everything. We just can't perceive it with our crude vision and our crude instruments.
Well, that's certainly something to think about. And if that veil was ever removed, then there would be perhaps something as described in the Bible when the dead would rise or something. I don't know. William, hold on. We're at the top of the hour here. Well, this certainly is fascinating stuff, isn't it? William Buhlman is my guest. We're talking about OBEs, or out-of-body experiences, and obviously it's sort of, I don't know, it's leading into some other areas here. Fascinating, though. We'll be right back.
It's 2 a.m. The gust are warm.
Get it in writing with the After Dark newsletter. Subscribe by calling 1-888-727-5505.
On a winter's day, in the rain, The leaves blow across the long black road to the darkened sky in its rage. But the white bird just sits in her cage, unknown. White bird must fly, she will die.
To talk with Art Bell, call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the Internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
If I've been listening to William correctly, and I think I have, he's telling us we really need to redefine everything we think we know about life, death especially, and that we're simply talking about different vibrational rates, different dimensions, if you prefer, and all of this, all the dead, all of everything that's ever been or ever will be, is all around us in a different state. Something to really think about. We'll be right back. I don't think I over-dramatized that, did I? In other words, you have to sort of... There is no heaven, there is no hell as we think of them, most traditionally. But then there is everything, and it's all around us. That includes the dead, and that includes what was, is, and will be, and in some way that we can't... Well, I guess you might understand. Is that fair?
I think that's a good analogy. I think the most important point that I really like to make is that, you cover a lot of subjects on this show.
That's right.
But when it comes down to it, a lot of these subjects are about belief. This one is not. This is about people having their own experiences. I really tell everyone in workshops and lectures, don't believe what I say or write.
Yeah.
Explore this for yourself and have the experience yourself. Self-initiate the experience.
Here, try this one out, William. During this break, my wife and I were talking, and I remember, I don't know, God, it was months and a year ago maybe. My wife was driving. We were on the way home, last leg on the way home, and she said, I've got to stop. She put her head down. She said, we got to stop the car for a minute. And she said, did you know that was an OBE? And I said, no. So they can occasionally occur at truly inopportune moments when you're in a car or driving or whatever. That's a really bad moment for one of these, but they do happen, don't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, I write about that in one of my books where a woman actually, she found herself, she was watching herself driving the car as she was floating above her car.
Oh, my goodness.
And, it's needless to say that's enough to wake you up.
It certainly would. There you are. And are you? I wonder, in such a state, have accidents occurred? I mean, could we imagine that some percentage of the nation's traffic accidents and other accidents occur because of something like this?
I think it could happen. I think much more prevalent, though, is people having experiences. For instance, if you're I've had hundreds of letters from people that are staring at a computer screen, for instance. They're more, and generally they happen when your body's totally inactive.
Well,
I think the whole thing with the driving thing is because it's almost like a road hypnosis.
Well, you know what happens with a computer screen, and this is one byproduct of the modern computer age, no doubt about it. You are being subjected to a vibrational flicker rate when you look at a computer screen. When you set up your computer, it'll tell you what the flicker rate is or give you the opportunity to change it. But, baby, you're looking at a flicker rate, and that can do something to your brain, can't it?
Oh, absolutely, because you're not looking at matter. You're looking at electronic impulses, and you're staring at them for hours on end.
In fact, recently, a year or two ago, there were some Japanese children, maybe even hundreds of them, that were affected in some way by some TV cartoon they broadcast in Japan. It had some flicker rate or flash rate or whatever it was, but it really got... So would that be a way to induce something like this?
Oh, absolutely. There's all kinds of modern methods to induce OBEs. One of them is with... there's companies out there that are making devices that use flickering lights with brain synchronization music to induce altered states of consciousness.
Wouldn't that be along the lines of Dr. Monroe?
It's absolutely directly related. Except in this case, these companies are making these products specifically to induce altered states.
So Dr. Monroe recognized one of the keys to inducing this.
Oh, sound is a very powerful method. I have an entire product line that I've developed with Mach 1 Audio that we've been marketing for years, and we're always trying to tweak it and work on it.
What is it? What does it sound like?
It sounds like a kind of like a thumping hum, because it's two sounds. There's approximately a 3.9 hertz difference between the left and right hemispheres of the brain. And you induce a different, let's just say a different tone in one ear than the other.
Right.
And your brain actually creates the third tone. And I'm using, again, this is non-technical format to explain this. And it alters the brain waves just simply by doing this.
Sounds like a miniature harp.
And in a way, it is like a tuning fork, in a way. You have a tuning fork in each ear that's just out of sync.
Well,
and your mind is creating a third, or your brain is creating a third tone.
William, do you know what harp is, actually?
Yes, I do.
One of the claims that they're making with harp is that it could be used as a tactical weapon to confuse the enemy. And they're talking about using the same kind of frequency ranges that you're talking about right now.
But this is, we're talking about two different subjects.
In a way.
That's being projected by microwave energy, I believe.
Yes. But
what I'm talking about is basically music.
Yes.
It has a whole different function. Now, I don't know much about the HARP project. But I do know a lot about the technology that we've developed, and it's very safe, and it helps people to meditate especially.
All right, let's talk about the safe side of this for a second, because while I certainly know you can leave your body, it doesn't, there are questions. I mean, reasonable people who have never done this but might be willing to give it a try would have serious questions, and the serious questions would include, is it safe?
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the big questions, and I think my very presence here today is evidence that it is.
Maybe.
My first out-of-body experience was in 1972.
Really?
And I've had them ever since.
How many do you estimate you've done?
I would say probably 500, maybe.
Wow.
And I'm not exaggerating, because a lot of times, you know what happens, and this goes for everyone, when you open the door to the experience, it may take you 30, 60 days to have your first experience. But once you open the door, it's almost like something internally happens that no one can explain. But at that point, you are just open and receptive to have the experiences at any time. Unless you shut down psychologically because of fear, you will just have the experiences.
Well,
a lot of times they're brief. I mean, there could be a few seconds here and there. But the point is, once you're conditioned and open, they just happen.
Do you have any idea, by the way, the actual linear length of an OBE? Has there been any research to date that can identify when an actual OBE has begun with a person in or near the sleep state and has actually measured in linear time how long it went on. Is there any way to do that?
There's been, Stanford University did some research on this subject, and of course, as you know, about the Monroe Institute has done work on this. The problem here is that, number one, when you leave your body, time doesn't exist. It just doesn't exist. Time is just a reference point for the decay of matter. And once you leave your body, there's no decaying of matter, so time is irrelevant. And so it's a difficult thing to the experience. I'm speaking as an experiencer. It sounds strange, but you can live an entire life in 5 minutes of Earth time. And I know it's hard to wrap our minds around.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is.
That's the reality of it, because things happen that are beyond our linear mindset.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yes, there has been research. Unfortunately, there's very little money allocated to this kind of research.
Okay, let me hit you with a doctor. I've got, a million computer messages here, but I got one from a physician in New Orleans, Louisiana. This should be challenging for you, William. He's explaining away the whole meaning of life through the natural or self-induced dissociative states that are part of human neurochemistry. Though dissociative states are odd experiences, it's absurd to dismiss God and the meaning of life because of this.
And that's a typical feedback that you get from people that have never had the experience themselves. And he's absolutely right. If you look at this objectively, it looks like a dissociative state of consciousness, which of course means it's not valid. That's why it's important. And my best answer to that is it's important to have the experience yourself. Every year in America...
I've got to admit that's true.
You know that from having your own experience.
I absolutely do.
Any doctor, there's probably 1 million doctors out there would tell you that was an hallucinatory experience that you had, Mr. Art Bell.
Sure.
But you know it wasn't. You know it was something more than that. You may not be able to explain it, but you know it was something quite different than just an hallucination. And this applies to everyone out there.
All right.
The key is to have the experience. Every year, 7 million people in America have near-death experiences, based on the last research I've seen. It's over 7 million. And out of these 7 million people that are having near-death experiences, you could not, in any way, shape, or form, convince these people that they're having hallucinations and dissociative issues.
Can I tell you a little story? Maybe
Sure.
you can make some sense out of this. Long ago, William, when I was young and pretty stupid, I worked for a rock and roll radio station on the island of Okinawa. I broke a couple of world's records there. One of them was I went continuous DJing for 113 hours and 15 minutes. At the time, a record. No sleep during that. That was from I forget, Monday, I think it was Monday afternoon through Saturday morning or something like that. It was incredible. I wasn't allowed to use drugs. I had doctors, Japanese doctors all around me. I kept myself awake by holding frozen cans of orange juice up against my carotid artery and all over my face. They were checking me all the time. No drugs, no coffee. Past a certain point, they made me stop because of my heart rate. But I can't recall. It was the third day or maybe into the fourth day. William, I was, for a long period of time, I went from the world that I was in to some other world that was every bit as real, with drawers and walls, and I was in a house, in a situation, and it was as real as the reality in front of me right now. And finally somebody shook me hard enough that I came out of this apparent dissociative state. But I must tell you, William, that for the time I was in it, and it was like a long period of time, God, I was in an alternate world, William, with alternate people in an alternate situation that was every bit as real to touch and smell and be part of as what I'm doing right now. Now, that That was
do you feel that was a dissociative state?
Or
do you feel that was another reality you had tapped into?
See, I guess that's what our big argument is about here, right? In other words, we've got the doctor here saying one thing, and you saying something else about the very same experience. He's saying dismiss it because, we know what it is. It's part of what happens to human beings, and then we've got you saying, no. This is like a ticket to ride to what's really out there. And how do we figure out which is...
Art, I think leave that up for all the listeners to explore it
themselves.
That's what I say. I can't prove this, no more than the doctor can prove his viewpoint. Yeah. What I ask people to do is just logically explore it for yourself. If you see techniques, and if you feel inclined to try these techniques, which have been proven over many, many decades to work, try them for yourself. Believe me, back in '72 when I had my first experience, I didn't believe this was true. I was an agnostic that wouldn't have. Somebody told me about this, I would have said they were crazy or smoking pot or something. But I had at least the open mind to try it. And for 30 days, I tried one of the techniques. And that's when I had my first experience, and it changed my entire self-conception.
I'm also getting quite a few messages, William. Let's back up to the pot comment for a second. About ketamine, about some other drugs that are said to assist either OBEs or NDEs or this kind of experience. What's your whole take on the drug angle?
I think it should be naturally induced, and the reason being, and I have experienced. I've been around a while. I've been to Peru. I've studied with shamans.
You've done the drug route, right?
I have. They're called plant medicines.
Whatever. So,
I've done with shaman. I've done plant medicines that induce altered states.
Well, all right then.
So I'm not a novice.
Is it or is it not? Forgetting about what the right thing to say here is it or is it not a legitimate path to that state of consciousness?
Well, I can say this. Shamans have been taking ayahuasca and other plant medicines for 10,000 years and doing it productively in their own culture. But this is my personal take is that it distorts reality, and I don't recommend it to my students. I don't recommend it to those who attend my workshops.
But the whole thing is a distortion of reality as we feel it now. Anyway,
you have to be sharp. You have to be on the ball when you start to have these experiences, so you can distinguish. Let's just say thought-created realities from objective realities.
All right.
It takes some training. That's why, of course, I've written 2 entire books that go into this.
Yes.
This is something though that takes the individual to explore and to do the techniques, and then let the listener decide for themselves if it's real. But I can tell if you take 30 to 60 days and you do an OBE technique that I write about or techniques that I have available, and most people can have an experience in that time, and then you judge for yourself.
Well, maybe after the break, it's coming up pretty soon. Let's tell them how to do it. You want to do that? Tell them how to do it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I would love to do.
I'd like to do that too. But what about stress? You mentioned in here combat, childbirth, surgery, moments of certainly intense stress. Are they more likely to produce this?
They can, absolutely.
That's a yes? They're more likely to?
Yes, there's many different causes for out-of-body experiences. Childbirth being one, but combat certainly. Any kind of trauma can induce it. Now, that doesn't mean it's not valid just because it's been induced that way. The same applies to a near-death experience in a way. I mean, they're also induced by all kinds of trauma, typically, or heart attacks, or some kind of trauma to the body, let's say. Mm-hmm. So yes, OBEs are induced by all kinds of methods. the reason I wrote about it is because I was intrigued with the letters that I had received, especially from combat soldiers that were in combat.
You know, I'd like to hear about that, actually. I really would. If you got letters. I've also had emails, William, from people who've been in intense firefights, and man, it reads like the Twilight Zone. I'm telling you, it reads like the Twilight Zone. It's incredible.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's wild stuff.
All right, we're going to touch on that when we get back. William Buhlman is my guest. We're talking about OB's out-of-body experience.
Yeah. What? Absolutely nothing. Yeah. What? Absolutely nothing. Say it again, y'all. Listen to me. I despise the mere destruction of innocent life. War means tears to thousands of mothers when their sons go off to fight and lose their lives. I said war. Good God, y'all. What? Absolutely. Get said again.
To talk with Art Bell, call the Wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5. And dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the Internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Firefights, really scary firefights. They happen in wars. And we have, unfortunately, a lot of our young people in wars right now. And they write letters about what happens to them. In a moment, we'll ask William what kind of letters he gets. Combat. Yeah, it's like the Twilight Zone. It really is. You've had some letters. What kind of things have you been told by people in combat?
Oh, it's been tremendous. Matter of fact, I devoted an entire chapter just to this topic in Secret of the Soul. Generally, there were, let's just say, OBEs induced by severe trauma, for instance, mortar attacks.
Sure.
One of them that hits me particularly was it was a platoon that was ambushed in the Delta, and they were hit by a severe attack of mortars, and the entire platoon was decimated. And the bottom line was they were all, I think there was only 3 survivors, if I remember right from this one story, out of this company. And the only reason the one survived is that he was knocked back from the blast and of course he received shrapnel.
Right.
But he was actually floating above his body, and he watched as the VC come in and stripped his body of his boots and his weapon. And he actually watched it from above, looking down on this whole site. And the only reason he wasn't killed was because they already thought he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
And he watched all of his friends having it, because I guess the boots were the big thing that they would steal immediately, and then they would take off into the jungle before their more air power come in.
Yes.
And he wrote me this letter explaining how he was floating above his body, watching himself, his own body, being stripped of his clothes and his boots. And it was only, and he observed the entire thing, and then he observed where they actually, they melted back into the jungle, and he just barely survived. But I think he was only I think it was a company. He was only 3 survivors in this particular attack.
Oh, so many things.
That was just kind of an example of the kind of things. Generally, a lot of times they would observe the physical events that were happening around them.
All right. Let's pull back from that, although recognizing it does occur. And if you were to give somebody right now a quick little 101, if you want to have an OBE and you want it to be successful, how do I do it?
Okay. There's a lot of course, as you know, I disclose about 50 different ways. One of the most effective ways is to awaken in the middle of the night. In other words, set your alarm for about 4 hours.
Okay.
Then awaken, and then pick up a book and start, or whatever, but get up, move to another location. For instance, if you're in bed, move to the couch, start, maybe read for a few minutes. Don't read Stephen King or something. Read about this topic. And then begin a technique, and I'm just going to give you one of many. As you're already, you just woke up, but you're a little bit groggy. You're not wide awake. You move to another location. This is really important. You go to the couch, for instance. You get comfortable. You lay down again, and then for instance, you could imagine yourself in a whirlpool. And again, I'm doing this very briefly.
That's all right.
There's motion techniques. There's many different ones, but one of them is you imagine yourself in a whirlpool, and you feel yourself spinning around, and you try to hold that sensation of yourself going around in a whirlpool as your last conscious thought as you go to sleep. And while you're doing this, it also may help to do affirmations, like now I'm out of body or something along those lines. In other words, have that intention clearly ingrained in your conscious mind.
Got it.
That now my desire is to have an out-of-body experience.
Will it
as much as you can as you're doing a technique. And again, there's 50 different techniques that I write about.
All right, with regard to the one you just described, I'm curious why it is important to move. In other words,
we are conditioned to sleep unconscious in our beds. We've programmed ourselves through our lifetime. What do people consider a good night's sleep? Unconsciousness.
Yes.
And that's, of course, not the result we want now. It's important to move, to change the environment so the result is different. The ideal is to create a meditation area devoted to this practice. I use my sofa. Most of my experiences, or at least the vast majority of them, have been not in my bed but on my sofa. And this is a very effective technique. Now, it takes some discipline because you're interrupting your REM period. This is also called the interrupted sleep or the sleep deprivation technique. But it's basically you're interfering with your REM cycle.
Okay.
Because, the first REM period occurs 90 minutes in the sleep, and then they occur a little more frequently as you go through the night, where the second one may be an hour in.
So you're kind of disturbing the very center part of the sleep cycle.
Yes, yes. And that, of course, and you're placing your intentions, a strong intention, and you're doing a specific OBE technique. This combination is very powerful. Most people can have an experience within 30 days or less.
What can you expect? Can you describe the best way you're able what somebody, if they're going to try this, might expect to happen, feel? What will they experience?
Just some of the things that we were describing at the beginning of the show, heaviness possibly.
Yes.
First, you have to get relaxed enough. You want to allow your body to totally relax. Relaxation is really critical.
Okay, no, I'm talking about if we get past the vibrational state, the noise, and the discomfort, and it's very discomforting, and you feel like you're out of control, but suddenly, let go, and now you're having your OBE. Then what do you expect?
Most people, they have a lightness or heaviness sensation will come over them, and they'll begin to, what I suggest to many people is that they just have a sense, if you feel a lightness sensation, like you're floating in your body, then roll sideways, because you have to break the energy mold. One of the problems here at the beginning of people having OBEs is that they forget, it's almost like for lack of a better word, it's like a gelatin mold. There's an energetic connection between your physical and your non-physical body. And that has to be disrupted a little bit in order to have the full experience. And you do that by rolling or directing. This is very important. You surrender to the sensation of floating, and you direct your energy body to the door. I use door or window because there's always a door somewhere.
Sure.
And you direct your consciousness away from your body. In other words, you don't even think about your body. That's the number one rule, actually the only rule. Is that
actually, you're saying, if I'm hearing this right, that you roll, you said, as though you're rolling out of your body. You're separating.
That's exactly it. And that's what many people experience. It sounds silly almost, but it works.
Okay.
And it breaks the energy mold. And now, some people have a floating sensation. Some people lift up. Everyone's differently. I talk about 6 different exits that people have during OBEs in my book.
What's the most common? The rolling that you're describing?
Probably the floating is the most commonly reported one.
Yep.
But again, and there's also sinking. A lot of people, I've had an experience on many occasions where I have a multiple-story home, and I sink right through the first floor down into the basement.
I don't think I'd like that as much as
I know
floating.
People for some reason don't. But yet in shamanic cultures, that's the norm. It depends. In our culture, people want to go upward. They want to be like the Tinkerbell thing.
Well, besides, the sensation of floating or even flying is superb.
Oh, it's wonderful.
That's a pleasant one. Yeah, that's good.
It's it's pleasurable, and it's much more, let's just say, liberating. It's incredibly liberating, and that's the first thing that really attracts. That's the first thing that hooked me. I felt like for the first time I was free.
That one gets me, too. I absolutely love flying dreams. I have a lot of those, and floating, a lot of that. But when it gets to the noise, the vibration, the paralysis, I pull back like...
Right. Well,
I'm a chicken. I swear I can't let go.
Well, all the vibrations and all, you know what that's from? That's from a slow separation. Once you fully separate, all the harshness of the process disappears.
All right. Mike from Colorado Springs, Colorado, is on my computer screen, not being kind to you at all. He says, your guest is ignorant. I've had thousands of OBEs. When you open yourself to that, you open yourself to anything that comes, including the bad. It's dangerous. Also, spiritually speaking, it does not advance you. It's a distraction. Now, William, you've got yourself a religious guy.
Oh, absolutely. You know what's funny is that most of the biblical text, many of the religions were created from OBEs. Look at Revelations, begins with, I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day.
Yeah.
I mean, people forget the most rapidly growing religion in the world is Islam. That's based on the out-of-body experience of Muhammad when he travels through what he terms the 7 heavens. Mm-hmm. And people forget that. Yeah, it's a shame that people still live in fear of the unknown. You know, it's only 600 years ago people were afraid to cross the Atlantic Ocean.
Well,
I mean,
but a Christian might say, probably would say, well, yeah, that's how Islam got started. It's not the real thing. Our Christianity, our Christianity is the real thing. Therefore, anything of a detached spiritual nature is something other than what I read in the Bible.
Well, then you should read the Bible a little closer, because in 1 Corinthians, St. Paul talks about, he states, I know someone in Christ who 14 years ago, whether in the body or out of the body, was called up to the 3rd heaven. I mean, and this goes on and on about different comments about so-called Christian saints having out-of-body experiences.
But, gee, William,
I know it's a matter of interpretation.
Even I, though, I wonder if we're crossing into this other dimension or this other realm or whatever state we're putting ourselves in when we do what you have described here. By your own admission, the dead are all around us. Everything is all around us. So, aren't you opening a door between one area and another area, and how can there be any guarantee that it's all going to be good on the other side of the door?
That's a good point, and I can't guarantee that. No one can, no more than I can guarantee someone's safety is walking across the street. But I'd like to preface something. This is an important point.
It's interesting you would say that, though.
I also teach people spiritual protection in my workshops, and I write about it in my book.
Oh, you do?
Absolutely. I don't just tell people here, everybody gets to go out of body and see what may come.
Well, most OBE people who write about it, who write books about it, will deny there's any even possible negative aspect to it. They deny that.
I haven't, but I have never said that. I think there can be. I certainly think there can be issues that would come up, just like there's issues in the physical world. There's no separation of the two. But I also believe that we're immortal, and we are protected. But it's up to a person's fear level and their personal mindset. If you are afraid of the devil stalking you, then certainly you shouldn't go out and try to have an OBE. Because if anything, you will create a negative experience for yourself.
Really?
Because of your, let's just say, thoughts. Remember, and I think all the audience, this is so important, we create reality. Thoughts are things.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen this. That's one of the powerful things about OBEs. You go out of body, you can see, I'll give you a brief example. I had an out-of-body experience a few years ago where I saw a cruise ship. And I didn't understand it. It took me a long time to understand. We're seeing the substructure of the physical world. We're seeing the formation of matter.
And so then what?
And then 6 months later, I was asked to be a speaker on a cruise ship. I had actually interacted with and saw during an OBE my future that was forming energetically on the inner planes. In other words, thoughts are things. They're creative. And if you have negative thoughts, you're going to create a negative experience.
Okay. But there's also coincidence. I mean, that you got to go on a cruise ship is nice, but I mean,
I'm just using this as an example. My point is, this applies to everything. This is what psychics do.
Yes?
What does the psychic do? People, no one ever talks about this. Psychics are sensitive. They are sensitive to the energy around the person. You know what they're actually reading? And most people have no idea of this. They're reading the energy, the thought forms around the person. And that's how they can, I'm talking about a good psychic, not some quack.
Right.
They're actually feeling, sensing, or seeing, because different psychics have different abilities, different, let's just say, senses that they've developed. They actually can see and feel the thought forms around the person, and that's how they can tell the future. Because they are sensing the thoughts, the future that's already being constructed on the astral plane.
Yeah,
that is what psychic is.
I can't deny that any of this may well be so. I just can't. Something that we've talked about here on the air, I note that you have written down here, and I'm glad because it fits right in. We were talking a little while ago about computers, vibration, the flicker rate of a computer, and altered states. And, we've had all these reports of what we call shadow people. And these are, beings or something that is on the edge of reality and at the edge of your vision, peripheral vision, and you just see them flitting across. But you definitely saw something. And some people have begun to even see these creatures or whatever they are full on. And I'm wondering and wondered when we got deep into that discussion about shadow beings if it could be true. So many reports from people who use computers a lot. If perhaps using that computer, it just shifts our vibrational rate enough that we get a glimpse of something we wouldn't otherwise see.
I think that's possible because when you stare at a computer long enough, you're entering an altered state.
Absolutely.
What most people aren't aware of, you're actually changing your brain wave pattern.
That's correct, yes.
The same way as you do when you watch TV.
Yes.
These are different states of consciousness. You're no longer in beta. Some people go as deep as theta while they're at the computer. I know I do on occasions. I go really deep. I find myself zoning out completely. And so a lot of people do that. And I think once you enter in that altered state of consciousness, then we're back. Remember what we were talking about with the ghost?
Yes.
In a way, it's the same kind of phenomena occurring.
Yes.
These are beings that not only are we shifted our brain waves and our ability to perceive a little bit, but there are beings that can lower their vibration rate enough to be at least seen just for a brief period of time. The same is true for poltergeist activity. This same principle applies. Poltergeists are nothing more than astral beings who can lower their vibration temporarily enough to interfere or affect matter. And it's generally for a very brief period of time, and it's like, as research has proven, it's generally children, astral children, who are playing pranks on adults.
Huh.
But this is the same principle.
As I listen to you and I hear you talk about children, I reflect on the EVP shows that we've done recently, the electronic voice phenomena.
Oh, yeah.
They're remarkable, absolutely remarkable. And it would seem like those voices may come from exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, absolutely. This is all interconnected.
I thought so. Listen, we've got to get phones when we get back. Stay right there, top of the hour. We will be right back. William Buhlman is my guest. He's the author of a couple of books on out-of-body experiences that you ought to check out. Adventures Beyond the Body and The Secret of the Soul.
Sign up for Streamlink at www.coasttocoastam.com. And you can hear tonight's show over and over and over.
Wood, because so many of you have had these. It is common. It's everywhere. Everybody's having them, or almost having them. We'll be right back. This should be interesting. From William's survey. Now, bear in mind, this is a survey of 16,185 people. 98% of those responding experienced a jolt or jerk awake. 85% experienced sounds like buzzing, humming, roaring. 56% experienced vibrations or high energy sensations. 82%, wow, experienced floating, sinking, or spinning sensations. 72% sleep paralysis. 81% flying in a dream, my personal favorite. 33% being touched or lifted. Never had that one. 46% a panic attack. Oh, I've had that one. Overwhelming urge or fear created by strange vibrations or sounds. 46% hearing voices or footsteps. 37% seeing through closed eyelids. 49%, wow. Lucid dreaming. 79% seeing or feeling the presence of an unknown non-physical being. 22%. And seeing, hearing, or speaking to a deceased loved one. 24%. And the phone lines are just blazing, as is my computer screen. So obviously, this is serious stuff. This is, I guess, universal, almost universal.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what I found really interesting is that there seems to be almost an evolutionary shift. People are becoming, let's just say, more open.
Yes.
Now, just think, it was only 10 years ago that psychic phenomena was really widely discussed. And now suddenly it's just exploding. Not only psychic phenomena to the point, but now the subject of OBEs.
Absolutely.
Many people feel this is part of our evolutionary process because we are heading towards being a non-physical species.
You think that will be some future moment of evolution when we actually simply discard the physical?
Yes.
You really
I think
do.
that's
You
the
really
way
do.
This is a training ground of soul. This is a dense, slowed down molecular training ground for the developing soul. And as the soul develops, it eventually will shed the physical body. And it makes perfect sense, because that's the direction we're all heading anyway. We're all moving non-physically, whether we like it or not.
Do you think, William, just sort of a do you think kind of question, do you think that science will ever begin to meet up with what science scoffs at now, a lot of the things you're talking about tonight? Do you think these two will ever, that one will prove the other, and that there'll be that kind of shift?
Yes. I think it's just a matter of time. I think it's coming. Now, it may take another 20, 30 years, but I really believe that will happen.
All right. Let's get into the phone lines. I'm telling you, they're really humming. Here we go. First-time caller line, you're on the air with William Buhlman. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Scott. I'm calling from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Hi, Scott. You'll have to yell at us. You're not too loud.
Sorry about that. I hope that's a little better.
Much better. Thank you.
I'm a former Marine and a combat veteran.
Yes, sir.
And I've had a dream within the past couple of days, and what's amazing about it is that 3 other people, veterans with similar backgrounds, have all reported the same type of dream, where, first off, let me state unequivocally that I was not shot while I was in Vietnam. I got blown up, or I should say the Jeep I was in got blown up, but I came through it without a scratch.
Yes.
However, in the dream, I'm lying on the side of the road, and I'm above myself. I can see me down there. And it feels great. I mean, and there's no pain, no sensation, no nothing. It kind of fades out, and I'm outside my present-day house looking at it and looking at the night sky, feeling, again, great, absolutely fantastic.
But you're calling it a dream.
Well, I was asleep.
Okay. All right. Good. William, what about that? In other words, how does I don't know what that man had. I mean, how do you delineate between a dream, which we know we have, and OBEs, or do you not delineate? Are they all the same thing? I wonder.
No, I do delineate, but I think that's the biggest. Let's just say that's the biggest question out there. How does everyone determine the difference between the two? For me, I have a pretty harsh standard. I have to be consciously present. When I train people to have OBEs, I train them to feel that they have to be as present as they are in their physical body. But I also know that there's a continuum of consciousness, so that there are various states of consciousness that people experience. And I tell you, that dream, especially that whole separation,
yes,
that sounds to me like the gentleman had an OBE, and that was his mind's interpretation of it. It's like floating is the same thing. What is it? Floating dreams, I feel, are strongly... Remember, we've been conditioned from birth to believe that we're hunks of flesh. That basically that's what we've been trained to believe, that this body is us, which is, of course, false. And we have to overcome that conditioning. And in our experiences, many people, let's just say your mind gets around it by giving it another symbol, like floating, or in his case, he had this traumatic event or whatever in this Jeep or whatever, this vehicle, and then he was floating above it.
Mm-hmm.
And for you, Art, it's that flying sensation that you like so much.
Oh, I love flying dreams.
But it's the same kind of scenario. Your mind is interpreting that as a flying dream or a floating dream, when that could actually be the OBE occurring, and your mind's trying to wrap itself around it and interpret it according to its own belief system.
Giving everybody a chance to have a proper little laugh. My best flying dream ever was in New York City. And I was on top of the Empire State Building, and somebody sprinkled me with pixie dust. Gosh, it wasn't pixie dust. I don't know. They just tossed some dust on me, like little sprinkles of something, And I was able to fly at will over New York City. It was the most fun I ever had in my whole life, just zipping around the high-rise buildings. I did that. So have your laugh, but that was my one of my flying dreams. I have some pretty good ones.
And that's very common. That's the type of thing that people, the jerk awake that you mentioned at the intro. That's what a lot of everybody out there listening probably has experienced at some time in their life, laying in their bed or laying on the couch taking a nap, and then suddenly you feel like you just fell out of the sky and fell on your sofa.
Yeah, that's right.
And it scares, it shocks you.
Yep.
It's like, oh my God, what was that?
Uh-huh.
Many people, including myself, feel strongly that was the rapid reintegration of the astral body with the physical body. And it's because as you fall asleep, there's a natural separation that occurs. And it's not like, I'm not saying that you were floating up at the ceiling. You may have been out of sync, maybe 2-3 inches from your physical body.
Yes, and I've also had the others. That is the dropping thing, and I'm sure a whole lot of people in the audience have had that. But you go like that, and you wake yourself up, and you were dropping.
But that's a classic case of their mind interpretation of a non-physical event.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. How do you get past that? In other words, how do you say to yourself in that panicked, horrid little instant when you're dropping, well, wait a minute, this is cool, let's drop. Oh, no, it doesn't work that way.
No,
it doesn't.
That's why you have to become educated about the topic. It's really just the way it is. It's like any other topic. You have to learn about it. You can't control every aspect of this, and I'm certainly not inferring you can.
Okay. Wild card line, you're on the air with William Buhlman. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Art?
Yes.
Hi, I saw you on Discovery today.
I beg your pardon?
I saw you on Discovery today.
What was I doing on Discovery?
Well, I'll ask you another show, but you were talking about overrunning in the city, about a guy that wanted to pull a grenade and
I don't remember this.
Oh yeah, you were on twice.
Okay.
And I'll ask you another time.
All right.
And Art, my friend, actually my first love, just passed away a couple of days ago. Well, the song that I heard 3 times waiting for you was "If You Could Read My Mind." And
oh yeah.
I thought, this is so
right on the money.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, here's a question that I'd like to ask your guest.
Mm-hmm.
My mother, 5 months before she passed away, my father told us that they had separate bedrooms, and her bedroom was next to his, and he heard a noise like in the kitchen, and he thought, what's Mom doing up?
Speak up good and loud.
Oh, he went to look, and he said to her, what are you doing up? And it was early in the morning, and he said, she floated. He said he didn't walk. She just floated into another room, and he thought, where's she going? And he went to look, and here she was in her bedroom, in her bed, lying on her back, and she was sound asleep. And my dad told her that the next day, and she said, I don't know why my soul wanders. In other words,
actually a physical sighting of somebody outside their body. Okay, that's a good one, indeed. William, what about that? How many reports, since you're taking stats on this, have you ever had of people observing other people in an out-of-body state? Is that...
Oh, it's very common. It's very common.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, as you know, the entire Stargate program is kind of built around that potential.
Yes.
I mean, the military was trained to spy on the Soviets using the same kind of, let's just say, ability. $50 million was spent by the military in Fort Meade. I'm from Maryland originally, and
remote viewer on tomorrow night.
Yeah, I mean that's another whole topic, but it's related to this topic.
I've always known it was. I mean,
the two are like peas in a pod, but it's just we're of course for the audience information. We're speaking of remote viewing.
I wrote a book.
The two are connected.
William, I wrote a book called The Source because I've always had the feeling that a whole lot of what I talk about on this program is all tied together. It all relates, that there's some commonality, and there's some source for all of this, and that's just a word, the source, right? But it served to kind of describe the collective everything that we're talking about, whether we're talking about remote viewing or the phenomena of OBEs or near death or, ghosts or shadow people. I mean, you can just go on and on and on. That it all somehow relates.
Oh, absolutely. You know what the core element here is the multidimensional universe.
Right.
Because the multidimensional universe explains all of this phenomena. And it explains it very accurately and logically.
It does.
It directly correlates with all modern physics theories.
It does,
including the superstring theory that I'm sure you know all about. This stuff is not just theoretical. I mean, there are some of the greatest minds in the world today would come on your show right now and tell you, yes, the universe is multidimensional.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're really talking about right now with OBEs.
Okay, east of the Rockies, you're talking about it now with William Buhlman. Hello.
Hi, William. Hi, Art.
Hi.
This is Anthony in Columbia, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
I was paralyzed in a car accident about 16 years ago. Since then, I've experienced lucid dreams and flying dreams and quote-unquote anti-gravity dreams. And I was wanting to know what suggestions you may have for an aspiring astral traveler and others who might have a disability, especially some or a lot of paralysis. Like myself, I'm paralyzed from about the mid-chest down. And as I've said before, I've had experiences where I know that I'm dreaming while I'm dreaming, and so I'm controlling the flying, and sometimes I control it better than other times, and other times I lose the ability, and then I know I'm going to wake up. And so I've had very, very little experience. I was wanting to know what type of techniques you would be able to give someone such as myself. Also, I was wanting to know what you thought about Robert Bruce's comprehensive book, Astral Dynamics, and what you thought about it.
All right, well, that's an awful lot to serve up. So,
okay, but I'd be happy to comment. The technique that I would suggest you to learn immediately is a very simple one, but very powerful, and it's just awareness now. Use awareness now as a mantra when you're in those states, like lucid dreams. Train yourself to use that power phrase, and it will help to focus your awareness within your experience. Now, the power of this applies not only to lucid dreaming, but also to full-blown OBEs. It helps to prolong the OBE, and it helps to control a lucid dream, if that's the state you're in. Remember, all these states are connected because there is a continuum of consciousness.
Just say that to myself aloud?
Well, if you're in an altered state, you'll be thinking it. You never want to activate your physical body during an altered state. You always are using, and when I say, I'm meaning think. Okay. Focusing your thoughts, awareness now. I use it, and I train people to use that so they can prolong their OBEs. Because that's a big problem for a lot of people is, let's just say, getting the most out of their experience when it begins.
My problem is I feel that I'll have difficulty in raising my energy.
Well, whatever quality you need, demand that quality.
Okay.
Always remember that. You have the ability to call the energy you need within yourself. Because remember, it's all about energy.
Do I imagine hands raising energy up?
No, just think energy up. If that's how you don't have to think hands. You don't want to think form. Okay. I think this is my take on this, based on my experience. You don't want to be any form-based thought will limit you.
Oh.
Because then you're connecting back with form,
with physical,
which of course your mind will equate to being physical. So it's very important to get your mind off of all form and think energy. Think lighter. Think whatever it takes to get you moving. If you want to have more separation, then think I am lighter. Think of yourself as a balloon floating up.
Oh, okay.
Never think of yourself as humanoid or form, because it will just lock you into that state.
Interesting.
And you have books at your website?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with William Buhlman. Not a lot of time before the bottom of the hour. Hi.
Hi, Art Bell. I'm glad you're back on the radio. You have the best telephone and radio voice in the world.
You're a sweetie. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Christina. I'm calling you from 770 KKOB, Albuquerque. Anyway, I've never had any of those negative experiences, except I've been doing this since I was 12 months old. It's always been wonderful and enlightening.
Nothing but good, huh?
Yes, and I remember the first ones were when my mother platonized me, and she would be admonishing me, and I would just stare, and all of a sudden I would be above it all, thinking how ridiculous she looked at pointing her finger at me, admonish me.
I've got you. All right, listen, hold on. We're at a break point. I'll bring you back after the break. This is Crystal.
And I'm ready for the times to get better.
Crystal Gale, actually. Good morning. We're talking about going out of your body.
I've got to tell you, I've been racking my brain, hoping to find a way out. I've had enough.
Your body. Yes, it can be done. Once again, William Buhlman, who again, folks, has written 2 books. So if you want to know more, it's the obvious way. The Secret of the Soul and his latest, I guess, Adventures Beyond the Body. Is that correct?
Oh, The Secret of the Soul
is the latest.
The most recent.
Okay, that's it. Boy, what a great title, The Secret of the Soul. I mean, is that? Do you think that's descriptive of what's in that book, The Secret of the Soul?
I think it is. That's exactly what it's about. I think OBEs is a direct path to the soul.
All right. Here's that young lady once again. You're back on, dear.
So my question is, I've always been able to do this, and it's always been pleasant. Never had any of those, and I've always been awake. And one of the weirdest ones, though, is I worked for Prudential Base, and I was trading commodities, and all of a sudden I zoomed up outside my body to the top. I could see the entire floor. This is
while you were trading commodities?
The guy in back of me was trading hog bellies, and I was just about ready to call one of my clients. And I found myself working, doing everything. And then it occurred to me, well, maybe I just better go back down there.
Yeah, maybe I better get down before hogs fall.
And it helped me make a decision that I needed to make, which was to take my business independent, which made me...
All right, listen, you're breaking up on your cell phone, but I've got the idea. And let's try this question. Tom in El Paso, Texas, says, straight out, where can you go? How can it be useful? Really practical questions. Where can you go? How can it be useful?
Well, the bottom line is anywhere. And you can obtain the answers to whatever question you want to ask. And I'm not being facetious at all. If you want to know your purpose, then just ask your purpose during an OBE and be open to receive the answer. And I mean the deep questions of life. If you want to meet your mother who has passed on, then just call her name. And if she's open to it, you will be drawn together to meet. Okay. I know because I've done it, and hundreds of other people have done the same.
Is there any information that you can glean by doing this that would be in a material sense useful to you on Earth?
I think there's a lot of different things that you remember what we were talking about, it being thoughts being the creative force that molds matter. You know, the very core of the old, what is considered the magical arts, is really about manipulating the energy that you can't see to mold it into physical reality.
The guest I'm going to have tomorrow night's a pretty rough guy. He's Luciferian, but he's a remote viewer, and he claims he claims that he can win lotteries and has won lotteries, William, using remote viewing, and so that's about as practical and.
Yeah, and I tried doing that once. I asked for the winning lottery numbers.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and guess what happened?
I
saw a stone wall with to infinity numbers. I'm serious. That's exactly the result I got from doing that because I wasn't specific enough when I made the request.
It was a dirty trick. Okay, international line, you're on the air with William Buhlman. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine. Where are you, please?
I'm calling from Toronto and listening on 640 Mojo.
Okay.
First of all, I feel surrounded in greatness. I am so honored to talk to both of you.
Thank you.
William, I don't know where to start. I could talk all night.
But
I've been having OBE since I was a child. It took, I guess, a near-death experience is what I had, and I realized what was happening to me after that. And I'm finding over the years I'm becoming disabled with a degenerative disease. And as I had to learn to cope with it emotionally, I learned to meditate. And through the meditating, I have the OBEs now. Mm-hmm. And I'm listening to other people talking tonight, and it's bringing more and more questions. But this idea of the soul and moving towards a soul as opposed to the physical body is making so much more sense to me. I can be anywhere, and I can ask any questions and get those answers, like you just said a moment ago.
So you agree with all that?
Absolutely. But originally my question was this. Do you believe that it's possible in an out-of-body experience that I could visit a place that I've never been before?
Oh,
and
absolutely.
know and be able to describe in detail where I am?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It happened only because about 2 months later, I was there.
Huh.
But I knew the first time in the OBE that that's where I was.
Well, is that a precognitive OBE, kind of like your cruise ship thing?
It sure sounds like it.
Yeah, it does.
That's what it sounds like to me. Often we have experiences, all of us do this, not just certain people. We have experiences on the inner dimensions that are parallel to this one. And then they end up manifesting in the physical. It's very common.
Is it as common, do you think, to experience a slice of the future as it is the past?
Yes, I think the timeline is, for those that are open to it, the timeline is available both future and past. And again, it's up to the individual. I've experienced many different, let's just say, of my personal past lives, and I've verified that through multiple experiences, like the one I mentioned about being a German soldier in my last incarnation.
Well, then,
and I know I gained certain qualities from that experience.
Then certainly this would have application. She said she had a disabling degenerative disease of some sort. I would think for people in that position, people in wheelchairs, people who are paralyzed perhaps or have disabilities that won't let them move, won't let them go anywhere, they could learn this.
Oh, absolutely. And what I would also suggest is that you can, again, there's karma involved, but you can request healing also during an OBE. And I had an entire chapter in my latest book devoted to that, but the book was getting too long, so I had to cut it.
Huh.
But I had an entire chapter with 15 experiences with people that had healed themselves and other people.
All right, your website is up and linked to ours at the moment, but that won't be there forever. So go ahead and tell people, what is your website, please?
It's astralinfo.org, and I also have two websites, actually.
Astralinfo.org, that's another good one.
Yeah, and that's the one that's linked to your site, Art, and I also have outofbody.com.
Oh, you have outofbody.com?
Yeah. I've had that since 96.
Remarkable.
I'm like one of the early guys on the web.
So when you go Google this up, outofbody.com, it's probably got to be right there.
Yeah, or astral projection. You'll see one of my sites come up.
Well, gee,
That's what I like to mention that to all the listeners, that they please go, and if they've had an experience or think they have, go and participate in the survey. It only takes a minute.
You live another 20 years, William, and those URLs will be worth millions. First time caller line, you're on the air with William Buhlman. Hello.
Hey, good evening, Art.
Good evening.
Good evening, William.
Good evening.
It's a great show tonight, by the way.
Thank you.
I do have a question for William, and to me, it sounds like the last hour or two I've been listening, a lot of this is from a theosophical point of view. And I was wondering if William has ever attended a theosophical meeting, and what does he know about the works of Madame Blavatsky? This is what I've been studying for about 15 years now, and I've been really into it.
All right, then take a listen. Go ahead, William.
I've never attended a meeting, but I'm familiar with Madame Blavatsky's work and Ledbetter and Besant. I have quite an extensive library on all subjects related to this. So I'm quite familiar with their work, and I respect what they've done. They really, back when, they really opened the door to a lot of this. Mm-hmm. Now, my goal, of course, is to demystify this topic.
Yeah, and you're doing a very, very good job of it. I would like to ask this. We've had William Monroe, a great man, many others who have done the research. In this field now, William, where is the leading research, and where is it going from here?
I tell you the truth, I don't see a lot of research out there right now. I really don't. Not anything that I'm aware of. It may be, but I'm not currently aware of it.
But that doesn't make sense. I mean, if this is an increasing revelation to a lot of people, and it certainly is. I mean, look at the response. It's crazy here. Then why wouldn't there be a ton of research in this?
I know. It blows my mind, Art. You know what it comes down to?
What?
There's no way that these people can make money with it. So there's not a lot of interest. We live in a capitalist society. There has to be motivation for a monetary motivation. I'll give you an example. I was invited to speak on several occasions in prisons. I get a tremendous amount of mail from prisoners.
I can imagine.
And they refused to have me in because I was too out there. It wasn't considered valid self-improvement according to their standards.
Well,
even
plus
though I had
in the mind of the administration, it may represent a form of escape.
Well, or it just didn't fit into their belief system, whatever that may be. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
But I would think, actually, getting really right down to it, that administrations ought to rethink that because they want to keep the prison population, what's the right word, not agitated, right? And
plus that, this is a life-changing experience that could rehabilitate prisoners.
That as well. But even that aside for a second, an escape without an actual physical escape would be certainly a psychological release that would keep prisons a lot calmer than they sometimes are.
I think it would. I think there would be all kinds of benefits, but I had a whole group of prisoners in one federal institution trying to get me in there, and they wouldn't go for it.
They wouldn't go for it.
It's weird because there's a very narrow-minded take on this whole subject. You know, it's still the old philosophy. If you can't, see it and feel it, we don't want to deal with it. And it's a shame because this is so important to everybody because this is where we're all going. We're all going to become non-physical beings very shortly. I mean, in the big picture, what's 30 years or 20 years or whatever? Yeah. And this is important stuff that impacts everybody's lives.
That I recognize, and that's the reason this program is here on such a large national scale. Yes, there's not very many others like it, but it's here because we're telling people things that they can't hear anywhere else. That's all there is to it. They can't hear them anywhere else. It doesn't make everything we say true, but we explore areas that are not explored elsewhere in great detail, and there's just not much of that going on out there right now. Wildcard line, you're on the air with William Buhlman. Hi.
Hello,
Hello, this is Larry in Fort Lauderdale.
Hi, Larry.
I had a question. I had a dream, and I've had it a few times in my life, where I'm like flying, like your other callers have said, and I'm like flying over water. But the thing that surprises me the most while it's happening is not the fact that I'm flying, but that the method and ability I was using to fly seems so familiar, and that I always had this ability, this feeling, and it seems so natural and so normal. And I was more amazed at that feeling that I always had the ability in me to fly than flying itself, which was, a beautiful scene over the ocean. Is something like this common?
Yes, it is. Boy, that's one of the things that always blew me away. That's one of my favorite things to do during an OBE. I'll be fully conscious. I call it upgrading. I say awareness now. When I say, I mean thinking, focused thought, awareness now. And then you can take off like a bird. If you think you have that ability, you have the ability. And I was amazed the first time I flew. Is not only did I do it, but I did it extremely well. And that's what caught my attention, was that, God, I'm good at this. But first time out of the chute. Because we've all done this before.
That's the feeling that I had.
It's knowledge that's locked in the subconscious mind that you release during the experience, I feel.
I see. And Art, I had a quick comment. Have you noticed that your out-of-body experiences always seem to happen out of town in some major city?
Yes. Yes, I have noticed that, and thank you. And, what I attributed to was that, number one, I was on vacation. Routine was broken. Number two, I wasn't home. As you point out, I was in a very different place. I mean, good Lord, I had just come over, at twice the speed of sound on the Concorde, and there I was in Paris, France, in bed. You don't get any more unfamiliar than that, and that's when it happened. So,
oh, absolutely. That's why in that technique I shared earlier, I ask people to move away from their bed. Same principle applies. You shake up the routine.
Right.
It's really important to shake up the routine so that because we are conditioned to, let's just say, remain unconscious.
What is it you think about human beings, William, that has them investigating everything physical around them, on our planet, beneath our planet, above our planet, out of the atmosphere, stars, the very beginning of it all? We're looking everywhere around us physically, but we're not looking inward.
I know, isn't it funny? I just look around and laugh.
Yeah, it is.
It's incredible. The answers are inward. Buddha said that. You go back through history, the great minds of humanity, and they all said the same thing, that the answers lie within. And yet we focus completely on the external.
Well,
it's no wonder there's still wars and killing mass murders occurring on a regular basis.
Yes, but as somebody familiar with hypnosis and psychology to some degree, you must have some theory on why this is.
It's part of our evolution. There's individuals are evolving beyond matter. Let's face it, the physical world is like the Matrix, like the movie Matrix.
Yes.
The physical world is the Matrix. It's nothing more than illusionary energy that people have bought into and accept as unconditionally real. When you have an OBE, you escape the Matrix. For real. That's what you feel like. You feel liberated.
That's what happens. Now,
and that's what I think that actually I feel strongly that the movie was written on that premise.
All right, we're way short on time here. Of your two books, for those who are intrigued tonight, and I can tell you they're legion, would you recommend they begin with your first book or just dive straight into number two?
I would say probably I'd go with Adventures Beyond the Body, but I would see they're both so different. I would recommend both because one of them is my experiences. Adventures Beyond the Body focuses on my 25 years back then of experiences, where Secret of the Soul was based on hundreds of other people's experiences. So you get a whole different viewpoint of the subject. And that's why I thought it was important to write the second book. because I didn't want this to be, about me or what, and that's what ends up happening in so many books out there.
Yes.
Because this is too big of a topic to be around. Everybody's interpretation is going to be a little different.
It's a monstrous topic, just like the whole consciousness thing is a monster of a topic.
The important thing is that people learn about this themselves.
William, program's over. That's it. We're out of time. My friend, it has been a total pleasure having you here. I really appreciate it, and I wish you all the luck in the world.
You too, Art. Been a pleasure.
Take care, my friend. All right, there's William Buhlman, and the subject OBEs, really, out of body. You really can do it if you want to. That's it for tonight. We'll see you tomorrow night with one more, tomorrow night. Kind of on the dark side a little bit. Aaron Donahue, a Luciferian, remote viewer. It's going to be quite a night. See you then.
Signs, chakra spinning cosmic lines, universal lines. I'm so divine. Namaste, every single day. Crystal hippie bitch. Gonna make the switch. Energy so rich. Crystal hippie bitch. I manifest my destiny with ancient wisdom flowing free. Past lives call to me, a cosmic decree. Good vibes, only good vibes. Crystal hippie bitch. Gonna make the switch. Energy so rich. Crystal hippie bitch.
My kitty cats are great, and I spend a great deal of time with them, but they fail to seem to enjoy television shows with me, or for that matter, anything else. Well, except the snap of the opening of a can of cat food. That they know. Anyway, good evening, everybody. It's going to be a fun night. Scott Flansburgh is here, and Scott is the human calculator. You may have seen him all over the place. I mean, he's been everywhere. He's been on Howard Stern. That's when you know you've been everywhere. And Jay Leno and Dateline and ABC's Good Morning America and 700 Club and Primetime American Regis and Kathy Lee and CNN Daywatch and, all of them. And, of course, the ESPN World Series of Poker. Now, that's where I saw Scott on the World Series of Poker. I'm a big fan of the World Series of Poker. God, it's intense. It really is intense, and that's where I saw Scott. So we're in a moment. We're going to interview the human calculator, a man who can just astound you. And I know you've probably seen him in one of these venues, so I don't know that I'm going to concentrate so much on having him do stuff because I know he can do it. I'm more interested in how it began and all that kind of stuff. In a moment. By the way, the human calculator was a moniker bestowed upon Scott, apparently by Regis Philbin. So I can't believe that any of you out there have not seen him. Scott, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's great to have you. Where are you located, by the way?
I live in Phoenix, Arizona, but for this show I drove up to Sedona, and I actually have a view of your favorite rock up here, probably Bell Rock.
Oh, yeah. So you drove to Sedona just to be on the program?
It's my favorite place to come out and relax and sort of just try to. I have a lot of ideas and inventions and things, so this is where I come to clear my head. And,
it is beautiful, isn't it?
It's breathtaking, and it never gets old.
All right, so here we go. I did see you, by the way, on the World Series of Poker. That was fascinating. They showed you rattling off 5 miles a minute. And, but I want to know, I guess everybody wants to know how you do it.
Well, Art, if I would have met you or interviewed with you years ago, I would have just told you that I had all kinds of shortcuts and tricks and ideas on how to make mental math fun and easy, and that's what I was selling for years. And a few years ago, I had an epiphany about numbers, and the secret of numbers revealed itself to me, and I would love to share it with you tonight.
The secret of numbers revealed itself to you?
Yeah. I was playing golf on 9/9/99. On September 9th, 1999, in Phoenix with Alice Cooper. And we were on the 18th hole, and Alice looked at me and said, "Hey, I wrote a song called 18. 1 plus 8 is 9.
Well, he knew who you were, right?
We're very close friends.
I see. So you're always thinking numbers anyway.
Yeah, he puts up with me. He calls himself the anti-math guy, and I'm the math guy. So, and he just asked me the right question at the right time, and I explained to him why any number times 9, the answer will add up to 9. And he could care less, and that was that. But as I was driving home from the round, this pattern revealed itself to me. I'm working on a new calendar that's a 13-month calendar, and I was thinking about the number 13. And I just added the digits of the number together, and then I subtracted that total from the number. So I said, okay, 13. 1 plus 3 is 4. 13 minus 4 is 9. And I just started laughing because it was 9/9/99. I just thought it was like a coincidence. And then I walked in the house and I saw the number 11, and I said 1 and 1 is 2. 11 minus 2 is 9. And it just sort of unraveled itself. And I sat down and I just started breaking down numbers as big as I could. And it worked for every single number. And
well, I'm glad all this works for you.
Yeah,
I'm glad, but I don't buy the fact that. I don't think I buy the fact that you can essentially help anybody to do this. I really don't think that. I think you're a savant.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to show you that I can teach you or anybody in less than 1 minute how to turn on the calculator in your brain that's always been there, that we just didn't know how to turn on the power button.
You're welcome to try.
Okay, if I'm a human calculator, and when I'm speaking to you as a human, I'm using the English language, and I have to use the 26 letters of the alphabet, A through Z. And when I'm speaking to you as a calculator, I'm using the 10 digits 0 through 9. And if you had a calculator, if you turned it on, the first thing that shows up is a 0. And a calculator is wired to start at 0, and that's what allows it to do what it does. And the human mind is wired to start thinking about numbers at 1. We all count our fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
We're just sort of wired that way. But now that you know that the first digit is 0 and the 10 digits are 0 through 9.
Yeah.
9 is the biggest single digit, and the secret is just every number you see, Art, will go down to 9. So, like everybody listening to your show right now, if they would just think of their age, how many years old they are, just the 2-digit number, add those digits together, and now take that total and subtract it from your age. And everyone should get an answer that adds up to the number 9. So, for example, I'm 42, so I did 4 plus 2 is 6, and 42 minus 6 is 36. And that answer, 36, adds up to 9. And what it is, Art, is that it's a checker for the human brain to tell you if you're right or wrong. So now you don't need a calculator or a teacher to tell you you're wrong. When you need to know what 1 plus 1 is, instead of using your memory, you can logically figure out the answer because the number 11 was designed to teach you 1 plus 1. There's a 1 and a 1 there for the number 11, and you just add them up and you get 2. 11 minus 2 is 9, and that tells you that everything's okay. And you can't make a mistake. If tonight you're tired and you think 1 plus 1 is 3, you would do 11 minus 3, and that's not 9.
But, Scott, I've seen what you've done. Come on now. Not everybody's going to be able to do this. There is something different about you.
I'll show you the one thing, Art, that I do that I can't explain, and that's my Guinness World Record, where I can just count by any number you say. So, we don't need a calculator. I promise you, this is just natural. It happens so fast, my mouth actually slows me down. My brain's going so fast.
I know.
So just throw out a 2-digit number, and I'm just going to start counting by it.
61.
122, 183, 244, 305, 366, 427, 488, 549, 610, 671, 732, 793, 8549, 1597, 6137, 1098, 1159, 1220, 1281.
All right, stop. After that, it begins to get painful.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, see, I don't care how much the epiphany says 9. The average person is not going to be able to do that. Now, obviously, there's something different about your brain. So my first question is, have they taken you in for, I don't know, MRIs, CAT scans, whatever might look at your brain and try and figure out what's cattywampus?
Yeah, Discovery Channel has a show called More Than Human, and they took me to the UCLA Neurobiological Research Center and hooked my brain up to a computer and all the little fuzzies coming out of it and attached on, and he had me do my world record, and the only problem was that my mouth was moving and it was actually messing up the readings because of the side movement. So he said, okay, Scott, this time I'm going to pick a number and say it out loud, and I just want you to count by it, but just do it in your head. Don't say it out loud. And he said a number, and it just lit up, and it showed that my entire brain just gets so focused. It's like a laser. As soon as you said 61, I can just see a path of 61 through the number line.
61 right on down the line.
Right, like I'm already 20, 30 deep. I mean,
I was going to ask, do you see it far further down the line than you can say it?
Well put, Art. You're the word guy, I'm the numbers guy. You just said it better than I ever have.
God, that's amazing. So there's something. Let's go back now. They did what, an MRI?
No, it was more of just to test where the activity of my brain was.
And it showed that all the synapses lit up like light bulbs, or what?
Yeah, it was pretty freaky. I never really had anything done like that before. Even as a kid, I was considered a prodigy and never got tested. And it was just fascinating to sit there and watch a computer screen light up on purpose because of a thought, not because of something you said.
All right, well, that's my next question. Take me back to your youth. When did you or other people around you begin to figure out that you were a little different?
I remember it very clearly, actually, that it was in 4th grade, and I was sitting in the back of the room talking to my buddy about baseball. And the teacher had just shown us how to carry when you have to add up a column of numbers. You have to carry to the tens and such. And I wasn't listening. I was talking about baseball, and she saw that I wasn't listening, so she picked me to come up to the board and do the first example. And I walked up there, and total fear. And for some reason, I just did it backwards. I said, well, there's 10, and 10 more is 20, and 10 more is 30, plus 2 is 32, plus 2 is 34, plus 2 is 36. So I just said the answer out loud, 36. And she said, well, how did you do that? And then I did another one with a carry, and she's like, how are you doing that so fast? And I said, well, it's real easy. You just go like this. And it just made sense to me.
And this
that
was in
like
the 4th grade.
9 years old.
9 years old.
And it just made sense.
Do you remember any effects in your brain even before that? And I guess to you, it wouldn't be unusual. It wouldn't be abnormal. For you, it would appear to be the absolute norm until somebody else, like a teacher, said, oh, my God.
Exactly right. I really thought that all adults and teachers could do this stuff, and I was just way ahead of the kids in my class.
Right.
And then my parents took me to the grocery store. We have a lot of kids, no money. And my mom said, okay, $150, tell me when to stop. And so I would just walk by the cart and add it up and tell her. And my dad got a kick out of it. And he would actually ask me for the exact amount, and he would write out the check before they started registering it up. So we had fun with it, and it was no big deal to me for a long time.
Scott, do you make your living as the human calculator?
Yeah, I didn't make it through school. I never graduated. I didn't work out my senior year. I had a little personality conflict with my English teacher, and he failed me by 1 point on my last credit of my last day. So
figures.
It was a little bit of a bummer. So I went in the Air Force for 6 years. I did intelligence with OSI over in Japan and got to do some fun stuff and a couple of years of computer programming. And then
well, wait a moment. Did the military find your talent, I'll call it, useful?
Yeah, I was actually going to be just an administrative assistant for a priest up at a church in Sunnyvale, California, and they a TV show did an interview on me. They had heard something about me, about my number skills, and so they asked to come on base and interview me, and the commander asked what it was about, and the OSI heard about it, the Office of Special Investigations, and they asked me to do a special duty assignment in Japan. So it was an amazing opportunity, and I had a blast. I did some pretty interesting stuff and had some really crazy experiences.
And then now, as an adult, you've been on all of these TV shows, but, you know, I know most of these shows, and they're not going to pay you much.
Zero. I haven't taken any money for my time in 18 years, Art, since
so
the day I
then
got
how come
the
you're
Air
not
Force.
starving to death?
Well, you know, when you sell books about mental math, you know you're not making a killing either. It's not the big hot topic. So it's a challenge, but I made a commitment 18 years ago when I got out of the Air Force. I on 8/8/88, and I said, you know, I'm going to give this thing a shot and see if I can do this without taking money from kids or schools.
Yeah, well, I don't want to murder your book sales at all, but I just I'm stuck on this thought that not everybody by a long shot can do what you're doing, and you have some, obviously special wiring in your brain, and if we could figure out how you do what you do, and we could begin to change the human brain, my God, we could change the world, I guess.
I feel the same way, Art, and that's my goal and my mission, and I'm using this gift not to impress people with what I can do, but I really feel like my gift is that I can share my insight to numbers to people in a very simple way that allows them an opportunity to at least have a positive experience with numbers, to get them started in the right direction. And I believe I'm developing the tools now to show people a way to see numbers. Like we've had the wrong prescription lenses. We're off by one. And now we're going to get the right prescription lenses to see numbers clearly.
It's strange you should mention that. I just got a brand new pair of progressive glasses, and my brain is still trying to adjust to them at this very moment. Got them a couple days ago.
Exactly, and that's how we see everything. Everything around us is numbers, and most of us just block it out. We wear dark sunglasses so we don't have to think about it, but it invades every part of our life and being. It's just the way it is, and for us to block it all the time isn't healthy either. So I really feel like a way to just feel comfortable with numbers in everyday life and not have that anxiety is a huge step for us.
Have you ever tried to block it? In other words, I would think that with the way you are, numbers would be, in some ways, a burden because you'd be seeing them constantly, doing math constantly. I remember learning the Morse code. It was when I was a youngster, 13 years old, and but still to this very day, I tap out the Morse code when I see billboards and signs. And so, what about you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
I knew
is.
it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
I can't. It's consuming sometimes. It's like everybody's blind, and I can see things, and I want to point it out to everybody and say, "Wow, look at Fibonacci in nature. Look at the prime numbers. Look at these amazing things." And people are like, "Yeah, whatever." So it's tough. It's a tough sell. I mean, it's just become socially accepted to be stupid in mathematics, and I hate to use the word stupid. It's a little mean and derogatory. But it's become socially accepted to not be any good at math. But if tonight we were on the show, Art, and I said, "Hey, I sent you my press kit. Didn't you read it?" You're like, "Hey, I can't really read or write." It's no big deal, though. If you were illiterate, people would look at you differently.
Well, sure.
But if you're innumerate, which is illiterate with numbers, which a lot of people have because they've just never tried, I believe that's contagious. Kids are getting it from parents every day. It's perpetuating itself, and the only difference that ever is going to occur is when people have a new opportunity and a new way to see numbers.
All right, well, here's a question for you. Music, beyond any question, is mathematical.
All math.
Oh, man, it's all math. And so I wonder if your reaction to music or the way you enjoy music or hear it is in any way different than the rest of us.
Yeah, I really do. I don't know music, but being around Alice a lot, I've learned a lot about music and how he sort of interprets it, and it is the same kind of language as I see math, and I enjoy music tremendously. Living around the world, I've got to experience a lot of different kinds, and though I can't understand the words to most music, it's still, it fills your being.
It doesn't matter. The beat and the rhythm of music are clearly mathematical, and I was just wondering if you sort of interpret that or you feel that as you hear music.
Yes, I do. I believe there's certain patterns that I'm acclimated to, absolutely.
Do you see patterns in everything?
Everything. That's, I see order in chaos. I believe that we live in a world of chaos numerically, and my mind sees it in order.
Uh-huh. In Las Vegas, they ban, when they can identify them, they ban card counters.
Yeah.
I don't know how they legally do that. I've always wondered. Maybe you could explain that to me. But they do ban card counters. Now, is their position in banning card counters justified?
I don't agree with it. You're asking people not to think, which I just can't believe you can get away with that.
I couldn't believe it either. On what basis? So what you're counting? Why, so what?
And Art, I sat down at many a blackjack table and handed them all my money that I had in my pocket and left. The numbers didn't add up. It didn't work out. It's just, it's not math. It's gambling. It's defined by math, but it's not math.
Well, nevertheless, maybe you can answer this. Counting the cards, if you can count them as well as you no doubt can, how much of an advantage does that give you in percentage points?
1% on the last few hands if you're at a 6-shoe deck.
All right, listen, hold it.
6-deck shoe.
Got it. Hold it right there. Human mind is way more than we know it is. The human mind is capable of things that, produce wonderment in the average person, certainly in me, absolute wonderment. And so when we talk about the minds being capable of so many things that to us seem, I don't know, magical, just impossible, we ascribe things to mass human consciousness and all the rest of it. Think of it, folks. Scott can do this. Now, okay, he's a savant of sorts, no question about it, but that means the brain can do it. So the brain is capable of so much more that to us, as we look at it and listen to people like Scott, then baby, it's magic. So, Scott, as I mentioned on this program, we deal all the time with things that the human mind can do that seem to be, to the audience, to me, like magic. I mean, really, truly like magic, like leaving your body with nothing more than your brain and appearing elsewhere. I'll talk to Albert Taylor about that in the next hour, or any number of other, this whole new mass consciousness thing that's going on. In fact, I may want you to comment for me on that a little bit. Do you have any thoughts on consciousness itself? What it really is, Scott, and whether the human mind has the ability to, with many other minds, essentially move mountains.
Yes, and I believe there's two states, Art. There's time and there's timeless, and we've all experienced timeless moments that just seemed extremely natural, that almost beyond definition or explanation. And then there's time, where we're grinding it out in time. And what you say is magical to me is mathematical. Like I'm also known as the human calendar. Mm-hmm. You can give me any date. Like if you want, pick a date that's significant in your life that you might remember, or just a random date if you want, but just tell me the month, day, and the year, and I can calculate what day of the week that was on.
June 17th, 1945.
Sunday. Turned 18 on a Sunday, 21 on a Wednesday. This year it's a Saturday.
My birth date, of course.
Yes, and I can calculate any date like that in less than a second. And that isn't something that just happens like the other thing where I was counting by a number, Art.
Actually, I was born on Sunday, Father's Day.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. And it happens, the calendar's pretty messed up, but it repeats every 28 years. So if you like the way your birthday was, the year you were born, every 28 years it will repeat itself.
Do you have any thoughts on the Mayan calendar, which seems to abruptly end in 2012?
Yes. My calendar that I've invented, Art, is called the human calendar, and it's in synchronicity with the Mayan calendar. It's I have the human calendar. I invented it in '99, the same time I discovered the 9 pattern. And the human calendar is a 13-month calendar with 28 days, just like the Mayans. And the only difference is that I count 0. I use 0 as a day and a month, and just by including that 0, it lines up the year perfectly. The Mayans didn't know about 0. They called it the day out of time.
The day out of time.
Yeah, and so it was the same idea. And so all I have is a 13-month calendar, and it uses 0 as a month and 0 as a day, and it makes every month line up perfectly, Art, so that every date falls on the same day of the week every month.
I don't suppose there's any numerical clues in why the Mayans threw up their hands and said 2012 is, did they get sick of making calendars or...
Well, I do. I think there's something very specific to it. 2012 is a fascinating date, and they didn't say 2012. They actually said a date that's equivalent to 2012. A lot of people think they said December 21st, 2012, but they said the date that we know as December 21st, 2012. But I do. I think there's something very mystical about it in that I think that is going to be when we consider changing calendars to use this new calendar that makes perfect mathematical sense so that everyone on the planet would know what day of the week every date was on and be able to count time in a very simple way as compared to the way that we organize time now. It runs our society.
If that's all that happens in 2012, I'm all for it.
Well, and if you do the math, Art, take 2012, December 21st, 2012, and add in from that date what the Bible calls the apocalypse, the revelation, the apocalypse thing. That's 7 years.
Yes.
If you add 7 years to December 21st, 2012, that puts you at the end of 2019. And I believe the year 2020 will be the year that we see time clearly with 2020 vision, and it will make sense to us.
Well, time is also all numbers. And by the way, speaking of numbers, there's a TV show, of course, called Numbers. I trust you've seen it.
Many times.
Do you like the theme?
I love it. I think anything to help people think numbers are cool. I'm doing a campaign. I'm starting an event this fall, Art, that's called the National Counting Bee. And it's just like the National Spelling Bee, except we're going to find the fastest kid counter in America every year. And it's designed to get kids excited about math, to feel like mathletes, and to be rewarded for excellence in math, just like kids are for spelling and science and other skills.
Listen, Scott, it's a good thing I've got enough money, because I can't even balance my checkbook.
Well, I don't do miracles, Art, but I really feel like I can help people with basic math. I can't do my checkbook. I don't even have one. I don't like numbers either when it comes to everyday life.
So this is more of a avocation, and you wouldn't want it to be a vocation. You wouldn't want to be, an accountant or something.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the farthest thing from my mind. I've never been to college. I've never studied the higher maths. I've always stuck with realistic stuff. And, it's really interesting, Art, that we live around numbers and time are everything around us. And we still think about time and numbers like the Romans did 2,000 years ago. If you'd have met me 2,000 years ago and interviewed me as a human calculator, you wouldn't say 24 times 12. You would say XXIV times XII.
2,000 years ago, buddy, we'd have burned you. Listen,
maybe you too.
Yeah, well, maybe. With all your understanding of numbers, I have to ask. People will say, okay, all right, you were born on this date, and this gal was born on this date, and so you'll either be compatible or you'll not be. Numerology, is there anything to it?
No.
No.
There's two numerologies. There's a small n numerology and a capital N numerology. And small n numerology is the study of numbers and language, which, the gematria, or gematria as people know it, is the Hebrew letters were also numbers. So every word is also a number, and the Greeks did that as well. And the Romans is sort of an example of the IVX thing. But we don't do that with ABC. We just don't associate numbers and letters that way.
Huh. Well, all right. So you sell a book. You've got a book, right?
Yeah, my book is Math Magic, and also Math Magic for Kids, and it's a national bestseller. It's been out there for 10 years, and I just redid it with that new 0 through 9, and I called it Chapter 0 to show people that 0 counts, and that just got re-released. And I also have the calendar, is the Human Calendar, and people can download that for free. Anybody can go to thehumancalendar.com and download it for free just to see what it would be like to experience time where it makes perfect sense to the human mind and the human body. And my DVD and workbooks are free. Just they have to pay for shipping it. But I just want to get the ideas out there, Art. I really, I'm getting old. I'm already over 40 now, and I've got to make sure that the 0 through 9 gets out there. And I've only got 7 years left before December 21st, 2012, and that's a lot. That's only a little time to convince people that there's a better way to keep track of time with a calendar.
Uh-huh.
So it's a fun project for me, and the National Accounting Bee will take me around the country and give me a chance to have a platform to promote people getting more comfortable with numbers in everyday life, and these ideas out there.
Theoretical physicists, Scott, are looking for this formula that may be no longer than your thumb, they say, or it may be, that represents the theory of everything. Einstein was chasing it, and modern physicists are chasing it. Is there anything that you can tell me as you look down long lines of numbers that amounts to a real revelation for everybody?
Yes, two. I'll tell you two of them that I've come up with, Art, that I thought were interesting anyway for me as a numbers guy. Is the Roman numerals are 1, 5, 10, 50, 100, and 500, and that's what they had to speak with. And if you add those up, it adds up to 666.
Uh-huh.
And that's the number that the Bible has made famous in Revelation.
I know.
And as far as the small sentence that's the secret to the universe, or whatever they're trying to find, I came up with one night. I woke up in the middle of the night and I wrote it down. And I've studied it. I've looked at it for years now, and I've talked to some pretty smart guys about it. And nobody can give me a yes or no, but here it is. I'll just give you the statement. And it's a pretty deep subject and conversation, obviously. But the formula is I equals 0.
I equals 0.
That is, it's a small I equals 0. And I woke up on the anniversary. It was June 24th, it was 99. And it was my 17-year anniversary of the day I was supposed to graduate high school. And I woke up in the middle of the night and wrote this down. I woke up in the morning and wrote out a whole paragraph. And there's a theory, Art, that there's a number. It's a number that nobody can explain. It's called the square root of -1. 1 times 1 is 1. -1 times -1 is +1. What number can you multiply times itself to get -1? And for that matter, any negative number. And so that's the puzzle that mathematicians have been chasing forever. And I believe the answer has been right there the whole time. I think it's 0. And so I think that might be maybe, who knows who's listening, it might play a part in helping them come up with that, what you're looking for there.
It might, Scott. Here's another one for you. With really, really brilliant people like Einstein and some modern theoretical physicists, they have their most brilliant years very early. and then past a certain point, I don't know, maybe in their 20s or at early 30s at the latest, they begin to go downhill. And so if they're going to really make a giant discovery, it's going to be in those early years.
Huh. Well, mine was 36, were my calendar and the 9 theory. And the matrix, I discovered what's called the math matrix. And people can see that at the site that you have is connected to. And it's a grid that goes 0 through 99. And I woke up with that one night, and that's going to be in every classroom in the country within the next year. It's called the math matrix. And it's just a grid that's 0 through 99, and it reveals 9 patterns in numbers that nobody ever noticed. And I introduced it at the National Math Convention, Art, where there were 500 math teachers that teach teachers math and write curriculum standards. And I showed them that every number in the universe goes down to 9. And I turned around and I said, how many of you knew that before you walked in the room today? And not one teacher raised their hand. And so that just blew my mind. And then I was the keynote speaker in Amsterdam at the National Math Convention there, and I went to the World Mental Math Championships in Germany last year and met the top 17 human calculators in the world. It was the funnest 4 days of my life. It was amazing to talk to guys that think like I do. And
what was that like? I mean, you meet another person who can do, and by the way, was it all guys?
No, great question. One girl, she was from Germany, and it was held in Germany, and there was 3 or 4 German guys, people from India, Pakistan, Libya, the square root king.
Yeah, but just one girl.
One girl from Germany, and she was amazing. She went for the overall. There were 6 contests. I just set my world record for my counting skills at 36, and nobody could beat that. I met the multiplication king, the guy from Germany who can multiply 2 8-digit numbers together in less than 30 seconds, which is no big deal to most people, but it's mind-boggling because all this there knew what he was doing. And the other thing we had was a human calendar contest. There was about a half dozen of us that could all calculate the days of the week instantly. And so they have 6 people lined up, and a judge yell out a date, and 6 people yell out the date, and the girl was part of that too. It was just fascinating, and we learned so much about each other, about how we see numbers and why we think the way we do. And I introduced the 9 thing to everybody from every country, and they all took it back with them, and none of them have sent me anything to show me documentation that it existed there before.
Huh.
So I can't explain it, but I feel like I have an opportunity to really help people see numbers in a clear way, and all these guys sat down, we went through all this stuff together, and now they're helping me disseminate that around the world. So I don't know if it's going to make all the difference in the world, Art, but I can tell you when I leave a school visiting kids, and I see 30 kids or 300 kids get excited about math and be able to add a small column of numbers in their head and look at numbers in a fun way and not be afraid, I really feel like that's going to open up doors that we cannot comprehend or calculate, because which one of those kids is going to be awoken or inspired to maybe cure cancer? It's incalculable. So it's a blast to go in there every day and see these kids get the light bulb go off in their brain.
Yes,
for one more thing.
When you do pass on, are you leaving special permission to, have your brain, sliced and diced and examined?
I guess I had to consider that. I'm open to suggestions. I mean, just like religion, it seems like all we think about doing is trying to figure out how to avoid death or overcome it or delay it or make it not exist, and
yeah, if only.
So I don't know what that means, but I feel like when you ask me to do calculations, when I do these things, I go into a timeless state where time doesn't count, and that's why I do it so fast. To me, it feels like I'm taking forever, a couple seconds.
Would you describe it as a trance state? In other words, does everything else around you blur and go away?
Sometimes, but I can also, I was in a golf tournament, and a kid asked me to count by some number, and I teed up my ball and hit an 8-iron within a foot of the hole the entire time counting by a number.
Huh.
So I was learning at the same time. I didn't know if I could do it or not, but it worked out. So,
well, that almost sounds like it's something that you can do with just part of your brain, a kind of a multitasking deal, where you can do that and concentrate on something else at the same time. Would that be accurate?
Absolutely accurate, and I didn't really know that about myself until recently.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, I always went into a zone. I mean, especially when you're performing at events like that, you're doing world records and stuff, and you're calculating. There's not one digit that can be wrong.
Okay, so would you describe what you do as you have to concentrate, or in fact, you can be, as we just mentioned, sort of doing something else and thinking about something else, or concentrating on hitting a ball and do every bit as good a job.
Yes, and I actually seem like I go faster because I believe the key is relaxation. And if you said to me right now, Scott, I want you to list off the charts, the elements, we're going to have a long conversation. But if you said 42 times 19, I'm excited to answer you. I'm in a relaxed state, and so the people that I meet aren't. They're anxious as soon as they say, "Oh, I'm going to meet the human calculator." Great, I'm going to have to think about numbers. They're anxious already. Me, I'm like, great. So I'm trying to just get people to at least halfway.
Gotcha. All right. Time is short. So again, if you were to send somebody to a website or recommend your book or whatever you want to do.
Thanks, Art. TheHumanCalendar.com is, this year is the first year that my calendar lines up with the Gregorian calendar. My 0 day has to be a Sunday, and 2006 is the first time. The next one is 2012, interestingly enough. And people can download it for free. And then my books are available at HumanCalculator.com, and they can order those DVDs and workbooks for free as well.
All right.
And that's all I got.
Well, it has been an absolute pleasure having you on the program, and obviously we could have used a lot more time because there's so much to explore here. So what will happen is we'll schedule you back.
I'd be honored, Art, because I wanted you to be the first guy to hear the word two-joker poker. It's a new poker game I invented. It's going to come out in September in Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's right. I heard about that. All right, we'll cover that in the next program. New poker game. All right, bud, thank you.
Pleasure, Art.
And good night. Al quit his NASA job to write and promote what became as the #1 LA Times best-selling book. It's called Soul Traveler. Al was a crew chief for the ultra-secret U-2 planes earlier in his career, was part of the stealth program, and was just recently one of the engineers responsible for some of the design of the U.S. Space Station. So, again, the very last person in the world you would expect to be doing what he's doing. It just simply doesn't make sense. Kind of like the human calculator. But it is. Coming up in a moment. Well, it's been a long time, so we're going to retread some ground with Albert Taylor. Albert, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good to have you. Yeah, it has really. When was the last program that we did together? Do you recall?
I'm not exactly sure, Art. It had to have been at least 3 years or plus ago.
Yeah, I was thinking about that much.
Yeah.
All right.
But Art, I have something I need to share with you because sometimes we do things in people's lives and we aren't aware that we've created miracles in people's lives. And I want to share a brief story with you to kind of let you know some things maybe that you weren't aware of.
I'm listening.
Back in 1996, when I did quit my job on the space station, I decided to start my own publishing company, and the first product was, of course, my self-published version of Soul Traveler. Well, shortly after that, I got some really bad news from my distributor who went bankrupt with about $100,000 of my money, and that was all my money I needed to pay bills and really support myself. A couple months after that, I was literally sitting on the edge of my bed at 2 o'clock in the morning with an eviction notice in my hand with a repo man. The repo man was looking for my car, and all my utilities in my house were going to be cut off in about a week.
Brother.
But because of my spiritual experiences that I've had, I said a prayer. I said, I really thought you wanted me to do this. And if you really do want me to do this, I need a miracle. I went to bed, and I woke up the next morning, and I decided to check my email account, which on AOL. And after sifting through, there was an email in there from a gentleman, said his name was Art Bell. And he said, please call me. And I opened up the email, and there was a number in there, and I called. And on the other end of the phone was this raspy voice.
That's me.
Yep. That so many of us have heard over the years. And I have to tell you, if you remember that night, it was 1996, I asked you how long did you want me to do the show, and you said about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I ended up doing the whole 5 hours.
That's right.
And the phone lines lit up.
Yeah, well, there was a reason why I wrote to you. I mean, it had started to come up on the program again and again and again. I had callers who were making claims, and I had an experience myself that I'm sure
Right.
you recall. So,
Yeah, your Paris experience.
yeah, so it got to the point where I had to know more, Albert, and it seemed like you were the one. I mean, you had, almost the Bible of it out there.
Well, I want to say this. Between you and Daniel supporting me all these years in my book, you've changed my life, and I'm deeply indebted to you, and I'm very, very grateful, and thank you very much.
Well, some sort of cosmic whatever, I guess. I'm glad to have helped. I'm glad it kind of kick-started things. I guess that's what it did, right?
It definitely did that.
Yeah.
It was a wild ride, and it has been ever since.
Oh, well, we specialize in rides here. And, the very fact that, well, in the first hour, do you hear the first hour?
Yes, I did, about the human calculator.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm so entranced with the powers of the mind that we know darn well exist, but we can't exactly explain them fully. We cannot understand how they come to be.
Right. We're not even sure if the mind consciousness is even in the brain.
That's right.
It's a fascinating reality is the consciousness.
Do you want to take, I frequently ask guests to take a stab at what consciousness is, to define it.
Well, I have to come from my experience and having these out-of-body experiences, because I believe truly that it is independent of the physical body, because I have traveled out of the body so many times, and I consciously control where I've been going and have been places and verified it later on. So I believe, like the title of my book, maybe that is truly what the soul is. Maybe that consciousness and everything that we are is that mind and that consciousness. So maybe it is the soul, and that's the best way I can understand it, and it makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's as good as any, as far as I'm concerned, as good as any.
Yeah, it seems to be independent of the physical body, and you don't lose your humor and your sense of humor and your fears and your ability to love, and everything that you are travels beyond your physical body. So maybe that's what it is. I remember when I was in Catholic school, they used to say the soul was something that you had, and like you carried around like a tennis ball in your pocket, and you could drop it and get it dirty periodically. Then you have to take it to a priest and get it clean. Yeah. But I really feel that it's not something you have. I think it's something you are.
All right. You come from this hard science background, really a hard science background.
Mm-hmm.
It so totally does not make sense,
right,
for you to be doing this kind of work now.
Right.
It's worth an explanation. How do you get from the hard science of space stations and high performance aircraft to this?
Well, it wasn't easy, because I would say that when I first started letting people know that I was going to write a book regarding these experiences, and on the space station, I had this little phrase that they would either run to me or run from me, and that was literally what happened sometimes. Art, is I would walk down the hallways in a different subcontractor or a Johnson Space Center or wherever, and the people that knew me prior to me revealing this about myself would literally step to the other side of the hallway and walk right past me without looking at me.
Really?
Yes. So it wasn't an easy thing to do. And the last thing I wanted to do, since I'd had a secret clearance for 27 years, was to jeopardize anything that I'd done in the past.
Listen, the first person you sat down with and started telling that, you can leave your body mentally, you can travel, and I can prove it to you, your secret clearance would have been...
It was pretty much... Yeah,
shredded.
Gone in the wind, so to speak.
Gone in the wind, sure.
Yeah, they would have thought I had some kind of mental problem. That would have opened me they would have been worried about me being blackmailed and revealing secrets and a host of other things that would have probably jeopardized that. And believe me, coming out with this was not an easy thing. I really labored over it emotionally for 2 months before the book hit. Finally I made up my mind. I talked to a gentleman, and he said, it sounds like it's more of a responsibility that you have to put this information out rather than
Albert,
desire.
Back away from the phone a little bit. You're
I'm sorry.
You're crackling.
Yeah.
I usually have the opposite problem. Anyway, back away a little bit. So did you then figure, all right, look, I've written the book. It's coming out. I might as well quit. I might as well just leave the job. Otherwise, I'm doomed.
Well, they told me I had to go to Johnson Space Center for about 4 months to finish up some work. And at the same time, my book was going to be released. So I had to make the decision on whether I was going to stay and promote the book and everything that I've been doing, or whether to go on and continue to do my job and let the book fall by the wayside. And I finally made my decision that I was going to leave, and they were kind enough to keep me from quitting. They said, well, we'll just go ahead and lay you off, so that way you can collect unemployment.
I see.
And that was nice, and that's what I did, is I let them lay me off. And I tell you, Art, it was probably the scariest thing I've ever done in my life.
Yeah.
Because in aerospace, you know, every Friday, whether you do work or not, you pull a little handle and the check pops out. You really don't have to worry about it. And now, all of a sudden, I really didn't know if the book was going to sell. I'd never written anything before like that, only technical manuals. So it probably was the scariest thing I've ever done in my life.
All right. Again, going back to why I sent you that email, I started getting all these calls about people having various states of paralysis, people who would call up and say things like, you know, I felt like I was falling down through my bed and or rising up above my body, and it scared the you-know-what out of me, and I snapped awake. So after a number of those calls, I truly began to want to know what's going on. It was obvious, the number of emails I was getting, this was a real
phenomenon.
Absolutely a real phenomenon, sure.
Right.
And so I guess it's worth explaining to some people who are tuning in tonight and saying, what the hell are they talking about, traveling outside of your body?
Right. There's always someone coming up who hasn't heard this.
Well, of course.
My story begins when I was 5 years old. And I would wake up in the middle of the night paralyzed and not knowing what it is. I could see and hear, but I was incapable of moving my physical body, and it was very terrifying. And on top of that, I would often see a transparent shape, a humanoid shape, sitting on the edge of my bed calling my name.
That's terrifying.
It is. For a 5-year-old, it's very terrifying. And because my family is very superstitious, when I was able to move and jump out of my bed, I would go running into my grandmother's room, who stayed with us at the time, and I would say, Grandma, I was paralyzed and I couldn't move, and there was somebody calling my name. And my grandmother, God bless her soul, she would say, well, that's because a witch was coming to steal your soul, and because you were bad, now go back to bed.
You're a devil child. Leave my presence. Yes.
So needless to say, I'd go back to bed, terrified, staring at the ceiling, covering myself up with the blankets, and stay up all night long because of this phenomenon. And that was the explanation of it. They'd call it the witches are riding you, or the haints. And that's something that my family's from the South in New Orleans, and that was pretty much the accepted norm for this phenomenon.
All right. Prove it to me. In other words, give me, you've done it in the past. We'll let history repeat itself, Albert. Give me if I were to ask you for the best proof that you've got that OBEs are real, and when I say proof, I mean external confirmation by somebody or whatever, the best cases you can give me that prove that this is true, what would you say?
Well, and that was important to me to prove it, because without these two experiences that I think were extremely important, I would have thought, well, maybe it's just a lucid dream. Well, one time I was attending this class at the local college out here in Southern California, and the class was being taught by a doctor who had had a near-death experience. And during the middle of the class, she said, has anybody ever felt paralyzed? And outside of my family, no one had ever asked me that. So I immediately raised my hand, and she said, I think, and she was the first person that said this to me, I think you're on the verge, or you've been having out-of-body experiences. And I have to admit, I laughed at her because I thought that was the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard. And she said, you can't tell me what you don't know. And I said, well, it happens to me almost 3 times a night sometimes. She said, the next time it happens, I want you to think about seeing me and come to see me. And I thought, okay, it probably happened tonight. I'll try that. So, of course, that night, I found myself paralyzed. I found myself floating up out of my body. I could see the room. And I thought about it. I thought, okay, I want to see the doctor. And the strangest thing happened is all of a sudden I felt 2 hands grab me and kind of push me toward the window. The next thing I knew, I was flying like I had done so many times before, but never from consciousness all the way to this experience. I traveled faster than I had ever traveled in my memory. I could go higher and faster than I'd ever done. Then finally I was being drawn to this house that I'd never been to. I kind of entered through the ceiling and literally saw all the wiring and insulation in the attic. And then I found myself standing at the foot of this bed, and in the bed appeared to be the woman that I wanted to see, the doctor.
The doctor.
Yeah. And I was still thinking this is probably a dream. One of the things I noticed, I knew she was married, but I didn't know that her husband slept way on the other side of the room. And I thought, well, if I'm really here, that's a good thing to remember. Another thing I noticed was that on her leg, there appeared to be a cast. And I thought, okay, if maybe she hurt her leg or something, that's another good thing to remember. So after a while, I felt uncomfortable being there, and I decided to return, and was simply, I want to return, and I felt the same hands grab me, the rush of moving away from that scene and extreme acceleration, and I literally felt like I was slammed into my bed from the ceiling. I jumped up, and I grabbed my journal, and I wrote all this down. Well, this happened on a Saturday. That Monday, she was teaching her class again, and I couldn't wait to see her. So I approached her during a break, and I said, you know, doctor, something really interesting happened to me on the weekend. And she, before I could finish, she said, you know, I had a dream on Saturday that you were standing at the foot of my bed.
Really?
And I thought, oh, my God. And I said, well, you know, I had a dream that I was there because I hadn't accepted it as an out-of-body experience yet. I said, I had a dream there, and I noticed that in the room, in my dream, you and your husband slept in 2 different beds. And she says, matter of fact, not only do we sleep in 2 different beds, but he sleeps way on the other side of the room because he has sleep apnea. And I thought, well, wow, that's amazing.
Yes.
And then I looked at her leg, and I didn't see any injury. And I said, well, in my dream, you had something was wrong with your leg, and there was this white cast or something. She said, no, I don't. It wasn't. There's no injury, but I do sleep with a white heating pad wrapped around my leg.
Wow.
And that's when, even then, I was still skeptical, but it started leaning me into the direction of thinking, oh, my God, maybe this is real. And if it is real, what is it? What part of us is doing this? And how come we humans can do this kind of amazing thing? And that was the beginning of me venturing and verifying my experiences and slowly coming to the realization that the soul is capable of temporarily leaving
the body. All right. How many other or similar examples can you cite, either that has happened to you or to others? That
I can cite 2 more that are really amazing.
Please do it.
The second one was, by this time I thought, well, I mentioned to a friend of mine at the Space Station Division, and she was a metaphysician at that time. I didn't know what that was. I'd never heard of it because, I was Catholic. And she said, well, I think you're astrally projecting. And I didn't know what astral projection was. I thought it was Astro like the dog on the Jetsons. I had no idea what that meant.
Yes.
And she said, you can leave your body and visit people. I said, well, I think I had an experience with this doctor, but she said, I tell you what, next time, come visit me. And I thought, okay. So the same sequence of events happened before. I floated out of the body. I made my request. I want to see my friend. And the next thing I had these hands grab me the same way, pull me through the air. The location I ended up in was this apartment in a dining room. And I looked around, and the first thing I noticed was that in the dining room there was this humongous chandelier. I mean, it dwarfed the dining room, and it literally didn't look like it belonged. And I thought, okay, that's a good thing to remember. Then I moved down the hallway, and there was the last door on the right. I moved into that bedroom, and the strangest thing is that normally when you have twin beds in a room, the window's in the center and the twin beds on either side. Mm-hmm. But this window was in the corner of the room. And I thought, well, that's kind of strange. And I looked out the window, and half of it was blocked by a telephone pole. And then I looked out, and I could see the alleyway below and an apartment building across the way. So I returned exactly the way I did on the night that I saw the doctor. Literally, it was slammed in my body again or under the bed, jumped up and wrote all this down. Well, when I went to work, I got a chance to see my friend, and I said, I think I had another one of those lucid dream-like experiences. But I said I ended up in this dining room with this humongous chandelier, and she said, I bought that chandelier. I bought this huge chandelier at a swap meet, and it's really too big for my dining room, but I couldn't bear to let it sit in the box and get dusty, so I decided to hang it up. And I thought, well, okay, that's an interesting coincidence. Then I said, I went down to this room, the third one on the right, and I went in, and it had a really odd window in the corner. And she said, before I could even tell her anymore, she said, that's the strangest room in my apartment. I don't know why they put the window in the corner, because you can't see out of it very well because half of it is blocked by a telephone pole. And I thought, oh, my God.
Yes.
Oh, my God, this is real. And I described what I saw outside. It matched her description perfectly. And I wrote this down, and that's when I started leaning into that direction. Now, recently, I had a really interesting experience where I saw a friend of mine, his name is Bill, on the astral plane. And I thought to myself, I didn't know Bill could travel out of his physical body, because occasionally you do encounter, living beings and people who, spirits who or souls who've passed away.
All right, hold it right there.
Okay.
Bill will be the subject when we return. Once again, Albert Taylor, and we were talking about Bill.
Right. Bill, well, first of all, Bill was a good friend of mine, and I saw him on the other side, and I first thing I said to him, because you don't really speak like I'm speaking to you, it's more like a thought form or kind of like mental telepathy or something like that.
Uh-huh.
But you feel it, but it's very natural, and not something you have to, try and do, or that's different from speaking now. But I said, "What are you doing here?" And I didn't know you could do this. And he said, I passed away. I died. And I was really skeptical. Because sometimes I still challenge my experiences, because you have to be very focused in thought, because you could have some dream material come in there and contaminate your out-of-body experience.
Yeah, now you're really making this is a gigantic jump.
Oh, yeah, completely. So after I returned back to my physical body, I hadn't seen Bill in like 3 months. So he lived in Downey, California. I went to his house, and I knocked on the door, and his wife, Marge, answered the door, and I said, "Hey, how you doing?" She said, "Long time no see. Haven't seen you in a while." I said, "Well, I've been kind of busy, but I came to see Bill." And she said, "Al, we haven't been able to get a hold of you. We tried to get a hold of you 3 months ago, but Bill died 2 months ago of cancer." Oh, my God. And I thought, oh, my God.
Yeah.
So that was, I can't, if these experiences aren't real, I can't explain how come I knew these things and how come I had experiences telling me this, giving me this information.
Yeah.
So,
all right, Albert, I have several questions.
Sure.
Several times now you've mentioned hands.
Right.
Whose hands?
Well, in Catholic school, they always told us we had a guardian angel. Well, a friend of mine said that this being that I kept encountering and kept touching me is more of a guide. Well, that's a belief system. Both of those are belief systems. But through my experiences, and I hate to just jump ahead because it sounds really incredible, but through my experiences, what I found out is that each and every one of us, you can call it a guide, you can call it a guardian angel, you can call it whatever you want, because it's still going to perform the same job. But each and every one of us has this higher aspect of ourselves. Robert Monroe called it an inspect entity, which means intelligent species, and his definition was a more advanced version of himself. Each and every one of us has this more advanced version of ourselves that's looking out for us in every aspect of the word, even trying to influence us to do certain things, or the right thing, I should say, when we're in our physical bodies. Sometimes you may call it intuition. So every one of us has this thing that's looking out for us, and if you really think about it, Art, what better guide or guardian angel or higher self to have, or something looking out for you, than a more advanced version of yourself?
Yes.
Because everything it does, everything it tries to influence you to do, is definitely 110% going to be in your own best interest.
Why then doesn't this angel,
higher self, I don't know what label you call it. It depends on your belief system.
Why doesn't this guide pull us out just before we're hit by a car, or otherwise stop all these seemingly senseless, horrible tragedies that occur?
Well, that's when you get into another factor that I never believed in, and that's when you have to look at whether this is the only life that we live. And if it isn't, which I have a lot of experiences that I've written about that I truly believe this isn't, then this is just one drop in the bucket, so to speak. Or so let's say, for instance, when, I'm talking about reincarnation, basically.
Yeah.
Let's just say that we've lived 100 times before, and this is our 100th life. Well, life and death really doesn't have as much of a meaning or a permanency as we think it does if this is just one out of 100 times that we've lived. Really what matters is the life experience that we have and what we've learned that we will take to the next life. So there is a given time period that we all agree to spend here on Earth, and that when that time period is up, then, I mean, be it trauma, unfortunately, or just dying in our sleep, that time is over. But we don't cease to exist. Our consciousness goes on. And one of the things I think is really one of the most interesting proofs of that is I've been a member of the International Association of Near-Death Studies for like 15 years now. And in the near-death experience, one of the things that I think is a clue that we go on is you have a panoramic past life review, which basically you get to feel and see how everyone you've met in your life is affected. Well, why would we have that panoramic past life review if we're never going to come back and be able to learn from that experience? So I think that's a clue that we come back, and if that is a clue, then, you know, what happens to us in this physical life, even though it's traumatic and sad and pulls at our heartstrings in so many different ways,
Yes.
if it's only one of many, then it's not as important as we may think it is.
Well,
the important thing is the lesson.
These lessons then are all essentially subconscious because, of course, none of us recall consciously.
Well, yeah, in a way they are, yes. But they influence us in a lot of ways. Sometimes we do things and we don't know why we want to do things. Sometimes when you can go through a regression, which I've been through hypnosis, and you draw up all these memories of things that you never knew existed. So I believe that they may be subconscious, but I do believe that there's an aspect of them that is definitely influencing us.
Okay, here's something. So again, your belief system tells you these hands are your guide. Is that correct?
Yes, my higher self is what I prefer.
Higher self. All right. During an OBE, Albert, are you aware of yourself? I mean, in other words, do you still your physical self?
Yeah,
yes.
Oh, definitely. And you can see it. I mean, Daniel cracks me up because I totally related with what he said. Is the first time I saw my physical body laying there, the first thing that popped in my head was I thought I was a lot better looking than that. And that's the same thing that Daniel said.
Yeah.
Because you don't look at it's not you. That's the thing you realize more than anything. Or it's not you. It's like clothing you wear.
It's just a body.
Yeah, it's just a physical body. You're not emotionally attached to it. You know that you are independent of it, and it just doesn't have the luster that it had when you were staring in the mirror in the bathroom that morning.
So you mean you objectively get back from it a little bit and go, I'm one ugly sucker.
Yeah, you go, well, I'm lucky to have attracted the ladies I did, you know.
Yes, they must have liked something about me, but I can't see it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see it. So, yeah, you really are detached. And a lot of people in the near-death experience have that same experience. They also feel very detached from the physical body and don't have any emotional ties to it.
Well, you definitely don't look your best when you're dead.
No, or unconscious or drooling or any of those things.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Okay, well, so, you know, this is real. And I suppose after you wrote your book, you probably, if my guess is correct, you were inundated. You were probably buried in emails and letters and correspondence from people because this is going on all around the world.
All over the world.
Yeah.
From Greece, Turkey, New Delhi. I mean,
I knew
just
it,
amazing places.
Yep.
People sharing with me parts of my story, things that I'd already experienced, and then other parts of my story, parts of their story that I hadn't experienced. And I think that one of the most interesting things that somebody shared with me is you calling me from Paris, telling me about the experience you had.
Yeah.
I think that was amazing.
Well, it was an amazing, truly amazing experience, Albert. I was outside my body for just what seemed to be a very few instants, but, oh, man, there was no question about it. I absolutely was outside my body. I was within visual distance out my hotel room of the Eiffel Tower, and with Ramona in bed and asleep, and all of a sudden, just for no apparent reason whatsoever, kaboom! I was up above it. I was in, I can only remember it as absolute indescribable joy.
Yeah.
It was total contentment and joy, and it lasted about that long.
Right.
And I was back. And I was scared, and I woke Ramon up, and I said, "My God, you're not going to believe this. You've got to wake up, and I've got to tell you about this." And I was extremely excited. So,
I know. You were so excited you called me. I think that's very excited.
Yeah, that's very excited. It was wild.
I think the most wonderful thing about it is, Art, is you ceased to be a bystander and became an experiencer. And there aren't that many talk show hosts who are experiencers. So now you're coming from two different perspectives. First, you were kind of skeptical, as you should have been. But now, after you have experienced it, no matter how long you live, no matter how much time goes by, you will always remember that experience, and you will remember that it happened to you.
Yes, yes. But you know what? I'm still kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical. Maybe I'm not about this. I try to remain skeptical.
Right.
But yes, when this thing happens to you, here's what I'm skeptical about, Albert.
Mm-hmm.
It's a living human brain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that here's what I'm saying. Maybe my brain, in that unusual condition, I was in Paris, France, away from home, sleeping habits different, long plane trip, all the rest of it. Maybe my brain did something that made me think that happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
Our brains are just capable of so much.
Yes, they are.
And that's why I reached out to you for the stories, the proof stories.
Right. One of the things I have to say this, Art, and I understand your skepticism because I was, even after a myriad of experiences, I was extremely skeptical. But one of the things I have to say is I've had many, many, many dreams in my life, as have you. But out of all the dreams I've had in my life, none of them stand out like the experience I had in the out-of-body experience. It is really different. It's extremely exhilarating. It's unlike any type of dream that I've ever had. And why would that be? If it were just a dream or even a lucid dream, why would it be something so profound and affect me in so many ways if it was just like anything that I've been experiencing since I've been on this planet?
Yeah, sure enough. You said when you were, for example, in the doctor's room,
mm-hmm.
there were a couple of things that you said to yourself, I've got to remember that.
Right.
Now, that implies to me that you're fully conscious,
yes.
as conscious as
aware.
you are when you're awake.
Yes, 100%. Maybe even super consciousness.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because if you, in that state, you're capable of getting information that you did not have or have access to when you're in the physical body. So I believe that in some cases, not 100%, but in some cases when you're in the out-of-body, because it's an altered state of consciousness, when you're in the out-of-body experience, you do have access to super consciousness.
All right. Are all of OBEs in the here and now? In other words, every time you do an OBE, are you traveling to a place in the here and now, or have you found that you have traveled into the past and or into the future in some OBEs?
First of all, there is no time in the out-of-body experience. You could feel like you had a 3-hour experience and come back and look at the clock and find that you've only been gone for 15, 20 minutes. There's no time. It's irrelevant. But, yes, access to the past and the future is something definitely possible. I've experimented so many ways trying new things that's one of the things I did do. But that's probably one of the only and few warnings that I give to people is I warn them against traveling in the future because it is a very real experience, and any data that you gain from the future,
yes,
it may come to be, and it may be something. It may not be something halfway around the world in Russia. It may be something that's going to unfold in your close to your life.
How about Connecticut? They've got that, what is it, $365 million lottery going on right now?
That would be wonderful to see something like that. I don't know of anybody who's recalled lottery numbers, but, anything is possible. I don't think there's any limitations. But I do warn people against that because it happened to me, Art, and it's coming from the horse's mouth. I saw something that I did everything I could to change. I thought, well, if nothing's etched in stone, I have free will and I could change it, and this thing unfolded.
Break it down. What did you see?
It was the disintegration of my family, of my immediate family. That's changed. It's been years now. It's been 10 years now.
Wait. Disintegration of your family.
Of my marriage.
Of your marriage.
Yeah. and my home life with my son and all that. I saw all that, and I did my best to try and stop it, but it still unfolded. And eventually, and it was really strange because it wasn't just the overall view of that happening. There were little things I saw, like numbers of on different types of papers that I had in that experience. And then those numbers, when I saw them in the physical, I went, oh, my God, I've seen this before. I've seen that number.
Yeah.
It was the strangest and hardest times that I've had to go through, and that's why I say go everywhere, fly around, fly to the moon if you choose to, fly out in space, go into the past, but be cautious when you venture into the future because it is a very real thing, and you could see something or experience something that you may have to come back and learn to live with.
Well, according to what you just said, while you can visit the future and you can see or perceive things, you cannot change them.
I couldn't change what happened to me. I mean, maybe not. I don't believe everything's etched in stone, but there are some things because I truly believe that life is a learning experience for more than just my soul, and other souls have agreed to have these experiences, and I'm just part of that. So certain things are going to happen to them that needs to happen because it's their desire and their purpose. So maybe I'm connected to that in some kind of way, and I can't influence that, and it's going to manifest anyway. So I pretty much end up going along for the ride.
All right. The majority of this audience has probably had the beginnings of an OBE. Describe the various beginnings that you can have. A very typical beginning if you're lying in bed and you're sort of on the edge of nowhere, near asleep. And what do you feel that could become a true full-blown OBE if you get comfortable with it and push it? How does it begin?
Well, the slower you go through the process of disconnecting, the more things you experience. The faster you go through, the fewer things. So let's talk about the slow part of it. The first thing you would probably experience would be the paralysis, and that would be because your soul is disconnected from the physical body. But it doesn't mean that it's just hovering there and not connected to anything. It's connected to what Robert Monroe calls the second body, or what metaphysicians call the astral body. The next thing that you would feel is because the physical body vibrates at a very low rate and the astral body vibrates at a higher rate, you may start feeling a vibration of some sort. And that's the transition part. That's when your consciousness is moving from the physical body into the astral body. Once the consciousness gets there, then the vibration goes away.
So paralysis?
Paralysis first.
And then vibration?
And then the next thing, right before you connect fully with the astral form or the second body, then you hear this incredibly loud roaring noise or electrical buzzing sound, something like that.
Yes, I've been there.
And then when you connect, all of that's over, and then you may be able to see, and sometimes your vision cuts on by itself, and sometimes it doesn't. And you can command, I want to see, and you will see. And the next thing is sometimes you end up floating out of your physical body, and sometimes you don't. And if you don't, all you have to say is, I want to float upward. Everything that you experience in the out-of-body state should begin with I want. And it literally asks and you shall receive. Now, there's other things, there's other sounds that you would hear, like the buzzing sound could go to a loud roar. The loud roar could go to a loud musical tone or a note. And then the note could actually go to some type of musical sound.
Okay, well, what percentage of the audience listening right now do you think identifies with one of the things that you've just said?
I'd say about 70%.
Oh,
I've already tested it. I already tested it.
Oh, how so?
I had a lecture that I did, and it was, matter of fact, they were distributors for my book. They weren't even coming to hear an out-of-body experience lecture.
Yes.
And I said, I'm going to mention these things, and I want each of you to raise your hand and keep it up. And when I'm finished, I want to look at the room. So I started saying, how many people have ever felt paralyzed?
Yes.
How many people have ever heard their name being called while they were drifting off to sleep or waking up? How many people have ever felt like vibrating? And I mentioned all these things, and by the time I was done, it was about 100 representatives in the room who sell books to libraries and things like that. By the time I was finished, 70 people had their hands up.
Yeah, I believe it. I might have even called it, I might have even guessed a higher figure. Albert, hold on. Really, I've got to ask. Albert, astral sex. Sex is such a in one way, big part of life. In another way, not a big part of life. But I mean, it's one of the stronger human drives.
Right.
I think, it'd be fair to say that, right?
Right, yes, it would.
So, if you wanted to have astral sex with a specific person, could you do it, or would you say, in the words of Richard Nixon, it would be wrong, but it would be wrong?
No, there's no judgment on it.
No?
At the lower levels of the astral plane, there's a lot of obsessions with different things, and one of those is the sex drive obsession.
Lower levels, huh?
Lower levels. It's not a judgment call. It's just that it's a lower vibrational thing, that's all. And there's a lot of, because, the astral plane is populated. It's like I always tell people, if you're afraid of ghosts or entities and you go into the astral plane, that's like being afraid of fish and going into the ocean. That's kind of where they are. So at the lower levels of the astral plane, there is a lot of obsessions and things like that, and one of those is the sexual obsession or sex drive, and it's heightened tenfold, so it's a lot more powerful than it is in the physical plane. So there is a lot of that going on. I get letters from people all over the place who are talking about that, and I've even heard people who've had near-death experiences talk about that. So it's definitely there. It's not like you would know the person. It's more like sharing energy, even though the sexual feeling is the same. So that is definitely some people. That's some things that people do. It is there. There's no judgment call on it. I could care less what people do on the astral plane in that regard.
Well, let's ask.
It's definitely there.
How common is it? I mean, I saw a story earlier on CNN today where they said the new rage is porn on your cell phone.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I mean, so look, it's apparently everywhere, really.
It is a part of human existence, not just the physical existence. But the thing is that there's a lot more to why there is a sexual drive and sex on the astral plane than just procreation, because as far as I know, I haven't seen any astral babies flying around or anything like that.
That's a good point, yes.
But so that means then why is it on the physical plane, because we usually think of it as procreation, but then why would it be on the astral plane too?
Well, all right, here's, I think, a fair question.
Mm-hmm.
Does astral sex always have to be consensual?
And no, and
that was a no?
No, it doesn't. It can be something that can be catch a person by surprise. They may not even be thinking about it. No, it doesn't have to be at all. And I've been involved. I run a paranormal research investigation group.
I know.
And we've done some investigations on people being attacked sexually.
Yes.
Like 4 in the last 4 years.
Yes.
Which is shocking.
Well, I'll tell you, Albert, I'm glad we're on the topic, because I really I've done shows on people who have been attacked. And man, Albert, I get all these women who have called up, and, they will just absolutely up and down tell you they were sexually assaulted.
Right. Yeah. We've gotten many, many, many reports, and a lot of people, especially women, and we've done one with a male too, but a lot of women, they've been suffering in silence because they wouldn't tell anybody, because most people wouldn't believe them. But as we gained their confidence, they began to share with us that this happened to them.
Of course they would not be believed.
Right.
For that, you need physical forensic evidence,
right.
And it's not that kind of thing.
Right. Even though there's this one 82-year-old woman that was attacked in Tustin, California, and this was the most shocking thing I'd seen in a long time, Art. She had bite marks on her upper thigh. I mean, close.
Wow.
And the first thing I did is, because I'm a researcher, I said, do you wear dentures? Because, we run into a little bit of psychosis and things like that, people doing things to get attention, and of course she didn't.
Sure.
But they were the oval pattern teeth marks on her upper thigh that I examined and took photographs of myself. It was startling.
That is startling.
Yes, it was.
The whole concept of an attack, really, for these women, for these people who are attacked, it is every bit as bad as a rape, I guess, in most cases, right?
It's worse. I would say it's worse because you can't call the police. There's no place you can go, I'd say it's worse. And then it even challenges their sanity.
Well,
because
sure.
of the nature of it.
All right. Is there, in behalf of these women, mostly women, is there anything they can do to protect themselves from this kind of an attack?
I'd say there's something you can do to prevent it from happening again, but it's only 80% reliable. So there's 20% that we haven't been able to help in our investigation.
Which is?
Well, I don't understand how this particularly works. Maybe it has something to do with prayer. I don't know exactly. I just know it works. And there's something called a clearing, and that's when you go around. I have some intuitives on my team. They go around with sage, chanting different types of prayer, protection prayers, things like that. And in the cases that we have done that, 80% of the time the phenomenon has ceased. But then there's 20% where it continued on, and we weren't able to affect it in any way, shape, or form.
Fascinating.
Yes.
Fascinating.
It's startling. I never knew something like that it really existed. I've read books on incubus and succubus and things like that in Greek mythology, and I saw the movie, The Entity, that Barry Taft was involved in.
Of course.
But I never really believed that something like that existed until I got involved with these investigations. And it was shocking. It is shocking.
Well, it is. And what do you ascribe the 20% to? Do you feel that it's that the negative entity, we'll call it, just for lack of a better name, is of a sufficient strength to simply overcome whatever power, the prayer, or...
That may very well be. It may, because the people come from all walks of life. One was a social worker for the city, and so they don't have anything in common as even religious beliefs. So I would think that this particular thing, maybe we haven't found what will affect it yet, because we haven't tried everything there is.
The psychiatrist, of course, Albert, would say, look, even with regard to the bite marks on the thigh, the mind, the human mind, is a very, very powerful thing, and if it believes that it's been attacked, it will actually produce marks and bruises and things like that.
Right.
And what do you say in response?
I know. I've seen the studies where they placed a quarter in the person's hand and told them it was hot and burning, and it actually left a ring, and the mind actually believed it, and it created it.
Right.
So I've seen that.
And so how do you respond?
But I have to say this. There's one investigation that I went to that was the most startling investigation I've ever seen. I was a 15-year-old girl who her mother claimed that the girl was being attacked by something. So we arrived on the scene. The first thing I did is I had an investigator examine the girl, which there were no scratch marks or anything on her body, and followed the girl around just to make sure she wasn't going to scratch herself. We were there about 2-3 hours. About an hour into our investigation, all of a sudden, I heard the girl screaming and saying, "It burns, it burns."
Yes.
I went running in there, and there's photos of it on the website that I'll share later on, but I went running in there with my camera, and right in front of my eyes, she said, "It's right here." She would lift up her blouse and show us her back or her leg, and slowly but surely, a red mark would slowly rise up out of nowhere and start raising up and then turn into a welt, and then actually started bleeding. And it was the most startling thing I'd ever seen in my life. Now, whether this 15-year-old girl was creating it, I doubt it. But, anything's possible. I mean, the mind, the brain is capable, the consciousness of creating things like that. But I think if that was the case, this girl is very, very, very sick. But we were able to do the clearing for this girl, and to date, to our best of our knowledge, the phenomenon hasn't reoccurred. So,
all right. When you say you were able to do a clearing,
well, I can't really say me. I have people on my team that do that, because I don't understand it, and I can't really say that I believe it. But I have people on my team that do it, and because it seems to work, I let them do that.
What essentially do they do?
They go burn sage. I'm not sure about the prayer that they say. They burn some type of incense. They do like an energy swipe, which is having the individual sit down and clearing the negative energy out of their aura. I think I don't understand it because, like I said, I'm a scientist, but
sounds almost like an exorcism of sorts.
Yeah, to some degree, I guess maybe it is closely related, because it is something very, very negative and very destructive, and they seem to be and also what they do is what we do is we empower the person so that they realize that they don't have to be a victim, and that all those things together has had some positive results where the people have no longer been victims and reported that the phenomenon and attacks have ceased in 80%. But like I said, Art, there was a couple women that she called me from Vegas. She was on vacation with her husband at 2 o'clock in the morning, and was telling me that it was still attacking her. There's nothing we could do for her.
I know, Albert. I get the calls. I talk to the women. It's true, and that's when I started doing programs on these attacks. I started realizing, oh my God, this is real. Not only is it real, but it's really prevalent.
Right.
And
yes, it is. That's the shocking part of it.
That's the shocking part. And, you know, as you point out, the women won't talk about it,
right.
Except in a venue like this.
Right.
And then suddenly they will in droves, which
right.
means there's a whole lot of it going on.
Yeah, and that's the part that is, you know, in a I don't mean to be insensitive, but it scientifically it's amazing and fascinating. But unfortunately, there's victims involved. And I remember one woman told me, and it doesn't even matter what they're doing or what they believe, one woman was in the process of praying and was attacked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a phenomenon that seems to be widespread. I was shocked that we have so many cases, and they continue on, and it requires further study.
All right, Albert, do you think that these attacks are all conducted, or many are conducted by people in astral travel, or do you think these attacks are done by entities that are in that plane?
Well, the part of the astral plane is here, and part of it is not here. And the part that is here kind of intermixes with the physical plane like water with dirt, creating this mud kind of stuff. So it is, you know, I don't have enough proof to say yes, but I do know that there is a lot of sexual energy in beings on the astral plane at the lower aspect of it. And if the wall or the veil between the physical and the astral is thinned, maybe there is some cases where it's able to bleed over and actually reach out and affect some of the people in the physical.
I take it that thin wall you just mentioned would be thinnest at the lowest level.
Right. Yes, exactly. And that's where that kind of activity is in the non-physical. So,
got it.
But why? But how it chooses its victim, I have no idea because it's so random and there's no pattern, and they come from all walks of life and beliefs.
Can you describe for us the various levels of the astral plane? If we have just talked about the lowest a little bit, where do we go from there, and what determines where we are on that plane?
The vibratory rate of the astral plane is similar to the vibratory rate of the astral body. At the lowest vibration, which is still above the physical vibration,
yes,
is the lowest area of the astral plane. But as vibration increases, and that means that your particular astral body or soul has to be able to vibrate at a higher level for you to achieve access to these areas. If it doesn't, then you're going to be limited to a certain part of the astral plane. But as you start going up, part of the astral plane is not really here. It's meaning that it's not in the physical. And if you arrive there vibratory-wise, you cannot perceive the physical any longer. So the physical world ceases to be something perceivable. And what's going on is it changes into like a gaseous kind of no up, no down kind of environment. A lot of souls, I've even encountered my deceased aunt in that location on more than one occasion. So I would say there's human souls definitely populating that area, but not as much as the lower aspect.
Well, are you able to travel in the various levels? Can you determine where you travel?
I've been able to leave the astral body behind and travel in what I call the light body or the etheric body and achieve levels higher than the astral plane.
Okay, so you're like a black belt soul traveler.
I never heard that term before, but I just made it up.
I just made it up. I mean, obviously, you are able to go on these higher planes.
Yes,
in fact, actually, you're claiming that you've gone to what we refer to as the other side.
I've encountered, definitely the other side, but there's something beyond that. A lot of people who have experiences, who have near-death experiences, report encountering the light. They call it, whatever they want to perceive that is. And I've even had encounters on more than one occasion with the light. I've had numerous experiences in areas that, like Daniel Brinkley described a crystal city.
That's right.
There's really places on the other side that are, I guess, maybe consciousness as universal consciousness has agreed to manifest this thing to give us some type of stability when we do this, because without that, it would be very, very disorienting. Because when you leave the astral body, all of a sudden, one of the things I notice is your vision changes to 360 degrees all at once.
Mm-hmm.
And because we're not used to that in the physical, that can be very disorienting.
Well, you and I have gone round and round and round about this.
Right.
And when I say that, I mean whether or not there is danger. Whether or not when you leave your body, I mean, my God, Albert, I think I've said it to you before, what if you leave your body and your physical body dies? Now, you really wouldn't know how many people involved in astral travel have actually died during the experience. You couldn't know that, right?
Right. No, we wouldn't know that unless we had a conversation with them on the other side. But I could say this to keep people from being afraid. Astral projection now, and I've done it so many times. And my mother's 83 years old, and she does it, and I've taught it all over the world. It won't cause the death of your physical body. If it was going to happen, it was going to happen independent of you traveling out of your physical body. So, but if that did occur while you were out of your physical body, then it would be you would go through the death experience, which would mean that your physical body would die, but then you would go into the panoramic past life review and then eventually have an encounter with the light. But there's no reason to be afraid. Now, regarding danger, because the astral plane and above, specifically the lower astral plane, is populated. There are beings there. Not all of them are astral travelers. Not all of them are even entities or souls who've experienced human life. So it's heavily populated. But there's no more danger there than there is in you getting up and driving to an ATM and risking some bandit coming up behind you. I mean, the world is kind of dangerous, but the astral plane, there's no more danger there than there would be in normal life. There are some entities that will play games with you who will try to take advantage of your lack of knowledge and experience, but they can't hurt you. One of the things...
I'll bet there's Nigerians up there trying to get you to put money in the bank or something.
Probably, to send money over there, and they're going to... I've gotten that email. But the advantage that you have, Art, is that you can return to your physical body, and if they're not an astral traveler and just disembodied soul, they can't. So you can always run for home and be safe.
So you say. The Bible tells us. That's where you begin a conversation, right? Bible tells us. Anyway, Albert, there are many, many people who believe in hell,
right?
That there is a hell. Now, are there, you refer to levels of astral plane, with all of them, even the lowest, being above this physical plane that we're on.
Correct.
In your view, is hell a myth?
You're breaking me in right, aren't you, Art? Okay, I'm going to say this. I personally do not believe in hell, and I'll tell you exactly why. I don't.
Why?
It's because on 2 occasions I had encounters with my deceased aunt on the upper middle area of the astral plane.
Yeah.
And if there was a hell, I believe that she would have been locked away there. She would have been there. So I can say that she wasn't the best soul on earth. So I can say, unless she was on probation or something like that, I don't believe in hell, because I definitely think she probably would have been there.
Your aunt was that bad?
Well, she was an interesting, very colorful person. But,
well, wait a minute. There's colorful. I don't think we go to hell for bad language.
No. Well, there was a lot more than that.
Okay.
She was active. Let's say if she was in Star Wars, she would have been on the dark side.
Okay, so she should have been there and was not.
And was not. And, there's been people who've had near-death experiences that reported having hellish-like experiences. I've been on the other side a lot. I saw my deceased friend Bill. I've seen my relative, an uncle. I've seen my aunt. And I haven't encountered, I don't believe they get locked away. I think because I believe in reincarnation, it's very hard to believe in reincarnation and hell at the same time. I just don't have any experiences on the other side that would indicate that you get locked away somewhere because you've been a horrible person on this side.
Mm-hmm.
I would think, moreover, that you definitely do not rise above the lower levels of the astral plane, but eventually, because of the reincarnation process, you're going to get a chance to come here and do it all again. It's just going to be a lot tougher than it was the first time.
A lot of people, perhaps not so many in this country, but around the world, believe as a matter of faith in reincarnation. People in America have no idea how many it is. It's the better part of the world.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that's
it's
the truth,
growing,
folks.
you know.
Yeah.
A lot of people, you know, once you get past the belief system that you were taught as you grew up, you know, whatever religious belief system that is, through people's experience and exploration of the spiritual realms and becoming spiritualists rather than a particular religion,
right.
Those spiritualists began to accept the possibility that their reincarnation does exist.
All right. Again, you've been doing a number of paranormal investigations. You've actually become involved in them, right?
Right.
All right. I've had some guests on my show from Utah. These are straight folks. They call themselves GIS, the Ghost Investigators Society.
Mm-hmm.
And, God, Albert, I've got to tell you, they've been on the show probably a dozen times now, and they do EVP recordings. And, Albert, I have gone 6 ways from Sunday trying to shoot a hole in what they do, and I can't.
Right. Well, I understand that.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. I have tons of EVPs that we've collected where it's very clear. And I know, first of all, I have one that's a little girl, and there was no little girl on my team. And there was another one, a guy saying, help me. And
too many little girls. Too many little children. Children.
No.
Too many children.
Yeah, well, and I can't explain how we gathered these EVPs. And I think the ones that are really fascinating, Art, is not the ones that seem to be some kind of recording. The ones that are really interesting are the ones that are interactive, meaning that they answer a question.
I know.
Those are the ones that I find fascinating, and we've collected them all over the place in all the investigations we've been doing for the last 4 years, and we're not the only ones, like you said.
Either way, they're fascinating. Now, here's a question for you, Albert. Since you're the expert in this area, who's to say that these EVPs are not soul travelers?
You know, because you are the same thing that a ghost is on the other side.
Yes.
It would be very difficult to draw some type of line between the two, because basically we are the ghosts when we enter the astral plane.
Exactly.
It's possible, but unlikely, because most people aren't traveling to, you know, usually when we go to an investigative site, it's because of a reported occurrence. Most people in the astral who travel astrally don't keep going back to the same site or same location. It's pretty much random, or rarely does it repeat. But I would say that it probably is not, but it is possible. They would be capable of probably leaving some type of impression on a digital recorder or an analog recorder on the chromium oxide tape.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible.
So you have collected yourself, then, EVPs?
Yes.
A lot of them?
Yes, quite a few. I mean,
one thing that
maybe even hundreds.
Okay, hundreds. One thing that stands out is that the personalities that come through on these EVPs don't seem to be particularly angelic at all. Many times it's scary. Many times it's, as we mentioned, children. Or, you know, if a person's personality is more to the negative, you get a lot of negative stuff. In fact, actually, Albert, though we can't play it on the air, you get a lot of bad language.
Well, you know, think about this, Art. Just think about them being the same way they were in life and moving on, and a population the same way they were in life, and then moving on to a non-physical existence.
Yes.
You're going to get a variety of people. Not everybody, just because you lose your physical body, doesn't mean that all of a sudden you become evil, and it doesn't mean all of a sudden you become angelic.
Right.
It's going to be a good mixture of good and bad, or even in the middle, just like a good representation of the living population.
Sure enough. Well, that's exactly what you get. So I'm very interested that you followed that investigative trail. How did you do it?
Well, you want to know why I started doing it first?
Well, sure.
Well, it's really nice that people believe what I have to say about what I've encountered and what I've experienced. But as a scientist myself, to me, that's not good enough for me. I want evidence. I want data. And so that's when I thought about this for 5 years before I even created a group, Paranormal Research Investigations, PRI. I wanted to actually collect data that would start showing maybe the capability of the human consciousness to leave the body, and then, of course, the disembodied or deceased soul. So that's what was the motivator is proof and data to support everything that I had already experienced, and I didn't want people to have to believe me. So that's what motivated me. But now, since we've done that, I had no idea that my team was going to grow from 3 people, as a hobby type of thing, to actually maybe, I think I have 40 or 50 people on my roster that we do, that are investigators. I had no idea, and I had no idea that we would actually be collecting data. I mean, I thought this was going to be an exercise in futility, but we actually have not only.
Oh no, it works.
No, not only EVPs though, Art. We have video phenomenon of things flying around that are unexplained. Yeah, and to draw a conclusion as to what they are, well, I was calling a deceased person's name at that particular time, and this anomaly showed up. So you can kind of extrapolate on that and think what it could possibly be. And then at the same time, within a few seconds later, we ended up getting an EVP. So you put all 3 of those together, and it's starting to point in the direction that this could possibly be, the essence of this particular disembodied person or disembodied soul. So we have, and then that's not even including the still photos that we've captured of really strange anomalies. Presently, we've relocated. We have 3 different groups, 3 different sections or factions of PRI. One is in PRI North, we call it PRI Anaheim, and then recently we've just opened up a section on the Queen Mary.
So the Queen Mary?
Yeah, we're on the paranormal. We run the Paranormal Research Center on the Queen Mary now, and because it's state of the art, I mean it's amazing. We're able. One of the things that I've always wanted to do, being a native of Southern California, is we have and the reputation, given the reputation of the Queen Mary, it was what a great place to be to actually see if there is any kind of activity going on. So we were able to, 2 weeks ago, do this weekend investigation of some of the reported hot spots or active spots on the Queen Mary. And surprisingly enough, not only did we get EVPs in the pool area, but we got an incredible photo in the near door 13 that was downright amazing.
Wow, you've really branched out, haven't you?
Yeah, well, a little bit. We're it seems to be growing. It's like developed this mind of itself. I mean, PRI, it was, like I said, it was just my dream, and it's grown to be this incredible, functional, scientific paranormal research vehicle.
Are you going to write another book?
I've been working on Soul Traveler 2 and got sidetracked, and I'm working on Paranormal Research Investigator. It's called Diary of a Paranormal Research Investigator. So I am working on 2 books right now in between writing the screenplays and things that I'm doing. But I'm working on it. I know it's been a while, but it's life has its way of kind of guiding you down different paths.
It does,
yeah.
And it sounds almost as though you've left Soul Traveler 2 and you're moving in a different direction.
A little bit. I'm still having out-of-body experiences once a week, Art, whether I try to or not.
Really?
So there is a lot to report. I mean, I just had a really incredible experience where I was talking about where Daniel Brinkley talked about the Crystal City. Well, there was this other place on the other side that for lack of a better name, I call it a way station. Maybe.
Okay, move away from the phone a little bit again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I get so excited talking to you.
I know.
It's like a way station. When people suffer traumas during the death process, it's like a place that they go to try to recover from that traumatic experience. And I went there astrally, and it looked like a train station almost, like a waiting room for a train station.
Really?
But beyond that, people, they actually were. There was something or someone arriving to when these people had recovered enough to transfer them onto a higher plane of consciousness.
So you've actually been able to visit,
Yes, definitely, and that's amazing because, like I said, why would there even be a physical place there? But it makes sense because we are human, and our experiences and everything are drawn on the human experience. So when you get on the other side, it would be very disorienting to all of a sudden thrust us into a full-blown spiritual reality.
Of course it would.
So that makes sense why that's there.
So there is this adjustment place.
Adjustment, yes, there is an adjustment place.
There have been a lot of movies that have depicted exactly that about death. That that you go to this sort of way station, adjustment point place, whatever it is.
That's the best way I can describe it. People were traumatized. Some of them didn't know they were dead.
Yeah.
And eventually, because there's no time, something comes along to help them to the next level. And that wasn't even a month ago that I had this experience. So I can't say I'm moving away from out-of-body experience books and Soul Traveler.
No, you're expanding beyond it, sort of.
There's so much going on. I'm trying to divide up my time to write two at the same time. And I don't want to write a book just for the sake of writing a book. I want to write a book to help people.
I hear you.
And that's pretty much what's more important than anything. So when I do have enough information to put into a book to make it a book, then I definitely will put that out, because I get a lot of requests from my readers that they want to know what else is going on with me. So I definitely will do that.
All right. I did a number of experiments with human consciousness.
Right.
Really serious, startling, shocking experiments. Mm-hmm. And so I wonder what your comment on that would be. If you solicit mass human consciousness in a directed effort, is it your view that you can, in fact, essentially move mountains?
Definitely, because you can do it on a micro scale where you can get one person to affect an inanimate object. So imagine collectively if you got people to focus on one intention.
Yes.
Definitely, I believe it's more than possible to do that, because I believe thoughts are things.
Are you following the work at Princeton?
Pardon me?
Are you following the work at Princeton?
No, I'm not up to speed on that.
Oh, my goodness. The Human Consciousness Project. Mm-hmm. You don't know about that?
No, I haven't heard about that.
Oh, gosh, Albert. You can go online, folks, and find out about it. It's fascinating. They have these things they call eggs, Albert. And I'm going to try and do this very briefly so as not bore people, but these eggs are computers.
Okay.
These computers are spitting out random number patterns. Mm-hmm. They're all connected back to the mainframe at Princeton. It's been found, Albert, that it's been going on for years now. When large events like 9/11 occur, it virtually goes off the chart. And the way they do the measurement is...
Oh, I remember. I did read something on that.
Yes, the way they do the measurement is all of a sudden these computers start to become non-random. They start spitting out random lines of numbers, essentially random. And it all reports back to the mainframe, and the mainframe is kind of like a chart. And 30 minutes before 9/11, it just went flat off the chart. Now, they also tracked many, many other incidents going back a long way. Each time, it would go off the chart, sometimes 30 minutes before the event, sometimes when the event itself began.
Right.
But the correlation seems irrefutable.
Right. I do remember that. I just didn't remember it was at Princeton.
Okay.
But I do remember that.
All right.
Definitely. And that, to me, it's almost like it's measuring the universal consciousness and how we're all in sync. And when that universal consciousness becomes agitated in some kind of way, like a huge wave,
it's measurable.
It's like measuring that. So that shows you that thoughts or consciousness is not only is it an awareness, but it has influence on the physical world.
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm thinking perhaps ultimately it may be the greatest power there is. We talk about atomic power and so forth. Consciousness may alter the path of the world.
Once we are practiced, because it takes a lot of practice, but once we are practiced and able to harness the full power of our consciousness, I think that we will literally change the face of the earth permanently and change the nature of life on earth. I really, really do. I really believe that. I've seen people who, through prayer and conscious and their awareness, have their cancers have gone into remission. Me personally, I was supposed to be in a wheelchair 15 years ago, and because of MS, and I'm not. So I believe that eventually, maybe there won't be any illness. Maybe
not.
There won't be a lot of the things that we are plagued with today.
Finish this sentence for me. The difference between soul traveling and remote viewing is?
Remote viewing is like being watching a football game on television, and soul traveling is like being the quarterback on the field.
I don't know that I'd want to be the quarterback on the field. They get trounced just about every single play they're on their back.
They also make touchdowns, too. Did you watch the USC-Texas game?
And so there's no, there you go. So there's no real danger, he asks again, in, for example, being the quarterback and getting severely injured.
Well, I can say this, and this is what I'm drawing on, because some people say, well, you got to tell them about the negative. Well, I would if I experienced it. I only experienced negative and fearful things in the very beginning of my travels. It's been years now, and I don't experience any. If there was something negative out there, I would think periodically I would encounter it.
Okay.
But I don't.
Well, then are there dangers for beginners that you are now past?
And the danger sounds like it's a very strong word. I would say that there's some challenging experiences that a beginner will probably have to deal with. But you can overcome it.
Scary?
And eventually they'll cease to be a problem.
Yeah, scary stuff? Once again, here is Albert Taylor. His book is Soul Traveler. If you're intrigued, if you've had the beginning of the experience or the experience itself, it doesn't matter. That's a book you ought to grab right away. And by the way, Albert, I assume they still can grab that book at Amazon and all the usuals, right?
Right. It's because of the demand, my publisher is trying to catch up, but it's still out there, still available.
Okay.
If nothing else, it'll be just delayed a little bit.
And it will explain to you how to actually proceed with this. So many of the people that I'm sure we're about to talk to have had the beginning signs of this, and they're afraid to proceed.
Right.
Like me. I haven't changed in all the years.
You haven't, Art? It's been 10 years, Art.
No, I haven't changed. I find those beginning things truly terrifying, and I yank myself out of them every single time.
Oh, all right. What am I going to do with you?
I don't know. I just, they are terrifying, Albert.
Yes, they are. I totally admit. And I even labeled myself an astral chicken. So I totally admit that they are. The only thing is that I can share with people is it's not like a light switch. You can get over the fear, and then you can explore.
How do you get over the fear?
You have to realize, just take little jaunts. Don't go very far. Don't get in over your head.
Look, that's over on the other side of the fear part. You don't get to go anywhere until you get past the fear part.
That's true. But I think the only thing you can do is just practice leaving your body, practice floating just a little bit above your body, practice basking in that paralysis vibrational area.
Okay, that's the part that I need to know about.
Yeah.
The paralysis, the vibration, the big buzzing sound, all of that. I've left once at the big buzz, well, more than once at the big buzzing sound, and I just can't get past that.
Right, you just have to bask in it and just get used to it, and then slowly move beyond that, and take it easy. Don't rush yourself, and try not to guess what is going to happen, because if you try to guess, just that thought can create some dream material that can scare you.
All right,
you have to be an observer, which takes practice.
Okay. International line, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Where are you calling from, please?
Calling from Great Britain.
Great Britain?
Manchester.
Oh, Manchester. Oh, well,
yes,
welcome.
Sir.
Welcome to the program.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering if two people can have a coordinately out-of-body experience together.
Definitely.
I've had dreams with friends where it feels like we're there together. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, definitely. You have to be on the same level as far as capability, but if both of you can leave your physical body at the same time, you definitely will see each other, and it doesn't matter if they're halfway around the world. You can definitely have an encounter with them.
Caller, have you ever had that and then gone to those people and asked, in some way whether they can verify it?
Yes, but it's always like we're having a dream together or something.
Well, it is. I guess, Albert, it is like that, right? Right?
Well, yeah, it depends on how consciously aware you are. You can be in a semi-dream state, and you can be in a conscious state, or you can be in a super-conscious state. It just depends on the individual.
And how many times, when you've had a collective experience like the one he described, does the other person come back and say, well, yeah, I had the same dream, or I was there?
Yeah, just like I mentioned in The Doctor, when I was at the foot of her bed,
right.
She thought she had a dream with me standing at the foot of her bed. It just depends on her level of awareness and consciousness. If she's at a conscious level, she will remember the out-of-body experience just as well as I am. And if she's at a super-conscious level, she will remember that and everything that it meant.
Now that you've got several years of this under your belt, Albert, you said you still at least once a week have soul travel.
Yes.
Have you progressed in the kind of travel that you do now since I last spoke to you?
I'd say definitely. I've gone further. I've seen things that I hadn't seen before. I had an encounter with my deceased pet, which I didn't even know that could happen. Definitely, there's been a steady progression, and it's also changed my interaction on the physical world with people. So definitely, I think everything that regarding the out-of-body experience is spiritual, and I think because it is spiritual, it's all about evolution in the body and out.
All right, finish this sentence for me. The difference between soul travel and a near-death experience is?
Near-death experience, you're pretty much a passenger. You're not very much in control of where you go. You go into the light or through the tunnel, and then you're told you have to come back. In an out-of-body experience, you're 100%, well, not 100, I'd say 95% in control of the actual experience and where you go, how long you stay there, and when you come back. One is you're a passenger, the other you're a driver.
Okay, but you're traveling many of the same highways.
Yes, definitely. But one is you're a passenger, and one is you're the driver.
Okay. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Good morning.
Yes, is that me?
That's you.
I'm sorry. Bob, and I was wondering if Albert has had the experience of meeting his soul parents. I had a sweat lodge experience where...
Did you say your soul parents?
Yes.
Okay.
I went through 3 or 4 layers of consciousness and zoomed through the female and the male soul.
That's soul parents.
I haven't had that experience, but I'm writing it on my things to do list.
Oh.
But I haven't had that one yet.
Okay.
All right. So that came from an altered state of consciousness. In other words, a sweat lodge is an altered state of consciousness. Albert, do you see most altered states of consciousness as pathways for this to occur?
100%, Art.
You
Definitely.
Do.
It just depends on what your intentions are as to what manifests. You can have remote viewing from an altered state. You can have an out-of-body experience from an altered state. It depends on you.
What about drugs?
There are some drugs that have caused people to have altered states of consciousness. Peyote. I think Timothy Leary, wasn't he talking about LSD?
Hallucinogens.
Yeah, hallucinogens. There are yes, it is capable. There's some that hinder it too, but it's such a very natural and easy thing to do as far as relaxation and visualization and clearing your mind that I recommend you just do it naturally and don't have to worry about it because you can do it as many times as you want.
Well, that's interesting. I always ask guests about this of your sort, and you have admitted, as most don't, by the way, that hallucinogens could be a pathway.
Yes, some are. That's the history of an altered state. Native Americans have been doing it for a long time. That's the history. Yes, some do cause you to have an altered state, and then some hinder it. It just depends, but I don't recommend the ones that do it all.
What type of drugs hinder it?
Let's see, alcohol does, barbiturates. Let's see, right? That's about the only ones I can think of right now.
That's fine. I get the idea.
Yeah.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Good morning.
Hi, Art. Hi, Albert.
Hello.
This is Sandra in Ohio. I'm enjoying the program very much. Thank you.
Hi, Sandra.
The 360-degree vision that you mentioned as part of an OBE state, I've had a few fully conscious OBEs myself, and I've experienced the same type of vision in my mediumship work, sometimes in a solid meditative state. But I was hoping you could comment on the concept of lucid dreaming. I've had a few lucid dreams also, or a number of them through my whole life, but a few where I was in 2 or 3 places at the same time, it seeming to view from 2 or 3 vantage points, where in one I would be me thinking consciously as the human part of Sandra, looking out through my eyes, and then suddenly I'm at another vantage point where I have more knowing of what's going on in the situation, and I'm observing myself doing some kind of stupid, ignorant things, which I guess I would normally do in my waking state. And then from there, I'm sometimes in a third perspective looking at the two of me. We're all observing kind of each other, the more ignorant human part, not being aware of the other 2 parts.
You're too hard on yourself, Sandra.
Yeah, exactly. And at one point, I had a dream a few months ago where I actually turned in my ignorant state and realized someone was looking at me, and it was that classic vision of the higher self, the long gray hair type of thing. But this is the first time I was able to turn and look at that being and look into that being's eyes. And in the black part where the pupil actually should be, this brilliant white light came out, and then suddenly I was in that being's place, looking out at the ignorant human self, and all this knowledge came forward.
All right, let's back up a little bit and ask for a definition of lucid dreaming, Albert.
Okay. Well, lucid dreaming can occur while you're in the body. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're having an out-of-body experience. But lucid dreaming, as you progress in awareness, can lead to projecting, and projecting the soul, the self.
What is lucid dreaming, as opposed to regular dreams?
Well, regular dreaming is when you pretty much accept any type of thing that may be very odd, like a pink elephant or something strange like that. You accept it in the dream. Lucid dreaming is when you become aware and you know you're dreaming. You know your body somewhere is asleep, and you know what you see in front of you is dream material, and you can change it or you can fly, but you're in total control, and you're very aware. You become yourself instead of in that dream state where you pretty much aren't aware of yourself. But because you become aware, now you can move on to becoming consciously, having a consciously controlled, spontaneous out-of-body experience from the lucid state.
So the lucid dream is a state in which you're closer to the possibility of an OBE.
And it's a lot of fun, because even I've had lucid dreams, many, many ones. And I used to, when I was a little kid, I used to say to my mother, I wake up in my dreams, Mommy, then I fly, because I didn't know the term lucid dream at the time. But it's literally you become aware in your dream that you are dreaming, and then you can do all kinds of incredible things. It's fun in itself without even having an out-of-body experience.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Albert. Good morning, Art.
Morning.
Hi.
I'd always had that paralysis, and I thought it was a dream. But in mine, it's not fun at all.
No, it isn't.
Oh, you're right.
No, it isn't.
I mean, with me, I would be aware that I was paralyzed, and for me, it was like, you can't move, you can't breathe. If you don't wake up, you're going to die.
It's absolute terror.
Yeah, it is. You know,
absolutely. And I never went from there into the, out-of-body experience, but I've had flying dreams, only I thought they were dreams because it wasn't the present.
Oh, flying dreams are my favorites.
Yeah, I love those, but in the flying dreams, my fear of heights comes in, and I can't go very high.
Right. And that's exactly what will happen. Even if any fear you have will limit you. And one of the things I learned is to focus on the positive rather than the negative. I would fly over like a ravine, and then I'd look down, and then the thought would come into my head, oh, God, I hope I don't fall. And then immediately I would start plummeting down.
Well, my question was, the paralysis dreams, there would be a presence there, but it was never a good presence. I sense great evil.
Well, yeah, but see, that might be subjective.
I mean, can you bring, if you allow yourself to go, can you bring back something bad?
Not that, to my knowledge. But let me explain to you the feeling you had of something negative.
Okay.
Because fear is heightened tenfold, just the intensity of the fear is going to convince you that it's real, but it doesn't mean that that's a negative thing. But it's going to be extremely scary. Yes, there's always something around us. It's always there, but it's more positive. I mean, it's extremely positive.
But can you die?
To be feared.
Can you die from it? Can
no.
The experience kill you?
No, not at all. Not at all. And the paralysis, what that is, the reason you're having breathing problems is because you have to relinquish or let go of control over the physical body. And it kind of feels like a mini death. That's why it feels so uncomfortable, because you feel like you can't breathe and you can't move. And if you think about that it is, you're dying, of course the fear is going to be multiplied tenfold and you're going to be very fearful. But it's about releasing control.
Ma'am, you're exactly where I get to, and that's where I give up the ghost. And I say, this is horrible. It's scary. I'm out of here.
It doesn't feel good.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I make myself wake up, and then I don't go to sleep.
Yeah.
I don't
but you
go back
can't
to
move
sleep.
past it.
Yeah.
And then all of that goes away. The breathing problems, the paralysis, the weight on your chest some people feel, that all goes away.
I was overdosed on morphine in a hospital, and I literally couldn't move or breathe, and I coded, died. I had no experience, no memory of that whatsoever. But since then, I haven't had the paralysis dreams. Could that have...
Well, you can induce it. And in my book, in Chapter 10, it teaches you there's 5 or 6 different techniques that actually teach you how to induce the paralysis. And if Art gives me a chance, I'll share one of the techniques with you on the air that everybody can try.
Let's rock. Do it right now. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, what you do is eat before 6 o'clock because the body uses energy to process food. Go to bed about 10 o'clock and set your alarm clock to wake you up about 1:30 in the morning. When the alarm clock goes off, get out of bed. You can't just hit the sleep button. Get out of bed and stay up for about maybe 2 hours. Then go back to bed, and when you go back to bed, lay perfectly still. Get all your scratching and itching out of the way and lay perfectly still and stay there and just focus on that little area above your lip where the breath is coming out. Because what you're doing is you're trying to recreate a time where you, and everybody's experienced this, when you've been on the freeway and you're real sleepy and tired, and for that brief second you nod out, even though you're trying not to.
Of course.
Well, now you're in a safe environment, and the body still requires about 2 to 4 more hours of sleep. And if you lay perfectly still, even if you try to stay awake, the body's going to fall asleep. But because you gave the consciousness 2 hours or 4 hours to sleep in the beginning, the consciousness is going to be very alert. And that's why we have dreams in the middle of the night, like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning like that, because the consciousness becomes more alert during that time period.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, so try it. All the listeners out there, try it, and I guarantee you a lot of people will have if they haven't had out-of-body experiences before, they will definitely have an out-of-body experience from that interrupted sleep technique, I call it.
And it's plus there's intent.
Yes.
Very serious intent. If you go to the trouble to set your alarm clock and you say, I'm going to give this a shot,
right,
you have created a gigantic intent,
that
right?
Intent is important. Very important.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. I wonder how many people will try it, and I wonder how many emails I will get.
I would love for you to get emails and even forward them to me or let me know, because I have a feeling it's going to be people all over the world.
Yeah, I do agree. I really do agree. Yeah. West of the Rockies, not a lot of time to the bottom of the hour, but you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi.
I'll just get straight to my question. I'm really happy to talk to you, Art.
Thank you.
This has been plaguing me for about 15 years, and I wonder if you've ever heard of this, Albert, but I have had spontaneous, as Art has, out-of-body experiences, but I get caught up in this earlier on very violent spinning force that I came to recognize about 5 years ago as the vortex that people talk about, and that was a huge epiphany to me to recognize it as such.
A violent spinning.
Yeah, and the very, very first time it was what I would call a lucid dream, and then immediately thereafter, maybe once or twice a year, and it's usually when I'm really tired, and it happens in between the state of consciousness of going to sleep and being awake.
Like you're going into a vortex.
Yeah, just I don't see it,
all right,
but I feel it.
I've got it. We don't have a lot of time here. Albert, what about it?
Well, if you do not set your intention on what you want to experience, the astral body kind of just does its thing, and it goes crazy. You can spin, it'll spin around, it'll bounce you off the walls, it'll do all kinds of things because it's not being guided. I don't know when you're having this exactly, but and if you're flying around or having an out-of-body experience, electrical wires can kind of cause you to have that uncontrolled, trapped feeling too.
So you're
it just depends.
Intercontinental, unguided, ballistic soul.
Yes.
You know, even if you've never done this, and you only do it once, it really is something that will allow you to suddenly understand that you are more than your collective flesh and bones and whatever you are, you know, your physical body. It will allow you to understand you are more than that. And that's one of man's biggest questions, of course. Circling back to what I said, Albert, I'm sure you get a very great deal of mail from all over the place, and I wonder how many prisoners.
Art, it's funny that you would even mention it, because I laughed when you said it. I get tons of letters from prisoners after doing Coast to Coast.
I would think.
I mean, I would, and it makes sense if it was on solitary confinement, and when they literally say, I have nothing to do here, I want to learn how to travel out of my body. So I get tons of letters from prisoners.
We got a big audience in the joint.
Definitely.
Albert. No question about it.
All right, I wonder if I could mention a couple of things that I'm involved in that people may be interested in.
Rock on.
I'm teaching an ongoing out-of-body experience class here in Anaheim. It has a real catchy name. It's called Astral Knots, like astronauts, but it's Astral. It's every Monday at 7 p.m. It's at what's called the Learning Light Foundation. And if anybody's interested in there and joining, the class is quite large, but we accept new people. It's 714-533-2311. And I'm also, I'd like to mention the website for the paranormal stuff we're doing.
Wait a minute. A lot of people are going to, you give numbers and it goes right past people.
So
let me give it again. I heard 714-533-2311.
Correct.
And how long is this course?
It's ongoing. It was only going to be for a month.
Yes.
But because the people there, I've even heard them say, this is like my church. So the people there don't want it to end, so they all voted to have it go on indefinitely, and I that's what it is now. It's an indefinite out-of-body experience class that we teach all kinds of techniques and expand on them and share experiences, and it's just going to be ongoing. So if anybody wants to get involved, it's a real exciting class.
I'd be careful about calling it a church.
Yeah, well, I don't call it that, but they said that. They said it's like their church. I thought, well, in a way, that's so complimentary, because I wasn't thinking anything like that, but if that they feel that comfortable, I assume that's what they mean, then that's great. Come, because there's some warm, loving people there, and like you said, you will truly discover who and what you really are.
Well, that certainly is true.
Yeah.
Even if it's only once, the experience absolutely will teach you that you're more than just what you're made up of. I got lucky, and how often, Albert, does a completely spontaneous, without warning kind of OBE occur?
Sometimes it can only happen once in your life. I know one woman never had one, and at 40 years old, she had one.
Right.
But if you intend after you have one, the door swings open, so to speak, and it's up to you to pursue it. And it's easier the second time, and it gets easier the third time. So I suggest if you have one, then you can have a host of experiences if you aggressively pursue it.
Mm-hmm. All right. First-time caller line, your turn with Albert Taylor.
Hello. How are you both doing tonight?
Quite well, thank you.
Okay, I would like to relate some of my experiences and then get your input on them, if that's okay.
If you can do it fairly quickly.
Okay, I'll try. Well, my second OBE I ever had, I felt like I was moving sideways instead of upwards, and I was coinciding with my wife's body as she laid next to me, and it was one of the strangest feelings I've ever had in my life. And then as I felt like I was moving into her, I saw a woman, and she had dark hair, and she was really nasty looking, really mean looking, and she told me that everyone I care about in my entire life is gonna die on me or leave me or something like that. It's something to that effect. I don't remember exactly.
Ooh,
and I heard a baby crying.
Nasty.
And it really hit me emotionally. It was one of the most despairing feelings I've ever had in my life.
All right, we'll have to hold it there. But what he said, Albert, about traveling virtually into his wife's body next to him. That's fascinating.
Right. Yeah, and when you do that, you should have been able to. I don't know if she was conscious, and I guess she was asleep, but you should be able to feel her emotions too. So that's definitely possible. Now, the other thing that you mentioned, you got to really be careful when you're in that state of consciousness, because any wayward thoughts, any kind of thing can be created out of the substance that surrounds you, but it doesn't mean that it's real. Even something that appears to be an entity can be created. So the haggard, ugly-looking person that you saw may have been that something that you created, and because it was so intense, that's what I was mentioning before. The fear emotion is multiplied tenfold, so it would be so intense it would actually convince you it's real.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to be an observer, and it takes practice. But like I said, I've been doing this a long time. I continue to do it. My mother's 83 years old, and she does it, and she doesn't have any negative experiences.
But again, I think you sympathize perhaps a little less with people who are early on and really afraid of this because you're so damn good at it.
I do understand the fear, and I address that in my book. And I itemize the times that I was terrified. I mean, Art, I was so scared in the beginning that I would literally jump out of my bed in the middle of the night and go running through my house, turning on all the lights in the house.
Oh, I know the feeling.
And I would stay up all night long. And I had to be at Johnson Space Center in the morning. So I understand the fear wholeheartedly.
All right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Morning.
Hi, Art. Great to have you out there.
Thank you.
I have a question for your guest. That one thing I just wanted to tell very briefly is that I did accidentally do this when I was 11. I was lying there just in my bed, and I was still, and I was thinking, and I just sat up. My body didn't sit up with me, and then after that I had a lot of fun. And then I got scared and got yanked back by that string or whatever it was. But the main thing I wanted to say to you is it seems to me like implied and implicit in what you're saying is that that there is no death, and that our identification, our exclusive identification with this 3D reality and our bodies is just sort of a social construct or something, and I've been suspecting that anyway. What do you think about that?
I think you hit the nail right on the head. Like Chief Seattle said, there is no death, only a change of worlds, and that's truly what it is. And this is just like a play that we're acting in, and it's very temporary. And the play is going to end, and then we're going to return back to the place where we came from, which was home, and which is the non-physical realm.
Now, home, that's an interesting point, because I have always felt like there's something really important that I'm trying to remember. And it's like not just a fact, but more like a place or a realm or a state of being that I can almost remember, but not quite.
Well, do you meditate?
No, I get a little frightened when I wasn't frightened when I did the out-of-body thing, but I get a little frightened when I try to meditate. And, I'm trying something new. I'm trying to do it in a sort of a half doze lying on my back instead of sitting in a chair. So
through the meditative process, and I don't mean visualization where you think of things. I mean clearing your mind and practicing ignoring the data that the five senses is giving you. Through that state, that you can achieve an altered state of consciousness. And the thing that you can't remember will be accessible if you practice it. There's nothing to be afraid of. I understand the fear. But if you practice it over and over again, I guarantee you that you will be able to access memories that you're having difficulty with now.
Well, I have a feeling that's very important that we do that.
It's probably about you and the essence of who you are, so I'd say it may be the most important thing that on this planet in your life.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering if it's the undifferentiated state that we may have all emanated from or something like that.
Well, if it turns out to be the number 9, I want to know. All right. Well, listen, thank you very much. Here's a question, and is, I think, a good one. In the astral plane, Albert, have you met up with, and you've already said you have, other entities? In other words, non-human entities. I would think there would be a substantial amount of fear involved in that.
Initially, yes. Yes, I have. There's a host of beings there, like I mentioned earlier. So So periodically, you're going to encounter souls.
I mean, is it like walking into the Star Wars bar?
Just about.
Really?
There's going to be souls who've never been incarnated on this planet as humans. There's going to be disembodied souls who were human. There's going to be astral travelers. There's even going to be pets, even. I discovered that recently. So there's going to be a multitude of souls that from all walks of life, or lack thereof, so to speak.
Okay. You said you discovered pets.
Pardon me? My dog.
Said, yes, all right. Does that imply to you that our pets have souls exactly as we do?
It existed. I petted it. It was functional. I'd say it was as close to what we are as anything else is. Exactly. I don't know.
Well,
exactly,
I believe that.
It definitely was there, and it surprised me because I wasn't expecting it.
Well, I believe that.
But it definitely has a soul. To what degree, how it matches ours, I don't know.
So we see, now let's think about this, Albert. We see our pets, but I take it we don't see large amounts of ground squirrels and bugs and birds and other animals. So what do you make of that?
I really didn't even believe I would see a pet because of all the Catholic upbringing that I've had.
Yes.
But, there's multiple levels of the astral plane. I don't even know if the astral plane, if there's something in between that level. So who's to say? I know there's a lot of things beyond that level. Who's to say exactly where these other life forms would go when they transition from the physical body to a non-physical reality?
It's a very good point, and I don't expect you to explain things that you cannot explain.
Right.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Hello.
Hi, Albert. Hi, Art.
Hello.
Two things. One is my experience, and one was my husband's. I, about 40 years ago, had what I believed to be my only OBE. I was sitting in math class. I was in 8th grade and very bored. And in those days, we didn't have air conditioning, so we had the window open to the classroom. It was a beautiful spring day. The sun was shining. The birds were singing. And suddenly, I was out flying around over the schoolyard. And it was just amazing. And I was like, okay, this is just really awesome. And then I realized I wasn't in my body and that I should be in class and that my teacher might call on me. And
I remember days like that in school.
But this was not my imagination. And so anyway, then I was back in the classroom hovering over my body. I remember looking down, seeing the back of my head, seeing my dress, and then snap back in my body. And I didn't tell anybody about that for years because I didn't know what an OBE was or that anybody else had ever had that kind of experience.
Right.
But I've never had one, from the sleeping paralysis type of thing. So,
right. There's different ways. That what you had was called a spontaneous control. Well, spontaneous controlled out of my experience. Some people through the nap process. If you fell asleep, or even I've heard of reports of people writing me who've been jogging and get into that rhythm and find themselves above their bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you had was something that sometimes happens to us that's spontaneous.
You want to hear
very natural.
The coolest one I ever had, dream. Mm-hmm. I guess it was a dream. I'm not really sure because it was so incredibly vivid. It was something like out of a Disney movie. I was at the very top of the Empire State Building in New York, and a fairy, go ahead and laugh, I don't care, a fairy or something like a fairy sprinkled me with this multicolored, stuff. And I was able to fly up above Manhattan in the most free, amazing, wonderful flight. And it was when I woke up, it was so vivid and so wonderful. I suppose that could have been an OBE, but I regarded it at the time as just a wonderful dream.
Right.
Really a good one.
Well, it could have been. Sometimes OBEs are mixed in with this dream material or this imagination material.
Yes.
So it still could have been, even though it had other elements to it.
Okay. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Albert Taylor. Good morning. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Art. I love the show.
Thank you. Where are you?
I am in Washington State.
Okay.
Albert, I'm so excited to get to talk to you.
Oh, thank you.
I'm a regular projector, a conscious and willing projector. And I haven't read your book, but I've read part of the Monroe Trilogy, and I'm discovering more about what's been happening to me.
Awesome.
My question was, do you think that anything, or have you experienced anything in your adventure so far that kind of give rise to maybe a thought about a change in human consciousness? Have you seen anything about us? We've hit a low point in society right now with, all the terrorism and everything that's going on. And so have you seen anything in your adventures that shows you that we're going to have a change in human consciousness and that this astral projection is going to be kind of a part of that?
That's a very good question.
It is a good question. I can't say there's going to be like an abrupt change, like, a shift, but it's already in progress. There's a lot of people thinking or looking beyond the religious beliefs that they've grew up in and found things, a peaceful realization in a more spiritual way.
Mm-hmm.
I eventually, when we become to dominate the planet with that kind of belief system, then things are going to change. They have to change because you cannot behave the way you used to. You have a new understanding. Even in my own personal life, my life has changed. That there's certain behaviors and ideals that no longer serve me. So definitely there is a change. It may not happen in our lifetime because there's still a lot going on in other areas. But eventually, I do see this planet changing and becoming truly like heaven on earth.
Albert, have you ever considered going into the future, not to view your own personal future? I have a sort of a personal concern about doing that.
Mm-hmm.
However, but going ahead to look at mankind's more immediate future, 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years from now?
I thought about it, Ari, but I'm so afraid now because of what happened to me that I pretty much stay away from that. But I definitely thought about it. Maybe that's a hurdle that I can't get over because of what happened to me. So I stay away from that.
That traumatized you, didn't it?
It really, really did. I cannot even stress how much it did.
I can understand. See the disintegration of your own family, and then to see it begin to occur and not be able to do a damn thing about it.
Right. It was devastating.
Yeah.
I'm over it now, but it was devastating.
You're on the air with Albert Taylor. Good morning.
Yes, hello?
Hello. Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Mays Landing, New Jersey.
Okay.
Albert, I'd like to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
A while back ago in November, I had a dream that my mother came to me and told me my brother was passing away. So then in November, my mother and him shot up to the mental home to see my brother and talk to him. And then December 8th, he passed away. Can you tell me what that is about?
A warning?
Is your mother alive?
No, this is my brother, my oldest brother. He died December 8th. I had a dream that my mother came to me and said, I'm just calling to tell you your brother passed away.
Right.
So my mother and him shot to the mental home to see him where he was at because he had mental problems.
Mm-hmm.
And then he passed away December 8th in the bed in the mental home. He died.
Well, it's similar to what's called a parting vision, except usually the deceased person comes to you, but this case, your mother was like a messenger.
Yeah.
So when you're in that state of consciousness, that's when they can reach us, and that's when they can communicate with us. So she was coming to you to share with something, maybe to soften the blow on or to make it easier for you to accept what was about to happen. But that's definitely, that occurs quite often, and it wouldn't surprise me in the future if you actually had a dream about your brother and
Albert,
he was healthy and whole.
We're out of time, buddy. We are out of time. What a program. We're going to do this again, of course. In the meantime, you would like people to go to your website, right?
Right, yes. It's www.thepri.com, thepri.com. That's our paranormal website. And, of course, they can always go to alberttaylor.com.
Okay, got it. Take care. Have a good night. Thanks for being here.
Okay.
It's been great.